The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
September 24th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1180 AD, Manuel I Komnenos, the last emperor of the Comnenian Restoration, dies. The Byzantine Empire slips into terminal decline. In 1493, Columbus embarks on his second expedition to the New World, setting sail with a fleet of 17 ships. In 1789, U.S. Federal Judiciary Act passes, creating six-person Supreme Court. In 1869, Black Friday, Wall Street panic after Gould and Fisk attempt to corner gold. In 1877, Battle of Shiruma, decisive victory of the Imperial Japanese Army over the Satsuma Rebellion. In 1950, Operation Magic Carpet concludes after having transported 45,000 Yemenite Jews to Israel. In 1994, League for Democracy is formed by Aung San Suu Kyi and various others to help fight against dictatorship in Myanmar. In 1968, 60 Minutes premieres on CBS TV. In 1957, Jailhouse Rock single released by Elvis Presley, Billboard Song of the Year, 1957. In 1934, 2,500 fans see Babe Ruth's farewell Yankee appearance at Yankee Stadium. Born on this day were Guillermo Cardano, Albrecht von Wallstein, F. Scott Fitzgerald, Howard Floyd, Yatamala Manini, Koistin Chirniko, Jim Henson, Phil Hartman. They'll both be very missed. Linda McCarthy, Loti Dodd, and Tommy Armour. Dying on this day were Paraclesis, Hadro I, and Dr. Seuss. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 8. Call your stations regarding a possible kidnapping. That's all. Roll control. It is 5:30 in the evening, the rush hour in the big city, the peak hour for accidents. At the Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, we listen in on one of the constant series of emergency calls.
A man's been run over by a streetcar at the corner of 8th and Hill Street. He'll die unless help gets here quick. How fast can you get a doctor here?
8th and Hill Street? The ambulance is on its way now, and be here in 2 minutes or less.
And so it happens hundreds of times a day in the many cities and counties where Rio Grande cracked gasoline powers the ambulances and emergency cars. As the call for help is coming over the phone, the ambulance driver is signaled and steps on his starter. The engine roars instantly into full power. No choking, no delay. With clutch out, the driver awaits the address. And even as the location is given him over the loudspeaker, he is rounding the corner with Rio Grande cracked gasoline pouring power into the rear wheels. More power, more speed, more acceleration than ordinary gasoline can give. That's the reason more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, motorcycles, and all other emergency equipment are powered by Rio Grande cracked than any other gasoline everywhere it is sold. Because it is manufactured in America's newest, finest cracking plant by the most advanced process and most costly equipment known to the petroleum industry. Rio Grande cracked has the advantage over all other gasoline. It costs more to make Rio Grande cracked, but it costs you no more. And if you will use it in your car, you too will enjoy police car performance. And now it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. When the bootlegging racket was abolished by repeal, the organized gangs of criminals in this country turned to the snatch racket as the next easiest way of making a dishonest livelihood. We had an epidemic of kidnapping. Wealthy people were in constant fear. Many employed bodyguards. Then the law enforcement agencies of the country arose in mass to crush out this new threat to law-abiding citizens. They succeeded so well that practically every kidnapping mystery has been solved and the culprits placed behind the bars with good stiff sentences to serve. I am proud to point out that every major kidnapping case originating in Los Angeles has been promptly broken by the police. The infamous Hickman case, the ghetto kidnapping, all were sensations for a few days. And then the detectives closed in, and it was all over. I cannot conceive of any criminal mind being stupid enough to try again in view of the failures of these other carefully planned attempts. But if anyone listening tonight thinks he is smart enough to get away with a kidnapping, I ask him to listen now and learn how we cracked the steel kidnapping.
tonight's dramatization is based on the famous Steele kidnapping case. The kidnapping of Mrs. Mary Steele outraged the citizenry of Los Angeles as no crime had since the infamous Hickman case. On a Sunday evening several years ago, Walter Fisher Steele, dean of the music school at the University of Southern California, as was his custom, left for the church where he played the organ. Shortly after his departure, Mrs. Steele, all alone in the house, was summoned to the telephone.
Hello?
Is that Mrs. Steele?
Yes?
Are you alone?
Yes?
I don't want to frighten you, Mrs. Steele.
Why, what's the matter?
This is the emergency hospital.
Yes? What is it? My husband?
Yes.
Is he?
He's been injured in a traffic accident, Mrs. Steele.
Oh.
He's not in danger.
Oh, thank heaven.
But the doctor thinks it's best for you to come over here.
Yes, of course.
We'll send a car for you.
Very well. I'll get ready right away.
Thank you, Mrs. Steele. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, poor Walter. I should have asked her how it happened. Now, where did I leave my hat? Oh, yes. And my coat. Oh, there it is. I must call Franklin. Oh, why don't I put that coat doesn't slip out. I must mend that lining. Now, let's see. What is Franklin's number? Oh, yes, I remember. Oh, dear, poor Walter. Oh. Hello, Franklin.
Hello, Mother.
Franklin, something terrible has happened.
What's the matter, Mother?
Oh, Franklin, your father's been hurt.
Hurt? How? What happened?
I don't know. They just called me from the hospital. They said it was a traffic accident.
What hospital, Mother?
The emergency hospital. They're sending someone over for me.
Well, I'll leave here right away and meet you at the emergency hospital.
All right, Franklin.
And don't worry, Mother.
No, I'll try not to, son. There's the bell. That must be the man from the hospital. Hurry over there, Franklin.
I will, Mother. Goodbye.
Goodbye, son. Is he? Oh. Is he all right?
Yes, ma'am. He's resting very well.
Is it serious?
Well, I really don't know much about it. I'm just an orderly. Are you ready, ma'am?
Yes, I think I've got everything. Let's see. Oh, yes, my glasses. All right, now. You can go now.
This is the nurse, Miss Wells, ma'am. Maybe she knows more about it.
How do you do, Mrs. Steele?
Tell me, is he badly hurt?
We don't think so, Mrs. Steele, but we wanted you to be with him.
Where did the accident happen?
We don't know. He was unconscious when they brought him in.
Unconscious?
Yes, but there are no serious fractures.
Oh, that's a relief. Look here. Where are you taking me? This isn't the way to the hospital.
It's the way we're going.
Let me out of here. You're not taking me to the hospital? Help! 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 Let me out!
Shut up. Now listen, Mrs. Steele. You're going for a ride with us. And if you know what's good for you, you won't make any noise or cause any trouble. Failing to find his father at the emergency hospital, Franklin Steele rushes to the church. There he discovers his father at the organ. Fearfully, they return together to the Steele home.
I can't understand it, Franklin.
Well, somebody must be playing a joke on you. One of the students, perhaps.
It's rather a grisly joke. It doesn't look as though Mother's home.
Here, Father, let me open the door. Your hand's shaking so.
Well, the house is dark. Oh, Mary? Mary?
Let me switch on the light. There, that's better.
Franklin, she's not here.
Oh, don't get excited, Father. Oh, hello, what's this?
What?
A letter. Here, stuck under the door. It's addressed to you. It says on the envelope, Walter Fisher Steele. If ever there was a time to be careful, it is now.
Oh, here. Let me have it. Oh, Franklin, this is terrible.
What?
Why, they want $10,000 or they won't bring Mother back.
Gee.
Franklin,
I haven't $10,000 or anywhere near that much money. What are you going to do?
I'm going to call the police.
A short while later, Mr. Steele and his son are explaining the circumstances of Mrs. Steele's disappearance to Detective Lieutenant Paul D. Pittman and E.D. Kopitek and Chief of Detectives Joe Taylor. That's all we know about it.
Well, let me see that letter, please, Mr. Steele. Thank you.
Read it aloud, Pittman.
It says, each move of yours will be watched closely. If you make one false move, it'll be just too bad for yourself and wife. You know, others have tried to be slick and let the officers know, but they've always paid off in flowers afterwards. $10,000 in cash or the wife pays the bill. This money must be of the denominations of $5, $10, $20 bills. None of these bills to be new. Place this money in paper sack and put inside a pasteboard box. Be sure this money is in the box for delivery. No dummy packages go. It will hold her until we know that you have followed these instructions. Your wife will not be returned if you have the money marked or the serial taken. You have new bills instead of used ones. You have any other denominations of bills instead of $5, $10, or $20. You have anyone with you or around you or following you. You talk of this to anyone. You notify the police or anyone else.
Oh, do you think I did wrong and the wrong thing in coming to you?
Absolutely not, Mr. Steele. That's what we're here for.
Oh, I hope they don't do her any harm.
Well, we had to come to the police, Father. You certainly couldn't have paid the ransom.
This appears to be the work of amateurs. The ransom letter is not worded as it would be if written by experienced kidnappers. I think you may expect Mrs. Steele back safely.
Well, I leave it all to you. We've given you all the information we have. We can only wait and hope.
Let me ask you, Mr. Steele, can you think of any enemies who may have done this out of vengeance?
No, I have no enemies.
How about students? Is there anyone who has a grudge against you, perhaps because you failed him?
Oh, but that's so silly.
No, Mr. Steele. People do strange things for very strange reasons, as we quickly find out in this business. Now, could you think of any students who may have cause to hate you?
Why, no, I really can't.
Well, Father's always had the respect of his students.
Let's see that letter, Pittman.
Yes, sir.
You'll notice, Chief, that although the letter is typewritten, the word wife, whenever it appears, has been cut out of a newspaper or magazine and pasted into the letter. Yeah, so it has. Hand me that magnifying glass over there, will you? Yes, here you are, sir. Thanks. The word daughter seems to have been originally typed into this letter. Have you any daughters, Mr. Steele?
Yes, one.
Does she live with you?
No.
Well, then, this letter must have been intended originally for the family of another victim. We haven't had any attempt kidnappings recently, have we, Kopitek?
No, sir, not for some weeks.
That's mighty strange.
Hey, look here, sir. The envelope this letter came in. The name Walter Fisher Steele has also been clipped from some printed matter and pasted on the envelope. That may be a lead.
Yes, that's right. Mr. Steele.
Yes, Mr. Taylor.
Do you recognize the printing here? Have you any idea where your name may have been printed? That the kidnappers could have found it?
Well, now I don't know. Of course, they print my name sometimes in the church bulletin.
I see.
And occasionally it's mentioned in the papers.
But this isn't newsprint.
Then in various notices at the university.
I see. Well, I'll bet that's the source. Somebody at the university. Kopitek, you and Pittman get out there first thing in the morning and see if you can run down this printing.
At the university, Detectives Kopitek and Pittman are given the utmost cooperation by the sympathetic colleagues of Mr. Steele. They interview Mr. Cleo Foster, Assistant Superintendent of Buildings.
Mr. Foster, you can be of great assistance to us.
I'll do anything I can.
Well, look closely at this printing here. Can you tell us whether it's similar to any type you use here in the university?
Let me hold this closer to the light here. Why, yes. That was clipped from one of our university bulletins. It's the only publication we print in which that particular typeface is used.
Now we're getting someplace.
Maybe.
Here, I'll show you what I mean. Here's the pamphlet, and here on page 11, see? Walter Fisher Steele, A.B., Dean of the College of Music, Professor of Piano and Pipe Organ.
See, the type is identical.
Yeah, it sure is.
Well, that much is plain. Somebody connected with the university wrote that ransom note.
Yeah, and all we have to do is to find out the guilty person among 7,000 students.
Scores of Mrs. Steele's relatives and friends are questioned by investigating officers. Inquiry is made among Dr. Steele's students at the university. And nowhere can a possible enemy of either husband or wife be found. Early Monday afternoon, Chief Taylor lays out the only plan of action open to the officers.
Well, we'll have to appear to meet the demands of the kidnappers. We'll take them their ransom as the note directs.
But, Chief, I haven't that much money.
It's all right, Mr. Steele, I know. We'll make a dummy package. And at 5:30, you'll take it in full view on the seat of your car to the spot they indicate on Montecito Drive.
But they expressly said in the note that dummy packages would do no good.
Yes, I know, that's all right. But we will have officers with high-powered field glasses staked out around the place watching whoever picks up the money. Then we can follow him.
Oh, I see.
Pardon, Chief.
Yes, Lieutenant Romero?
One of the reporters beat us to it.
What do you mean?
He's been up on Montecito Drive and he picked up the plan.
What? Bring him in here.
Hey, Eddie. Come on in here. The chief wants to see you.
Hello, Chief. Well, I made a great...
Look here, Eddie. I gave orders to stay away from that place.
Yeah, but I'm not under orders for you. I got a chance for a scoop, and I took it.
Yes, and probably upset our whole stakeout. What did you find?
Steve, this box was in the bank where the letter said it would be, but it had this note in it. It says, walk to the left across street to bank. Here will be final instructions. We like tricks, but prefer to keep them out of business. Then across the street, I found this note attached to this cord. This note says, tie package salary to this end of string and go on. There's about 250 yards of string.
Well, you sure are a great help, Eddie. You lunkhead, you. You probably scared them away now and spoiled our whole plan. Romero?
Yes, sir?
Take these things back up there on Montecito.
Yes, sir.
And you go with him, Eddie, and show him exactly how you found him.
Okay, Chief.
At the appointed time, Mr. Steele drives to the top of Montecito Drive with Detective Copytek clamped into the rumble seat of his car. He deposits the dummy ransom bundle and drives on. Early that evening, Copytek reports to his chief.
Well, Copytek, what luck? None. Mr. Steele delivered the package. There wasn't anyone around. The men stayed on the stakeout until it was too dark to see through their binoculars, and they pulled the stake.
Didn't see a thing, eh?
No. Looks like we're up a blind alley until the kidnappers make the next move.
Yes, it does look that way. We've done all we possibly can. And look at these papers. Howling for action from the police. As though we haven't been doing anything else but acting for the last 24 hours.
Well, I know. Haven't been to bed yet.
Well, most of the other boys. If I could only get my hands on the rat that snatched that harmless, frail little woman, I'd ring. Detective Bureau. Chief Taylor speaking. Yeah. What? All right. We'll be right out.
What's that, Chief?
That was Steele. Mrs. Steele just came home. Come on, Ed. We're going to get someplace now.
Exhausted and upset as she is, Mrs. Steele pluckily recites the story of her experiences at the hands of the kidnappers to an interested audience of detectives.
And when I screamed, he put his hand over my mouth and shut off my breath. I'd almost gotten the door open. Then the woman stopped the car, and they tied a cloth over my eyes so I couldn't see. I fought them until my strength was exhausted.
Is that where you got your face scratched, Mrs. Steele?
Yes. And that's the only time they were rough with me. They told me that if I didn't cry out or make trouble, that they wouldn't harm me. So I agreed. We sort of made a bargain.
Could you describe the man and woman who kidnapped you?
Well, I didn't get a very good look at the girl, but the man was stockily built. He was of medium height, shorter than Mr. Steele, and he had a ruddy complexion. He really was a nice young man, and he treated me very well.
What, Mrs. Steele?
Well, I told him I wouldn't double-cross him. But I feel somehow that in telling you gentlemen about him, that perhaps I'm doing just that.
You can't double-cross a criminal, ma'am.
You owe this man nothing. It's your duty to help us put him in the penitentiary if possible.
Well, if what I can tell you will do any good in saving other innocent people from such an experience, I guess then it is for the best.
Of course it is, Mrs. Steele.
Tell us, Mrs. Steele, did they feed you at all while you were in the house?
Oh, yes. This morning I had some coffee and prunes for breakfast, and this afternoon they gave me a bowl of tomato soup. They wanted me to eat more, but I wasn't hungry. I was so excited.
No, naturally. You haven't told us how you managed to get away.
Oh, well, that was very strange. This afternoon my guard announced that he would take me home tonight. And so we left that house about 7 o'clock, and he drove me within 2 blocks of my own house. I walked home from there. Oh, yes, and then he told me that he needed money badly, and that I should try to raise $5,000 for him. He said he'd call in a few days and say that it was Mr. Smith, so I'd know who was calling.
That's a strange way of raising money.
They must be amateurs, Chief.
That's my opinion. No, Mrs. Steele.
Oh, please, if you don't mind. I'm very tired. Perhaps tomorrow I can remember some more details.
Yes, of course, Mrs. Steele. Please forgive us for keeping you so long tonight after all you've been through. Further questioning of Mrs. Steele the next day brings to light a little information regarding the layout of the house in which she was held captive. Although blindfolded, she remembers the position of the bed and other furniture in the room where she was detained. She recalls hearing children playing outside, the chiming of a clock, the purr of passing traffic, a distant train. But such clues are all too meager. Telephone messages regarding persons whose actions might be suspicious flood the Detective Bureau, and Chief Taylor's staff is kept busy running them down. Then, late in the day, an important piece of information comes to them. Very well, ma'am. We'll have a man right out there. Yes. Thank you for calling.
Beg pardon, Chief, but there's a young lady outside who's got a story I think you'd better hear.
What's it about?
Kidnapping.
Come to room.
Yes, sir. Will you step this way, please? Miss Smith, this is Chief Taylor.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do, Miss Smith? Won't you please be seated?
Oh, thank you.
Now, what can we do for you?
Well, I guess I should have reported it before this, but a man and a woman tried to kidnap me.
When was it?
Now, let me see. It was on January 27th.
I see. You mind telling us just how it happened?
Well, on the evening of the 27th, a man telephoned and said he was Mr. Johnson, one of my father's parishioners. Father's a minister, you know.
I see.
And this man said that one of Daddy's church classes was planning a surprise party for Daddy. He wanted me to accompany him and his wife to the home of one of the church members and help plan the party.
Yes?
Well, I said I'd be glad to, and a while later he called for me. His wife was in the car. He introduced himself and his wife, and then just as I was getting into the car, well, it sounds kind of funny to say it now, but I noticed that his mustache was false and that it was slipping. So I pulled away from him and I ran back onto the porch, and the car drove away just as fast.
Well, what does this man look like?
Well, I really didn't get a very good look at him except to notice the mustache because...
Sounds like the same couple, Romero. And that would explain the ransom note which originally read, daughter.
That's right.
If this gang is that set on kidnapping, it won't be long before we have another mystery on our hands. We've just got to get them, that's all. Detective Bureau. Chief Taylor speaking. Yes? What's that number? Wait a minute. Wait till I write that down. All right. We'll look into that. Thank you. It was a mail carrier. He suggested a house at this number on Montecito Drive might bear watching. Here's the number, Romero. You better hop out there and take a look at it.
Yes, sir.
Now, Miss Smith, if you kindly answer a few more questions regarding this attempted kidnapping, why...
Well, this is Montecito Drive. What block is that on, Copytech?
The 1100 block. Hey, whoa, that was it. We just passed it. Pull up here.
Ed, look. Montecito Drive winds up the hill. See, it switches back above us.
Yeah.
Don't you see right up there above us? That's the place where the ransom plant was.
Say, so it is.
Well, the end of that cord comes within 50 yards of the back of that house.
For the first time, Romero, we're getting warm.
Let's get up there on that porch and see if we can do business.
Keep ringing. I can see somebody moving around inside.
What do you want?
We're investigating a kidnapping case.
I don't know anything about a kidnapping case.
Just a minute, if you don't mind. We'd like to come in and talk with you.
Well, all right. It won't do you any good, but you can come in.
Now, what's your name?
Georgia Price,
Age?
28.
How long have you lived here?
2 months.
And before that?
And Long Beach.
Can you give us the names of some Long Beach people who are acquainted with you?
What for?
So we can complete our report, Miss Hammer.
What's that?
I said Miss Hammer.
I told you my name is Price.
You live here alone?
Yes.
Well, then why is there mail here addressed to the Well of Pearl Hammer?
Why, I...
Never mind. Copytech, do you smell something familiar? Like, say, pipe tobacco smoke?
Yeah, I believe I do.
All right, come out of there, you.
What's your name? Howard. W.D. Howard. You shouldn't smoke your pipe while your girlfriend here is entertaining the police.
You take a lot for granted.
Maybe.
You leave that purse alone.
Why? Oh, so you don't know anything about a kidnapping, huh? Well, how does it happen that you have Mrs. Mary Skeel's name, address, and telephone number written down here in your purse? And then right above it, Miss Isabel Smith. Now, you didn't do so good on that little job either, did you? Too bad your boyfriend here let his mustache slip.
Quiet, you. The less talking you do now, the better for you.
And here's a phone bill for a house on Buckeye Street in Pasadena. Made out to you. What's the meaning of that?
My mother used to own that house. I haven't been there for several months.
Still, the bill is dated January the 10th, 1935. Come on, get on your hats and coats. You're going to the police station. The house on Buckeye Street revealed damning evidence. The prune pits from Mrs. Keel's breakfast and the soup can from her lunch were found there. The typewriter, which was proved to have written the ransom note, was discovered in a trunk. Mrs. Keel, taken to the house and blindfolded, recognized the room where she was held captive by touching the furniture. Bit by bit, the case was built by the clever detective work of Chief Taylor's men. Howard arrogantly maintained his innocence until he was faced with his police record under his real name of E.M. Van Dorn, which showed he had served a term in San Quentin for forgery. Then he broke down and admitted his guilt, but pled for the freedom of Miss Hammer. The girl, faced with the confession of Van Dorn, alias Howard, also confessed. Later, at her trial, she pled insanity and attempted to back her plea by feigning madness in the courtroom. But the jury was unimpressed and found her guilty of kidnapping. Van Dorn pled guilty, and both of the culprits were sentenced to from 10 years to life. Van Dorn at San Quentin, Miss Hammer at the new prison for women at Tehachapi.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Hundreds of letters are received every day by the Rio Grande Oil Company from boys and girls who want to join Rio Grande's Junior Police Department. To these young people, Rio Grande has distributed several hundred thousand police badges, Sam Brown uniform belts and pistols, handcuffs, detective microscopes, and fingerprint outfits. 15 free gifts in all. Get the latest copy of the Calling All Cars News. It's free wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold, and read all about the Rio Grande Junior Police Department. And while you're in the Rio Grande station, check your oil. If you're due for a drain, we ask you to try Sinclair motor oil. The oil in Sinclair tamper-proof cans is millions of years old, yet it's the finest oil on the market, refined to meet the needs of the new high-compression motors. You'll find your motor is quieter with Sinclair motor oil, and your car runs smoother, faster, because all wax and useless petroleum jelly is removed to leave only pure oil that lasts longer and never fails to give perfect lubrication. Rio Grande guarantees you'll be satisfied with Sinclair, Pennsylvania, or Sinclair Opaline motor oil.
Calling all cars, attention all cars.
cancellation broadcast news regarding the kidnapping. Speculative case now in custody. That's all. Rose first. Frederick Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Hello, I'm Mr. Delicious, the new spokesman for Rack's Restaurants. My job? To encourage you to enjoy tasty, affordable meals in a more mature dining environment. I know what you're thinking. He's a cartoon. And cartoons are mostly for people who wet their pants. But not Mr. D. He's a special cartoon for adults. And Mr. Delicious always carries this briefcase. Contents? Watch for me and visit Rack's. Tickety-dee.
Konnichiwa, konnichiwa, Super Famicom. Konnichiwa, Mario Demanda. Konnichiwa, konnichiwa, Mario no Kuni kana. お尻に火がつく面白さスーパーマリオブラザーズ4スーパーファミコンでついに登場
As soon as I learned to type Amazon.com, I could get my way to about 2,500,000 books. That was remarkably easy.
I can look up such as Mediterranean cooking, and I find 57 books on the subject.
Amazon.com gives such great discounts that even with the shipping, you come out ahead. I like not standing in line. Instead of standing in line, I just sit here and punch one button, and my book's on the way.
I found a whole range of books from fiction to nonfiction on contemporary American politics and just had an absolutely great time.
The information superhighway. The information Newcom. Nice of you to join us.
Start your day with Lycos.com. Your home base for everything from fast searches to one-stop shopping. And get whatever it is in the world you want from the World Wide Web. Lycos, go get it.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Well, we're at that, Rosie.
Good. Let's knock one clear over the fence.
Ooh, whoopee. That's the spirit.
Well, I'll be swacked and pickled in moonshine. You ain't such an ornery cuss.
Well, I'll be piped and peddled for coal. All you ain't such a gloomy old Gus.
Well, I don't want to give you no ideas, but you might not make a bad wife. Cooking grub and tinning up dieties.
Hold on, Grandpa, not on your life. Them what treats me girly has to find out early. In my mama's litter, I'm the independent critter. I likes to do what takes my fancy. What takes my fancy, I likes to do. And when it comes to things romancy, what takes my fancy ain't the likes of you. I likes to do what takes my fancy. What takes my fancy?
Well, that ain't no crime. That there's what keeps me young and prancy. What takes my fancy, I do all the time.
Well, bless my boots and paddle my breeches if you ain't the sociable type.
Oh, well, owls and suffering polecats if we ain't a similar stripe.
Don't let this unravel your undies. Sundays, but you might not make a bad groom. All cleaned up for company Sundays.
Now hold on, sis, you're sealing your doom. Here's a tip I'll give you, partnership I'll give you, but you ain't promoting me from my protective coating. I likes to do what takes my fancy. What takes my fancy, I likes to do. And when it comes to things romancy, what takes my fancy ain't the likes of you. I likes to do what takes my fancy. What takes my fancy,
I likes to do. And if it makes my pockets fatter, it doesn't matter who I do it to.
we likes to do what takes our fancy. What takes our fancy, that ain't no yarn. If folks objects to how we acts up, what gets their backs up ain't no skin off ours. We likes to do what takes our fancy. What takes our fancy, that ain't no crime. And if it keeps us young and prancy, what takes our fancy, we do all the summer,
winter,
spring or fall, the whole darn tootin' time.
You know, Bing, my throat's beginning to feel like the Sahara Desert at high noon.
Pipe's kind of hot and dry, huh?
Well, you haven't noticed any cool Sahara deserts around, have you?
Haven't seen a sign of one, not lately.
Well, I happen to have something cool right here in my picnic cooler. Some soft drinks in cans.
Well, you know, our sponsor, U.S. Steel, is going to be very glad to hear that.
Sponsor or no, I think canned soft drinks are just wonderful. They're simple to pack and light and easy to carry, and they save space in your picnic cooler, and they get cold fast, too.
And they cool you off fast, too.
Love the way cans seal in all the sparkle and zip, not to mention having no deposit and no returns.
Tell me something, Rosie, do you always carry that picnic cooler with you?
Well, you don't expect me to carry around canned soft drinks in my purse, do you?
I'll say one thing for carrying around a picnic cooler full of canned soft drinks.
What's that?
Well, it makes a lot more sense than carrying a refrigerator.
A cottage small is all I'm after, not one that's spacious and wide. A house that rings with joy and laughter, and the ones you love inside. I don't believe in fretting or grieving, why mess around with strife? I never was cut out to step and strut out. Give me the simple life. Some find it pleasant, dining on pheasants. Those things roll off of my knife. Just serve me tomatoes and mashed potatoes. Give me the simple life. Yes, a cottage small is all I'm after, not one that's spacious and wide. A house that rings with joy and laughter, and the ones you love inside. Some like the high road, I like the low road, free from the care and strife. Sounds corny and seedy, but yes, indeedy, give me the simple life. And living, I find, is best when your mind is keen as a carving knife. I'm crazy about sleep, can't do without sleep. Give me the simple life. I love to whittle and play a little tune on a 10-cent fife. Give me the simple life. I greet the dawn when I awaken, The sky is clear up above. I like my scrambled eggs and bacon served by someone that I love. Some like the high road, I like the low road, free from the care and strife. Sounds corny and seedy, but yes, indeed, give me the simple life.
Hold it just a mo here, friends, for a few pertinent points from Wrigley's.
When you're in your favorite store, get the gum worth looking for. Enjoy America's favorite brand, the biggest little treat in all the land.
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley's. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You'll say Wrigley's is great to chew.
Friends, when you're in your favorite store, get the biggest little treat in all the land, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley Spearmint, look for the spear on the package. You see, anyone can use the word spearmint, but only Wrigley's can use the spear on the package. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it's the Wrigley trademark, and it's your assurance of real chewing enjoyment. So remember,
get the package with the spear, and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Bing, could we interest you in some mic time at this time?
Oh, you sure could. I'm glad to take over, Ken.
Once on a treetop tall, a little bird sang out the sweetest song I ever heard. Chee-chee-oh-chee, it sang to me so merrily. Chee-chee-oh-chee, the little birdie on the tree. Life's such a lovely thing, it seemed to say. If you will only sing your cares away. Chee-chee-oh-chee, so merrily it went along. Chee-chee-oh-chee, so happily his little song. And so I sing. Chee-chee-oh-chee, this happy, happy little thing. If you feel blue, sing chee-chee-oh-chee, and you can be as happy too. And so I sing chee-chee-oh-chee, this happy, happy little thing. If you feel blue, sing chee-chee-oh-chee, and you can be as happy too.
Friends, this is a nation, you know, of people with automobiles, and I've got news, wonderful news, for everyone who has an automobile.
What's going to happen? Is there going to be a moratorium on car payments, something like that?
Dreamer. No, but what I'm going to tell the folks is how to get 38 miles on a gallon of gas.
38 miles on a gallon of gas.
What is it, one of those little gas pills that they've been talking about ever since they've had cars? Stretch your gas pills?
No, this isn't one of those fabled miracle pills.
What is it, Bing?
Can I start at the beginning?
Please do.
Oh, commence. Well, a fellow in Detroit just recently was getting 38 miles to a gallon of gas in his car.
In a regular automobile?
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing special about this car?
No, regular, standard car, but I understand the man who had the car was really amazed. He thought he had some kind of an experimental special engine. He didn't know this when he bought the car, but he soon knew there was some miracle taking place.
Well, I would think so, too. How could he get 38 miles to a gallon?
Well, in this fashion. You see, he checked his mileage each time he bought the gas, but what he didn't know was that his wife was also putting gas in the car.
Wow, she told him, huh?
Yeah, she confessed the duplication.
Oh, that's a great one, isn't it? This guy didn't know his wife was buying gas also. He thought his car was just exceptional.
He thought it was sensational. He thought he held the world's record. He figured he had the greatest automobile in existence.
All the while, it was just this extra gas that gave his car that wonderful mileage.
38 miles to the gallon.
Is that a gasser?
Yeah.
Women are so helpful, aren't they?
Well, she was only doing what she was supposed to do.
Yeah, but still, it's funny. So remember, men, if you wish to get 38 miles to a gallon, get your wife a gasoline credit card. You're not going to save any money, but you'll be thrilled and excited.
The trick is not to tell.
Never, not a word. Let your husband think his car's a super duper.
A segue now to song.
In my merry Oldsmobile.
When you are near, the breezes sigh. Time for love, time for love. The stars write words across the sky. Time for love, time for love. Let's follow where our hearts may lead. The night will show us how. Come close to me, and you will see the time for love is now.
There's a little music time left. Would you care to fill the gap?
Rosie, not only will I fill the gap, I will close the gap, inasmuch as this is the last tune of the day.
I knew you'd come through.
'Twas on the Isle of Capri that I found her, beneath the shade of an old walnut tree. Oh, I can still see the flowers blooming round her, where we met on the Isle of Capri. She was as sweet as the rose at the dawning, but somehow fate hadn't meant her for me. And though I sailed with the tide in the morning, still my heart's on the Isle of Capri. Summertime was nearly over, blue Italian sky above. I said, lady, I'm a rover, can you spare a sweet word of love? She whispered softly, it's best not to linger. And then as I kissed her hand, I could see she wore a plain golden ring on her finger. 'twas goodbye on the Isle of Capri. Summertime was nearly over, blue Italian sky above. I said, lady, I'm a rover, can you spare a sweet word of love? She whispered softly, it's best not to linger. And then as I kissed her hand, I could see she wore a plain golden ring on her finger. 'Twas goodbye on the Isle of Capri.
Doesn't seem to be any way out of it, folks. We're through for today. But it's been pleasant. Now tomorrow, huh?
See you then.
Big oaks from little acorns grow, and big forest fires grow from little sparks. So don't take a chance in destroying the oaks and other valuable trees by being careless with fire in or near a wooded area. Never leave lighted cigarette stubs or smoldering campfires. And when driving, use your car ashtray.
Hello there. I'm Mr. Delicious. Did you know the value menu at Rack's features lots of adult-sized delectables for only 99 cents? That's right, and that's fortunate. You see, Mr. Delicious is, well, a little overextended. Perhaps the Rack's executives aren't paying him enough to compromise his integrity. On the other hand, you can't eat integrity, but you certainly can eat a hearty roast beef sandwich for 99 cents. Tickety-dee.
No, Roger, I can't leave Ethel on such short notice to play cards.
Roger? Who's Roger?
I think I'll go out for a magazine.
You're gonna go out for that? Cosmo.com has magazine. Freddie?
I think I'll go get a video and some chocolate ice cream.
You're gonna go out for that? Cosmo.com has videos and ice cream. KOZMO.com. They'll be right over. Honey, go meet Roger.
Used to be, you either had a blue-collar job or a white-collar job. But nowadays, some of the highest-paying jobs don't require a collar at all. The IT revolution will create over 1 million new jobs in the next year, and Tech Skills can help you get one. Everything they do is geared towards getting you certified. Their training is fast, it's flexible, and it assures your success. You'll receive unparalleled quality and unequaled value. So cash in on today's new economy and improve your future. Call 1-800-NEW-SKILLS for the Tech Skills Learning Center near you.
My city now is a wonderland of sound, where Jefferson Airplane takes off on the hour. Tom Petty is there, Alice, In Chains, and the in-flight meal is always fishbone. And just when you think things are really getting out of whack, you look out, and there you are, your own private sound garden.
CD Now is music your way, with more albums than any other music store, online or off. And now get up to 30% off store-wide, plus free shipping.
What's your CD Now like?
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Lever Brothers, makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the Screen Star's own beauty soap, spray, and other fine products, bring you the Bob Hope Show. It's the Bob Hope Show with Doris Day, Jack Kirkwood, Irene Ryan, yours truly, High Everback, Les Brown and his band of renown, our special guest, Bing Crosby. And here he is, the mascot of the Cleveland Indians, the great white nose, Bob Hope.
Thank you, Indians. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob back in Hollywood on the first day of Spring Hope, telling you all that at long last, spring is here, the romantic season we all hold dear, when a young man's fancy turns to what Alvin Barkley's been thinking about all year. Yes, sir, it's great to be back in Los Angeles. Mayor Barn was at the airport to greet me. He gave me the airwick to the city. And Paramount had a bunch of big shots waiting for my plane, but they all missed. When I arrived back, I heard 3 bands playing and saw 15 giant searchlights. I said, in my honor, a guy said, no, they just opened a salami counter in the Rexall drugstore. I've been playing in vaudeville the last 3 weeks, and the audiences were wonderful. I won't say how they received me, but after the first show, I took out insurance with Prudential. After the second show, Prudential took out insurance with Metropolitan. But I don't mind traveling. I've done a lot of flying. I don't think there's a seat on United Airlines I haven't been under. When we took off from New York, the stewardess belted me into my seat. I still don't know what it was that I said to her. But it was a great trip. That sort of sneaks up on you, doesn't it? Then you hate yourself for staying there. We had a wonderful trip. Les Brown's boys really love to fly. You should have seen him arriving at the airport and climbing to 15,000 feet. And Les calling him back to wait for the plane. You know, when you... Thank you. I think I'll work this way for a while. You know, when you travel with a band, you find out what a great union the musicians have. Instead of an airline hostess, we had Petrillo in a tight skirt. Les Brown is looking for a new tuba player. The old one was used to traveling by bus and got out to stretch his legs over Syracuse. And we almost lost Eddie, the sax player, over Ohio. A flying saucer went by, and he leaned out of the window and tried to drink out of it. It was so smoky inside the plane, an eagle flew along for 300 miles looking in a window. He thought it was television. He wanted an introduction to Frankie Lane's Wild Goose. It was a real great trip, and the band treated me like I was one of them. They even let me play a game with them on the plane, blind man's bluff with the door open. You know, the Cleveland Indians are here in the audience tonight to see the show, and we certainly want to welcome them. It's nice to see you, boys. You know, the boys are in town for spring training. That means no drinking, no smoking, and no girls. Look at their condition. Digger Odell's been following them with a basket for 3 days. The Indians are a wealthy team, you know. They don't lay off during the winter. They run around the country yelling, Pontiac, fine car. But the boys look good to me. These boys have taken off so much weight in spring training. Yesterday, Boudreaux slid into third, and his uniform was just rounding second. But I love baseball. Where else could you find 18 men running around on the diamond except in Ali Khan's house? I think they'll have a big season. And this year I had a plan where Cleveland couldn't lose a single ball game. But Happy Chandler said I couldn't take a gun into the bleachers. Thank you very much.
You know, Hi, I think dress-up parties are so much fun.
Well, Doris, a man always thinks formal dress is too much trouble, but then it is nice to see the ladies looking their prettiest.
You should have been at the party I went to the other night. So many lovely gowns. Most of them off the shoulder.
Well, as an interested bystander, Doris, I'm for that.
Women are dressing up more now for dinner, theater, and dancing. So a girl should be extra grateful for the beauty care that keeps arms and shoulders looking soft and smooth.
By that, you mean the soap-lovely screen stars like yourself depend on.
Of course. I'm thinking of that new bath-size Lux toilet soap. A Lux soap beauty bath always helps you look and feel your best for a gala evening. The rich, creamy lather leaves skin beautifully fresh. Perfume, too, with a delicate fragrance.
Well, that new bath-size cake pleases lovely women everywhere. It makes a wonderfully relaxing, refreshing bath. No wonder it's such a hit in Hollywood.
It makes you sure of all-over Lux loveliness, that's why. Leaves arms and shoulders feeling smooth as velvet. There's nothing like a Lux soap bath for a quick beauty pickup.
Busy women will welcome that tip from you, Doris. Just let me add that the new bath-size Lux toilet soap is being featured at your store now. So if you haven't already tried this new, longer-lasting bath cake, put it on your shopping list. Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap.
Dearie, do you remember when we stayed up all night to get Pittsburgh on a crystal set?
Keystone movies, Coogan and Chaplin made you laugh and then cry.
Test my memory, my dearie. Do you recall when Gilda Gray did the shimmy shake?
And that was the start of the Frisco Quake.
Dearie, life was cheery in the good old days gone by.
Do you remember?
If you remember,
well, dearie, you're much older than I.
Pa, this is our 50th wedding anniversary. How are you feeling?
Oh, I don't know, Ma. I can't kick.
Well, why not?
At my age, my leg's liable to fall off.
Well, you ain't as pert as you were back around 1910.
You're right, Ma. Back in them days, I was a high flyer.
Eh?
I said I was a high flyer.
Yeah. But about 5 years ago, one of your motors conked out.
Oh, don't forget, I've been bucking a headwind.
Oh, golly Moses, Pa. I never thought I'd wind up marrying you.
Yeah, it sure was a long time ago. Dearie, do you remember when most gents owned the Paris spats, wing collars and derby hats? Well, I'm all set for meeting a cutie. One of them ought to come by this corner any minute. I think I'll take off my chicken inspector badge and put on that new one. It says, squeeze me, kid, I'm a lemon. No, maybe I better wear the other one. It's jazzier. It says, they call me Kid Pepper. You can't shake me. Better than fitting you for stuff. There comes a little cutie now. Hi there, chicken. Where'd you get those goo eyes?
Well, aren't you the fresh one? But where have you been all my life?
Where have I been? I'm like the fat lady who took off her girdle. I've been all over the place.
Yeah. You're too much of a dandy for me. Skip the gutter, kid.
Wait a minute. Come back, dag nabbit. I sure wish I knew what was wrong with me and the girls. What I need is somebody to talk to who could give me some advice.
Excuse me, boy. My name's Beatrice Fairfax.
What do you want?
I noticed that chickens give you the go-by, and I'm going to help you. I'm selling a perfume here that really gets the dames.
Is it powerful?
Powerful. You've heard of one called Conflict, and then there's one named Surrender, another one called I Give In.
Yes.
This one's called Hello, Operator, Get the Police.
Will it attract women to me?
Like a bear's attracted to honey. I use it myself.
Well, did you get lots of girls?
No, but I met a beautiful grizzly. Put that in your pocket, boy. That'll be $1. You got any more money?
Yep.
Then here's something else you'll need. It's a book called What Every Young Man Should Know.
What Every Young Man Should Know?
Yeah, that'll be $1.50. And here's another book you ought to have. It's called What Every Young Girl Should Know.
Well, why do I need that?
If you're going to ask the questions, you ought to know the answers.
Well, hiya, Dory. Here I am again.
Say, you're dressed pretty snappy. What's that hanging down from your straw hat?
A string, so I won't lose it. And I got another string running down my sleeves to my mittens, and another string running down my pant legs to my shoes.
Gee, it must make you feel like a jumping jack.
Yeah, yesterday I tipped my hat to a lady and shinnied up a telephone pole.
Well, Robert, you might as well come in.
We going to get cuddly tonight, or is your mother home?
She's here, but I don't think she'll bother us.
Doris? Who's that just came in the front door?
It's Robert.
Did he bring his bicycle in the front room?
didn't bring his bicycle in the front room.
Hurry up, Dory. Give me a kiss before she comes in.
He did, too. I can hear one of the tires leaking. I better come in and see what you're up to.
Oh, Mother.
Well, I want to talk to Robert. Now, see here, young man. You've been sparking with my daughter for 2 years.
Well, what about it?
Well, your prospects aren't any too good. Doris could be going with a banker, and she knows an architect who just built a big, expensive building. What kind of a job is it that you've got? In a bakery draining jelly out of yesterday's donuts.
I also fan the hot bread. And I give loyalty tests of the Russian rye. Yes. Well, look. I don't have much time to spend with Dory, and I just...
Well, don't you fret about me, Robert. I've decided that you're a boy who can be trusted. So tonight I'm going to let you sit on the couch with the lights turned down real low.
Gee, that's swell. Do you mean it honest?
Yes, and if you behave yourself, tomorrow night I'll let Doris stay in the room with you.
When we waltzed to the Susie band, my, wasn't the music grand.
Chowder parties down by the seashore every 4th of July. Robert, this is the last time I'm coming to Coney Island with you. You've just been sitting here on the beach ogling all the girls in bathing suits.
I have not.
You have, too. All afternoon your eyeballs have been going in and out with the tide.
Boy, these 1914 bathing suits are pretty saucy.
Well, men's suits are, too. Look how daring yours is. The sleeves only come down to your elbows. And I can see right through those buttonholes in your leather leggings.
Well, it's pretty handy in the water. The back end opens up into a lobster trap. Talk. Well, you gotta admit you're gonna marry a he-man. How do you like the hair on my chest?
Oh, gee, it's swell.
I would have had more than one, but I ran out of Vigoro.
Oh, gee, it's wonderful being married, Robert, and I'm so happy for our anniversary you gave me this Model T Ford.
Yeah. Wait till I slip into my raccoon coat, my beaver tail with a hat, and we'll take a joyride over to the dance. First, it'll have to be cranked. Didn't work that time. Have to try it again. Well, I guess it needs more cranking.
Now, Robert, don't you get all tired out for the dance.
Now, don't worry about me. Just keep cranking. Sure is some bus, huh? Never did get the flivver started that night, did we? Come here, you little rascal. Give me a kiss.
Oh, now, don't you be kittenish, Pa. It's getting so it isn't any fun to kiss you anymore.
It ain't?
No. The last time the clothespin fell off and your pucker collapsed.
You ain't sorry you married me, Ma, are you?
No, Robert. I've been happy every minute of the time. It's just been one long honeymoon. I was just thinking the other day. Here you are, 78 years old, but you've got the zip and the pep of an 18-year-old boy.
Yes.
You've got the pep of an 18-year-old boy?
Yes, why?
I'm a scout for the Cleveland Indians.
Remember, if you remember, well, dearie, you're much older than I. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest tonight needs no introduction. When you hear his theme song, you'll all know who he is. Theme song, please. Here he is, Bing Crosby.
night is like a lovely tune. Beware, my foolish heart, how white the ever-constant moon. Take care, my foolish heart. There's a line between love and fascination that's hard to see on an evening such as this. For they both give the very same sensation when you're lost in the magic of a kiss. Her lips are much too close to mine. Beware, my foolish heart. But should our eager lips combine, then let the fire start. For this time it isn't fascination or a dream that'll fade and fall apart. It's love. This time it's love, my foolish heart.
That was My Foolish Heart, sung by the sound effects man on the Gary Crosby Show.
What's this? I haven't seen you lately, Robert. How come you haven't been out to the house? Hmm?
Oh, I've been on tour. But tell me, how are things over at Boys Town?
Say, now that you mention it, I do recall reading about you at the New York Paramount. They tell me that you cut, mowed, and stacked all the happy green stuff on Broadway.
Oh, don't knock my racket, kid. I have to work for a living. My family doesn't support me.
I must tell you, Hydrogen Head, I read about you breaking all those records. I'll tell him when he comes. All those records you broke at the New York Paramount. You were a smash. You must come back loaded with loot. How much have we got?
I'm empty. After taxes, I didn't even have enough left to pay my bill at the Waldorf Astoria.
You did? Well, what did you do?
I'm going to have to work it off.
You mean?
Yes, you're looking at the head flower girl for Elizabeth Taylor's wedding.
I want to be the page boy. Carry the train.
You must have had a pretty rough time on March 15th yourself, Gramps. Tell me, how'd you feel when you saw your income tax bill?
I felt like President Truman when that boat started rocking. Tell me something, No Flaccid. Where did you...
Flaccid, I'll be back. I want to look that up.
Don't go away. Come back here. Tell me, where did you assemble all the energy, The energy enough to do to 6 shows a day for 2 weeks, and then you fly around the country doing one-night stands after that.
Well, after all, some of us are not quite as old as some others I could mention, who are much older than some of us, aren't you? You're falling apart, Dad. You're going to pot. Just look at that stomach. What do? Buy him by the carton?
Well, since you've turned the conversation physique-wise, there's something about yours that puzzles me.
What is it?
Are those your hips, or are you carrying a lovely bunch of coconuts? What a production you have.
You're getting ready for the Palladium. Should we stop these Chiron capers? You know, you're pretty frisky tonight, Dad.
I'm gay tonight.
What happened? Did you stop off at Thrifty's for a double Lydia Pinkham?
Only one to a customer.
2 straws. Anything exciting happened while I was away?
Exciting? Well, my new picture just came out.
I know, I saw it, and there's one thing I'm curious about.
What's that?
Wasn't that an unusual name they gave you, Francis?
Now, see here, Sagmop. Francis is that picture about the talking mule.
Oh, I'm sorry. The ears fooled me. I apologize. I apologize to Francis.
Actually, friend, I haven't been around Paramount too much myself lately. After I finished Riding High, which incidentally has its world premiere April 1st at Front Royal, Virginia.
Take your time. We're not going there.
Well, right after I finished that picture, Doc Stevens hit me with that shiver here, you know.
He did, really?
Say, incidentally, it was very nice of you to pay me the visit in the hospital. I appreciate it.
We had laughs that day, didn't we?
I'll never forget it if I live to be 100.
Again. But really... I'm glad your operation went okay and they got through your money belt, Dad. I really am. 7 layers, you know. Still has the big bills. Go ahead.
Everything was fine. It was just fine. Of course, I did have a bit of trouble when they first wheeled me into the hospital.
What do you mean?
Well, the nurses saw the name Crosby and automatically they rushed me to the maternity ward.
Well, I'll never forget that afternoon I came to visit you. Oh, pardon me, nurse. My name is Bob Hope.
Oh, yes. Plastic surgery is right down the hall.
What do you mean, too late? Stop pushing me, nurse. Stop pushing. I'm here on a visit. I'd like to see Bing Crosby.
Crosby? What does he look like?
Well, he's got a light complexion, blue eyes.
What color is his hair?
Skin. I'm sure you know him. He's the crooner.
You'll find him in room 17. It's down the hall.
Oh, thanks. Here's Bing's room. I'll go right in.
9,781, 9,782.
Bing, put away your wallet. Playtime is over. You've got a visitor. Boy, did I have a tough time finding you. You had an appendectomy, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, what are you doing here in the tonsil ward?
Well, it's very simple. I had my appendix transcribed for release at a more convenient place.
That's my boy. Put his honeymoon on tape so it wouldn't interfere with the fishing season. Bing, I'd never believe you just had an operation. You look like $1 million.
Who showed you the bill?
Well, you look great, boy. Tell me, what did you do with your appendix?
Well, you know, Everett had his appendix taken out at the same time.
What does that mean?
Well, now you know what you're going to get next Christmas.
You mean...
Yeah, bookend.
With a fringe on?
Yeah. But you brought me a gift, Robert. You shouldn't have brought me this. Why did you
Bing,
do it?
I had to. After all, you're not
and
sick
such
very
a
often.
big package, too.
Wheel it in.
Oh, I can't wait to open this. I'm going to unwrap it right now. You sound like Burl.
Yeah. You sound like Burl's mother. Wheel it in. Where's it? Bring in my package for him. You're going to unwrap it right now.
Yeah.
Right in
all
front
right,
of you.
I am.
All right.
Oh, well, just what I needed, a new golf tee.
Well, don't look so disappointed. It's not just an ordinary tee. It's the one they stand Mickey Rooney on during his love scene. Say, you don't look too comfortable, Flap. Can I do anything for you?
Oh, yeah. I wonder if you could help me sit up and crank up the bed, huh?
Oh, sure, then. There you are. Now I'll crank up the bed. Tell me, Bing, how was the operation?
Well, everything went fine until I needed a transfusion. Had a little trouble then because they could only find one guy in town with my type of blood.
Well, who was it?
Frank Sinatra.
Well, how did it work out?
Oh, it was murder. It was awful. When they hooked us up together, Frankie's veins sucked 2 quarts out of mine. I was the patient. He laid down, I got up and went home.
That must be solid acidophilus. Say, Bing, how about it? I've been here 5 minutes and you haven't shown me your operation yet. Come on, kid, unveil.
Now, look out. Look out.
Come on.
Now, look
I
out.
want to see it.
You're wrinkling my nightie.
Oh, come on.
Look out.
Hold still.
Come on.
Let me see there. Wow.
What's the matter?
Argyle stitches.
I didn't want to look like a tramp in my bare midriff bathing suit. But I want to thank you again for coming to see me, Bob. I only wish you'd told me you were going to be here.
Why?
It's simple, John. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake.
Baked a cake?
Baked a cake. Baked a cake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do, how'd you do, how'd you do? Had you dropped me a letter, I'd have hired a band, the grandest band that I could find in the land.
Had I dropped you a letter, you'd have hired a band.
Les Brown's band.
No kidding.
Just spread the welcome mat for you.
The Duke band, huh?
I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been.
Well, that's real nice.
Well, look, young man with a horn, I want to tell you it was nice of you to come to see me. And I want to thank you for that gift that you sent me before my operation.
Oh, it was nothing.
Well, what am I supposed to do with a pink satin bed jacket?
Well, my sister wore it, and she had a baby girl. I thought maybe to bring you the same luck.
If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked the cake, hired a band. Goodness sake, if I knew you were coming, I'd have baked the cake. How'd you do, how'd you do, how'd you do? How'd you do?
For the memory of this month that's set aside. Thanks to Bing Crosby, the Pittsburgh Pirates Musical Rookie of the Year. The year 1492. As usual, Lard, you batted 1,000% tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a thrilling week flying United Airlines style on the way back home from the New York Paramount. We did shows in Syracuse, Cincinnati, Owensboro, St. Louis, Kansas City, and Denver. With that wonderful DC-6. And, brother, what warm-hearted people and what cold-hearted weather. Believe me, I've never seen so much snow. We flew to Kansas City, but it was snowing so hard that our pilot couldn't find it with a Geiger counter. Mr. Ed Kiesig and Claire Jarvis and Sam Moore up there, so we landed in Olathe, Kansas, at the Navy field. And the Navy took care of us. Thanks to you folks in Olathe. Last night we did a show in beautiful Denver, and I really mean beautiful. And all that snow looked like an old-fashioned Christmas card. Tomorrow we'll be in Palm Springs, California for Circus Week. And the weather forecast is clear and sunny, the temperature in the 90s. What a gruesome thought. Thanks again for the privilege of meeting so many of you in person. Good luck to the Cleveland Indians, and good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, hello, Mr. D again. Our subject, Value Express combos at the Rax drive-thru. These tasty delights are priced in low, even dollar amounts, so there's no change. That's just grand, because Mr. Delicious just had some rather delicate surgery. If there's no change, he doesn't have to squirm so much to put it back in his pocket, now does he? He just grabs his combo and drives ever so slowly over the speed bump. Tickety-dee.
Okay, Joey, maybe it is time we get an apartment together.
Okay, www.rent.net.
First, you'll need to find us a nice big one-bedroom.
All right, spacious one-bedroom.
Oh, don't forget my shoes.
Right, more closets.
So, what do you think?
I think I just found a big one-bedroom with 3 closets and a deck.
Great, that was fast. Now, all you gotta do is tell my dad.
RentNet. Find it, see it, rent it. Part of the Move.com network.
At ebworld.com, you know you'll get the latest PC and video games at great prices as soon as they're available. We'll let you know which ones are cool and which ones are lame. Be the first to master the toughest new games.
Hello? No, I can't come in today. I have a really bad cold.
Yes! Always consult EB World first for great prices and expert advice. ebworld.com. We're inside your world. Find the monster on our homepage for a hot deal.
Go online at work or while working at home? Next time you're on the internet, go to the new Netscape.com. Faster searches, instant messaging, a customized start page. The new Netscape. Power and ease of use. It's free at Netscape.com.
Pentium 3 processor owners, we designed a website just for you. Intel's Web Outfitter Service. Everything you need for a great internet experience. Rock with your favorite bands for live concert webcasts. Share family adventures. Explore the tallest mountains in the world. Live your life on the web to the fullest. Intel's Web Outfitter Service. Get it now. Free at Intel.com.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Hard to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Dragnet, brought to you by Chesterfield. This is the best.
Chesterfield. And the time to change today.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned the burglary detail. You get a call to meet a fire inspector at a burned-out home. There's reason to believe the fire was started by a burglar. Your job, investigate. Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action. It was Wednesday, November 4th. It was cool in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of burglary detail. My partner is Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Bernard. My name's Friday. We were on our way out from the office, and it was 9:12 p.m. when we got to 2607 West 50th Street, the scene of the fire. No signs here. Guess the fire must have been in the back of the house, huh? Yeah, that's the way it looks. Hiya, Joe. All right, Tom. You know my partner, Frank, Inspector Strader from the fire department.
Sure. Hello, Frank. Been some time since we worked together, Joe.
Yeah, over a year, isn't it?
Yeah, about that.
Oh, what do you got for us this time, Inspector?
Easier to show you. Come on back.
All right.
Most of the damage is in the bedroom. Started in the closet.
Yeah.
Did burn through the next room, though. Little girl's bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are.
Yeah. Burned bad, huh?
Could have been a lot worse. Neighbor saw the flames through the window. Must have seen it right away. She called us, and the engine company got it out before the whole house was gutted.
Mm-hmm. Was the place locked when they got here?
Yeah. Had to break through the back door to gain entrance.
All right. Now, where do we fit in?
Well, we're pretty certain the fire was started deliberately.
Oh.
While I was checking, I noticed the window had been tampered with. Come here, I'll show you what I mean. See the lock?
Yeah. Yeah. Looks like it was forced, doesn't it? See here? Screws are pulled right out of the frame.
Yeah.
Glass is cracked, too. Yeah. Any chance your boys might have done this?
No, I checked that angle. The only place they tried is the back door.
Uh-huh. Was the window open when you first saw it, Tom?
Yeah, just like it is now. Raised about an inch.
Frank? Yeah. See these marks here on the sill? Uh-huh. Probably made when the window was forced, huh? Better get the lab out here, I guess. Yeah, I'll get it.
Phone to the front room near the table.
Thanks, Inspector. You been able to contact the owner, Tom?
Yeah, he was with his wife and little girl. Got here just about the time they had the fire out. Took her wife and kid over to her sister's place for the night.
Well, did he know if anything had been stolen?
Didn't ask before he left. He said he'd come back as soon as he could.
Well, you got any ideas?
Well, I'm sure the fire was set. Might be insurance. Maybe a pyromaniac. Thief trying to cover something.
Mr. Taft, this is my partner, Sergeant Friday.
I do, Sergeant.
Oh, yes, sir. And you met Inspector Strader.
Yes, sir. How are you? Hi. Got back as soon as I could. The wife and daughter pretty upset. We understand, Mr. Taft. She didn't think about it tonight, but she will tomorrow, and then I'll be in for it.
How's that, sir?
About the insurance.
What about the insurance?
Well, I don't have any. I can hear her now. She'll be up one side and down the other.
You don't have any fire insurance on the house at all, huh?
That's right. How about personal property? Mm-mm. No, the wife's been asking me to take some out. Maybe I would have, but she wanted me to get it from her brother-in-law. Maybe I would have, but you never saw such a one-way guy, always looking to feather his own nest. You know the kind.
Yeah.
Like I was painting the kid's room, you know. Think he'd give me a hand? You bet he didn't. So what happens? I got no insurance.
Mm-hmm. Now, Mr. Taft, we'd like you to do something for us if you would.
Sure thing, as long as it doesn't cost me. It's going to put me in the hole, but good. Yeah, what is it?
Would you check around and see if any personal items are missing here?
You mean stolen?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Well, you think someone broke in and stole something and set the fire?
No, we're not sure yet. We want you to help us.
Oh, boy, that's all I need. A fire with no insurance and robbed with no insurance. My wife's brother-in-law won't ever get off my back, and my wife.
Mm-hmm. Would you check for us, sir?
Yeah, sure thing.
Thank you.
Now, I want you in here to take some of my wife's jewelry. And what she had was in this here box.
Well, you wouldn't touch it, though.
What's that?
I'll open it if you don't mind.
Well, it's empty. Everything's gone.
Was it pretty expensive?
Well, it didn't cost much, if that's what you mean.
Uh-huh.
Mostly costume jewelry. Her watch was in here, though. She forgot it tonight. Went over to the Crenshaw district window shopping, and I remember her mentioning she left it here.
Do you think anything else is missing in here?
I don't think so, unless maybe my wife's clothes in the closet. And the way that looks, I don't guess you could tell much.
What do you think, Tom?
Well, I can give it a preliminary check while you're going through the rest of the house and let you know.
All right, fine. Want to check the rest of the place for us, Mr. Taft?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right.
Boy, what a night. If a guy wanted to steal something, he'd pick a place that had stuff worth lifting. Now, here's the kids' room. Oh, look at the mess in here. I just finished painting it last week.
Well.
Look at it. Dolls, books all burned. Poor little kid saw that tonight, just cried her eyes out. I don't know. The guy that did this must have had a head full of rocks.
Yeah.
Christmas ain't far off. I don't know how, but I'll see to it she gets dolls and books. Nice ones. Better than these were.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't anything in there he'd take. No, let's check the kitchen. Well, right off I can see he made us for the radio. Had a little portable on the shelf right over there. Wife likes to listen to those daytime programs while she's working.
Mm-hmm.
Something more to plan for Christmas.
Wonder if you have the serial number on the radio by any chance.
Never paid any attention to things like that. Anyway, I got a second hand. It wasn't worth much. It played good, though.
Mm-hmm. I'll take a good look. You notice anything else, Don?
Not right offhand. Say, fellas, how about a beer? Unless that's stolen, too.
No, thank you.
Well, that really does it.
What's that?
This ties it off good. He stole a ham.
What?
A ham weighed 12 pounds and saving it for Thanksgiving. That goes a big dinner my wife planned.
Well, I guess it's all right if you can laugh about it, huh?
I was just thinking, maybe I'll have the last laugh at my wife's brother.
What's that?
He was coming to dinner.
Further examination of the kitchen showed that about 20 cans of food had been taken. Angus Taft looked through the rest of the house, but he said he didn't think anything else was missing. Inspector Tom Strader said he was fairly sure there were no clothes in the closet when it burned. Men from the crime lab came out and took pictures of the window and also of the place of origin of the fire. A detail from Leighton Prince checked the house. Frank and I questioned people in the neighborhood, but none of them had seen or heard anyone around the Taft house before the fire started. Inspector Strader said he would notify our office of all similar house fires. The next night, we got a report from Leighton Prince. They said the prints they'd lifted from the Taft home belonged to members of the family. Ray Pinker sent word over from the crime lab that the marks on the windowsill had been made by a half-inch pry bar. On November 10th, we got another call from Inspector Strader, and we went out to 2725 West 49th Street. By 10:26 p.m., we had completed our inspection of the burned interior of the house, and we talked to the owner. That was pretty much like the last one. Looks like more damage this time, though.
Yeah, then there were 4 different fires started in this house.
Uh-huh. Same entry, bedroom window. Stolen articles just about the same, huh?
I don't get that part. How's that, Frank?
The stuff is stolen. Not much value to it. Costume jewelry, clothes, food, portable radio.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think anyone that goes out on a limb like this would try to make it worth his while. Nothing much we can check the usual sources for. One thing that might help us we don't have.
What's that, Joe?
Serial numbers. You know, if people could just give us the numbers on their radios, other stolen property, we'd have something definite to look for. I know it's a lot to ask, but if they could just do that. Inspector, what do you estimate the fire loss to be here?
$2,000.
Uh-huh.
I hope your crime lab or Leighton Prince can come up with a lead to give you fellows something concrete to work with.
We're with you there, Tom.
What do you think, Joe? Same person?
Well, it might be too early to say, but the fires are in the same neighborhood. Similar M.O. Chances are fair that it's the same one, yeah.
Uh-huh. Keeps up, somebody's liable to get hurt.
We haven't got too much to go on. Well, we got a place to start.
Huh?
We know he's got some matches. Frank and I questioned the neighbors, but we failed to get any useful information. Leighton Prince were unable to come up with anything. The crime lab reported the window had been forced by a 1/2-inch pry bar. Within the next 3 weeks, despite our efforts, 6 more fires and burglaries occurred. In each case, the same M.O. was used. We had sent teletypes to CII and all points requesting information on any person who had used the same M.O. The staff's office had made a run. Known arsonists were checked. Pawn shops and second-hand stores were notified, but we still had no definite lead as to the identity of the arsonist burglar. We started a pin map to see if a directional trend would develop. 8:57 p.m., Wednesday, December 2nd. We were checking the map with Sergeant Rex Olson.
Anything new, Joe?
Well, we've had a few burglaries further west, up in here, but no fires.
Mm-hmm. How about the M.O.?
Same. Bedroom window entry, same type article stolen. You know, this operator's really a wig. Take a look at this list of items that have been taken.
Mm-hmm. Dog food, baby clothes, golf balls, tennis balls, camping equipment, and a phonograph. That's quite an assortment.
Tennis balls were initialed, I think, by the owner. He said he could identify them. Details have been checking playgrounds for him.
Mm-hmm. I guess you pretty well covered every angle then.
Yeah, Rex. Yeah, extra men from Metro and the fire department have been on stakeouts in areas where fires have occurred. They've run down a lot of leads, but we haven't come up with anything to date.
How about Prince?
No, haven't been able to give us any positives.
Well, I guess his switching M.O. is something to be thankful for, then.
Yeah, but the guy is still out breathing the same air as we do.
Yeah. I know it bothers you, but you're doing your best. You can't ask for more.
Mm-hmm. You talk to some of these families that have been burned out, and you sure wish you could.
Yeah, I know how you feel.
The guy isn't satisfied setting one fire in the house. He set as many as 6 in one place. Look at those red pins.
Mm-hmm. I'll get it. Burglary, Olson. Uh-huh. Well, what's that address? 1904 West 50th Street. Right. Yeah, they're with me now. Yeah. Burglary, here's the address.
Right. Anything else?
Yeah, another red pen.
We drove out to the address on 50th Street. Like the other homes hit by the arsonist burglar, it was a small one-story house. Inspector Strader showed us where 5 fires had been started. The main damage was in the rear of the building. Entry had been made through a bedroom window. We called the crime lab and latent prints. The owner, a Mr. Quentin Bates, arrived and checked for missing property. 10:27 p.m. We came to the living room.
Well, right offhand, I'd say nothing was missing in here.
Walter, it's possible he just didn't take anything from this room.
Why do you say that, Sergeant?
Well, no fire was started in here. Now, we found in other homes the burglar usually starts a fire in a room where he takes something.
I see.
Mr. Bates.
Yeah?
This bottle of perfume that's missing, you said it was initials?
That's right. I gave it to my wife for her birthday. It was monogrammed LCB in gold letters. It wasn't real expensive.
Mm-hmm. LCB.
In fact, nothing that was taken was of too much value. Why should a person go to the trouble to break in a house to steal comic books? It doesn't make sense.
And now you said your daughter's name was written on the book.
Yeah, my wife always writes her name Carol on them. You know how kids trade them back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter takes after her mother, never wants to throw anything away. I've had over 100 comic books.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, there's a lot of junk I wish he had taken. And just left the house the way it was without starting the fires.
That's what we understand. Now about the coins that were taken.
Yeah.
This is the first time that any money has been stolen.
But what did he take? About $2 worth of coins. Not much to help you there, is there?
Yes, as it might be. They're American coins that can be spent. Now, the fact that they're old may give us a lead if somebody tries to spend them.
Mm-hmm. Kind of a long shot, isn't it?
Yes, sir, maybe. But this person hasn't given us much choice. Now, do you think you could give us the dates on the coins?
Well, I can't, but my wife may be able to. They belong to her. Like I told you, she never gets rid of anything.
Mm-hmm.
She got them from an aunt a couple, 3 weeks ago. I told her that since they were old, they might be worth more than just the regular value.
Yes, sir.
So she took them to some shop, you know, where they handle old money. The man there told her they weren't in demand, only worth a nickel, dime, whatever it was. I needed change for cigarettes one day, but she wouldn't give them to me. Anything old she hangs on to. Well, you can see the junk around here.
Mm-hmm. You think you can get those dates for us?
I'll try, but like I said, if the person that did this had just forgot about the fire part and carted off some of the other junk, he'd have been doing me a big favor.
Yes, sir, but they don't have that in mind.
What do you mean?
To help anybody. We got the description and the dates of the coins from Mrs. Bates. All officers were given the information. From our pin map, we figured our suspect might live near Cimarron Street and Vernon Avenue. We spent several days contacting all the businesses in that vicinity and gave each owner a complete description of the coins. We asked them to get the license number or address of any person that might pass them and to call us right away. In the meantime, Leighton Prince sent word from the window ledge at the home of the last burglary and fire that they had lifted several clean prints. 5 days went by. Monday, December 7th. A store owner called us regarding the coins. Frank and I drove out to the corner of Cimarron Street and 43rd Place, a small neighborhood variety store.
Honey, can I help you?
Police officers.
Are you all?
Yes, ma'am. We went to see you the other day.
Oh, well, just a moment till I get my glasses on. I was trying a new glass cleaner on them just before you came in. I don't see much without them anymore. There. Oh, sure, now I remember you. You came in about the old money.
Yes, ma'am, that's right. We got your call.
Well, it's a good thing I had my glasses on about an hour ago.
What do you mean, ma'am?
When I got those coins. Otherwise, maybe I wouldn't have noticed.
Then you took in some money answering the description we gave you, did you?
First customer this morning, I guess maybe that's why I took particular notice.
Mm-hmm.
I called the number on the card you gave me right away.
It was very cooperative of you, ma'am.
Only doing my duty as I see it. You men are trying to uphold the law, and as a citizen, I feel it's my job to help you. Any way I can.
Yes, ma'am. Now, what if we might see the coins?
Okie dokie, I'll get them for you.
Thank you.
When I saw that they were that old money, like you told me about, I didn't put them in the registry. Oh, no. I popped them into this jelly box I keep pins in, see?
Uh-huh.
Maybe I'd better dump them out on too.
All right, fine.
I didn't want you to stick your fingers. It's easy to get blood poisoning.
Mm-hmm. You got that list, Frank? Yes, thanks. Thank you. Here you
Are those the ones you're looking for?
Just a minute here. Let me check. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, how wonderful. Well, that gives me a real fine feeling, like I've done a good deed for the day.
Well, you have, ma'am. Now maybe you can help us even more and tell us about the person that gave you these.
Okie dokie. I can. But there's something I don't quite understand.
What's that, ma'am?
I thought you policemen are generally looking for real bad men.
No, not always.
Well, that's what seems wrong. The person I got these from couldn't be the one you want.
Why do you say that?
It was a little girl about 9 years old.
To a house about 3 blocks away. We gave her a receipt for the coins and drove over to 2216 West 43rd Place, the address she'd given us. Frank drove past the house slowly, and we saw a 1940 Plymouth sedan parked in the driveway. On the second trip, I got the license number of the vehicle. We called the office, and they sent out another team to stake out the place. We went back to the office and called DMV. They gave us the name Lyndon Granger as the legal owner. We checked the name through R&I and found that he had 5 arrests for burglary as a juvenile. We called Leighton Prince and asked them to check the fingerprints found at the house on 50th Street. 10:37 a.m.
When are they going to call?
As soon as they have time to check them thoroughly, I guess.
I was just thinking, Joe, what happens if Granger isn't our boy?
Well, I think it's kind of easy to figure, don't you?
Huh?
Sure. Find out where the girl got the coins.
Yeah, but I was thinking about that. You know what that could mean?
Mm-hmm.
More footwork. I'm telling you, Joe, I haven't put on so many miles since I worked traffic.
You don't have to tell me.
What do you mean?
All these miles you're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
I was with you, remember?
Yeah. I know, Joe, but after all, I'm carrying a few more pounds than you are.
That is correct.
It makes a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
You know how it is when you go deer hunting?
No, Sir Frank, I don't. I never go.
Well, when you're carrying a rifle.
Never carry one.
Well, when you go deer hunting and you do carry a rifle, you start out in the morning, rifle doesn't weigh much at all.
It doesn't?
No. At least it doesn't feel so heavy, but along toward the end of the day, man, those few pounds feel like 20.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way it is with the extra pounds I carry around.
Mm-hmm. Burglary Friday. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I see. On 2 of them. Good. Right. Thank you.
Clayton Prince?
Yeah. Granger's prints.
Uh-huh.
They made them on the last job. The fact that Granger's prints tied him in with the last fire burglary was enough to get a complaint, but we wanted an airtight case. We decided to follow the suspect that night. Another team was sent out to relieve the stakeout on his home. When Granger left the house at 8:09 p.m., Frank and I were behind him. The other team remained at the house. We followed him for about an hour. 9:13 p.m.
What do you think, Joe?
Stick with him.
All right.
We better take him away from home before he and his wife can get together on a story, huh?
Yeah.
He's slowing down.
I'll pull over. Stop. Can you see him?
Yeah.
It looks like another twitch in his operation. Stealing from that car.
Yeah.
What'd he take? Could you see?
A blanket or a robe of some kind. Come on, let's get him.
Right. All right, Granger. Don't put it in gear, police officer.
Making a run for it.
Right. He's going to hit that car.
Come on.
Right out of the car, Granger. Come on, move. Come on.
What?
Come on, get out. Fast. Hands over your head. Right there. Keep your hands up.
Well,
All right.
Did you say police officers?
They're not.
Yeah.
All right. Get your hands behind your back now.
Oh, I didn't hear you too good. I wouldn't have taken off if I'd known you was cops. That's the truth. If I was you, I'd believe that.
That's so?
Well, I'm just going to feel terrible if you guys don't believe me.
Well, now, that's too bad.
Huh?
We don't. We questioned Granger, but he refused to admit any knowledge of the burglaries or the fires. We met the other team on stakeout, and they took him into custody while we went in to talk to his wife. We identified ourselves, and she told us to come in.
Shut up, Fortune. Be quiet. Don't worry about him. He won't bite. Dog's no good for anything except to eat and sleep.
Oh, I didn't take him with him tonight.
What's that, ma'am?
My husband goes out just about every night and takes the dog with him. Not tonight. He's under my feet every minute.
Is anybody else in this house besides you?
What?
Are you alone here?
Yeah, except for that mutt. Why?
Well, you don't mind if we look around, do you?
Don't you believe me?
We have to check.
Shoot. You have to. I ain't hiding nobody. Go ahead.
I'll take it, Joe. You want to sit down, Miss Granger?
Why? You gonna be here for stuff?
There are a few things we have to ask you.
All right. Get up, Fortune. What do you want to ask?
What kind of work does your husband do?
He's a window washer.
Well, who's his employer?
Nobody.
Well, does he work for a business concern of any kind?
You mean like a store?
That's right.
Yeah, but he washes windows for people, too. You know, at houses.
Mm-hmm. Joe? Yeah? Found this on the dresser in the bedroom.
Hey, what are you doing with my perfume?
This belonged to you?
Well, you took it out of my room, didn't you?
Where'd you get it?
My husband.
Did he say where he got it?
Yeah, all-night market.
How about these initials here? LCB.
Well, sure, that's why I got the cheap. He said they were closing them out.
Your husband goes out every night, doesn't he?
Yeah?
Has he brought other things home from this same market?
Why you ask?
Just tell us, has he?
Yeah. What? Something wrong? Did he do something?
What other things did he bring home?
I don't think I'll tell you.
Oh, that's up to you, Miss Granger. It would be a lot better for you if he told us the truth.
About what?
Things your husband has brought home.
I thought there was something wrong, but he said he got them at the market.
Mm-hmm.
Did he steal them?
We think he did, yeah.
Makes sense.
Seems to, doesn't it?
I was thinking of the perfume. I thought it funny he'd spend money like that. He doesn't think that much of me.
What's that?
He thinks more of that dog than he does of me. Gave me the perfume, and the next day he put most of it on Fortune.
How's that?
The dog. He put most of the perfume on the dog. You get close, you can still smell it. Look at that collar. Pretty, isn't it? All jewels. Bet he didn't steal that. Not for his dog.
What else did he bring home?
Food, clothes, magazines, all kinds of things.
Where are they?
Food we ate. Other stuff, I don't know for sure. Some of it's in the garage.
You want to show us?
All right. We can go out the front door. It's closed.
All right. Do you have any children, Miss Granger?
No.
Pretty dark. Get my flashlight. You know if your husband's had any old coins recently?
Yeah. Gave them to me. Pennies, a couple of dimes, a quarter. I remember because it's the only money he's given me in a long time. You steal them, too?
Looks like it.
Oh, there's a key on the left side of the door hanging on a nail.
Yeah, I'll get it. You still have those coins?
No, I sent the neighbor girl to the store for me today. That was the only money I had. She spent them. Lights on the left side.
Thanks. Comic books. What was that name, Joe? Carol. Yeah, checks right down the line. This camping equipment. Is this something you got at that market, too?
Yeah, I guess so. You never bought anything I can remember. Wouldn't be any reason. He'd never take me camping.
You know what's in this box?
No.
You know where the key is for the lock?
No. Guess he'd have them.
Let me give me that hammer. Yeah.
You gonna break the lock?
Yeah. Here you are. Clocks, watches, costumes, jewelry. Yeah. Tennis ball, a couple old coins, $50.
You mean my husband stole all these things?
Yeah, it seems so, Miss Granger, but that's not the worst of it.
I know.
In several of the homes, we think he set fires.
That mean I'm guilty, too?
No, ma'am, not necessarily. Not if you didn't know about it.
I didn't know. He never told me.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not about him, then it's up to me.
Mm-hmm.
You come in here and say my husband's a thief. Hearing it like this, that's not easy to take.
Well, there's one other thing, Miss Granger.
What?
Not easy to say.
The story you've just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent. On March 9th, trial was held in Department 98, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. Lyndon Frederick Granger was tried and convicted of burglary in the first degree, 5 counts, and of arson, 4 counts. He received sentence as prescribed by law. Burglary in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment for a period of not less than 5 years. Arson is punishable by imprisonment for a period of from 2 to 20 years in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Walter Sandy, Jack Crucian, Virginia Gregg. Script by John Robinson, Earl Slade. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Watch an entirely different Dragnet case history each week on your local NBC television station. Please check your newspapers for the day and time. Please check your newspapers for the day and time. Please check your newspapers for the day and time. Please check your newspapers.
The biggest websites, from Amazon.com to Yahoo. And the biggest companies, from British Airways to General Motors, use Oracle for e-business. Do you? The Internet is revolutionizing business. From egghead.com to eBay. From E-Trade to Excite. The companies that know the Internet best use Oracle for e-business. Do you?
Some women are offended by being called babes.
Testosterone fell around here.
We're the male site. People come to our site because they're into video games, DVDs, movies.
Booty call is the letter section.
There are so many guys who write in. I get a lot of sex questions.
Oh, we get thousands of emails.
Babe of the day.
Wrestling, cars.
Science fiction, comic books.
She's pretty hot.
Exploding chainsaw match, funky monkey, all the stuff that guys are into, basically.
Go to snowball.com for hundreds of the coolest sites by the internet generation.
The corporate thing just didn't work for me. I mean, not just the politics, but the whole backstabbing, water cooler chit-chat and all that, well, garbage. So one day I'm online and I find Beyond.com. Before you know it, I got a home office and I'm living life on my own terms. With Beyond.com, I can stay at home and order all the software I need for my business, and it can be downloaded or delivered to my door. I'm as free as I want to be. Oh, hi. I think it's a great arrangement.
You can't sit around here playing on that computer all day.
Are any of us really here?
You need to find a job and make some money.
Money? What is money?
You can find a job out there.
Yeah, but I can find thousands of jobs in here.
Now there's a fast, free, easy way to look for a job. It's gotajob.com. You can apply for 10 jobs in 10 seconds. Gotajob.com. Part-time, full-time, in no time.
Yahoo? And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Trouche, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair bring you Duffy's Tavern with our guest tonight, Mickey Rooney, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Here's the proven way to keep your hair well-groomed. The way successful men in both sports and business keep their hair looking its very best. It's Vitalis and the 60-second workout. See how the Vitalis workout helps your hair, helps stimulate your scalp. See how it prevents dryness, routs loose dandruff, and helps check excessive falling hair. And see how Vitalis keeps your hair handsome and healthy looking with never a trace of a greasy patent leather shine. For there's not a single drop of mineral oil in Vitalis. So try Vitalis and the 60-second workout. You'll like it, and you'll like what it does for the looks of your hair.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where you eat meat to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Mickey Rooney. Yeah, that's the guy. Short, freckled, blonde hair, pug nose. Sort of a Van Johnson at half-mast. Yeah, a little bit of a guy. And in fact, they tell me when two grasshoppers meet, one says to the other, I ain't seen you since you was knee-high to Mickey Rooney. That's right. His size is a bit of a problem, too, especially in Hollywood. Well, he's too short to be a lover and too tall to be a producer. He's coming down to the Tavern tonight to star in a new television show I'm writing. Television, Duffy, TV, or, as they call it in the trade, voodoo. Huh? Well, Duffy, let me put it this way. You know the saying, vaudeville is dead? Well, television is where you watch the funeral. Yeah. Well, I think, Duffy, I think Rooney should be great for television. Well, sure, they got them little 7-inch screens. He's a natural. Well, look, Duffy, I'm busy now. I'll call you back.
Hey, Archie, what's this about you writing a television program?
That's right, Miss Duffy. I'm going to get into television while it's still in its infancy.
What are you trying to do, stun its growth? Besides, what do you know about writing television?
What's to know? I wrote radio plays. Television is exactly the same, except you dub in the faces.
Well, if you take my advice, you'll forget television and stay right here where you got a steady job and the security of $15 every week.
You call that security, Miss Duffy? I've had me back to the wall so long, the handwriting is on me. Now, look, Miss Duffy, I,
Miss Dodge.
Oh, hey, did you hear the...
Hey, did you hear that news?
There's no reason you shouldn't hear it twice. You read 2 newspapers, don't you?
Eddie, may I repeat?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Did you hear the news? Archie's writing for television.
Ain't they having enough trouble? Look, don't laugh television off, Eddie. It's a big thing. And in fact, I often wonder how people ever got along without it.
I don't know. Just lucky, I guess.
Eddie, from the tone of your inference, I gather you don't like television.
Oh, it's all right while you're sitting at a bar watching it. Just that I don't like the after effects.
You mean the eye strain?
No, the hangover.
Yeah, you're right, Eddie. Speaking personally, I'll still take radio.
Radio? Miss Duffy, I see you're still living in the medieval ages. Why don't you get up to date and realize that the future always progresses the past? We got to advance. The television is to radio what the caliper is to the old-fashioned slide rule.
What does that mean?
With a thought that deep, one does not stop to analyze.
Well, tell me, deep one. Who's going to act in this show of yours?
Only Mickey Rooney.
Mickey Rooney!
Now, look, play off. I need him for the show, and there ain't enough of them to go around. If you'll both put out of here, I'd like to finish the script. Now, let's see. Act 2. Our hero enters. He is a man of the world. Handsome, dashing, debonair. An amused smile plays about his intelligent face. He speaks. Hello, Finnegan.
What you doing?
I'm writing a play for TV.
That's nice. TV who?
It ain't a who, Finnegan. TV is slang for the idiom. In other words, well, what is it that people go into the living room for every night and turn out the lights and watch for hours?
The dame next door.
I'm talking about a different kind of entertainment, television.
Oh, that. Uncle Louie's got one of them things.
Oh, yeah? You like to watch it?
Well, I can't make up my mind, Arch. I don't get to see much of it thanks to me sister.
How come?
Well, Uncle Louie's set's got a 7-inch screen and me sister's got a 12-inch head.
Well, in that case, why don't you sit in front of your sister?
That's where me Uncle Horace sits.
Well, if he's sitting in front of her, how can she see?
Well, she can see. You know Uncle Horace.
Oh, yeah, the one with the hole in his head.
Yeah. He thinks television is wonderful.
He would.
By the way, what's this television show that you're writing on?
Well, it's sort of a soap opera.
Arch, I wish you wouldn't use that word.
Opera?
No, soap. Every time I mention that word around the house, me old man washes me mouth out with dirt.
Well, I'll tell you what. To make your old man happy, I'll change it. I'll write a dirt opera, Finnegan.
Hi, Arch.
Well, Joe Moran. Hey, Joe, you're a radio guy. What do you think of television?
I don't know. I don't drink.
I think I'll send that to Fred Allen. But I asked you a question.
Well, frankly, Arch, I think television is going to kill the motion picture business.
I thought the motion pictures did that themselves.
That's very, very funny. Mind if I send that to Fred Allen?
Where do you think I got it? Well, anyway, when I'm driving that, Joe, you know I'm writing a television show.
Oh? Well, when does it start?
Well, as soon as I find a sponsor.
A sponsor, huh?
Yeah, you know, a censor with money.
Well, any chance of a job in this show, Arch?
Acting?
Yeah.
Oh, it could be, but would you mind first giving me an audition?
Oh, not at all.
I'd like to make sure that you can run the gimlet of emotions. Now, leave me see you register, for instance, love. You know, like Charles Boyer.
Okay. Toujours l'amour, Truchet. Hedy, come with me to the drugstore. I will shower you with Truchet, the creamy, fragrant hand lotion that keeps hands feeling smoother, looking lovelier.
This is the hottest lover since Lanny Ross. Look, Joe, try another one. See what you can do with sorrow.
Okay, get a load of this. Oh, please, don't take away my bottle of Truchet. What would I do without it? It's different from other hand lotions because it has a unique beforehand extra that protects hands from chapping. Well, how's that for sorrow, Arch?
Pretty sorry performance. Would you like to try for fright?
Okay. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
Joe.
As long as Truchet is on your hands, before you do dishes or go outdoors, they're guarded against chapping. Water chapping as well as weather chapping. Well, Arch, how was that for fright?
Frightful.
Well, Arch, you mean my acting leaves something to be desired?
It leaves something, Joe, but it ain't to be desired. Hey, wait a minute. Excuse me, Joe. Eddie, look who just come in. Mickey Rooney.
What?
There, walking in under the swinging doors. Eddie, watch me flatter the guy. Well, Gary Cooper. Well, how are you, tall in the saddle?
Wait a minute, just a minute, Arch. I'm Mickey Rooney.
Mickey Rooney.
That's
well, how time flies upwards. Tell me, Mick, what's new with you?
I don't know. I haven't read the gossip columns today.
Gotta send that to Fred Allen. Well, Mick, it certainly is good to have you down here to the Tavern. Tell me, how come you never visited us before?
Well, up to now, Arch, my studio has been very strict with me.
Yeah, huh? What do you mean?
Well, my contract says I can't bail out of a plane, jump into a volcano, or go over Niagara Falls in a barrel, or be seen in Duffy's Tavern.
think I'll send that one to Milton Berle. Tell me, Mickey, speaking of television, as we do in circles, is it true what they say in Hollywood?
What's that, Arch?
That the movie business is falling apart?
Arch, if things get any worse, the studios are going to produce the popcorn and hand out the pictures in the lobby. That's what.
Yeah. Things are pretty desperate out there in Hollywood, huh?
Desperate? Do you want to know a secret?
What?
Do you know what they're planning to do?
What?
Turn out good pictures.
No. Mick, they wouldn't dare.
It's the last resort.
Well, I guess what they say is true. There's no business in show business. But you're a trooper, Mick. You ain't got nothing to worry about. Incidentally, how did you ever start in show business anyhow?
Well, that goes back a long time, Arch. You see, when I was a baby, Mom and Dad wanted to find out what I was best suited for.
Uh-huh.
So right after I was born, they had the nurse give me a test.
Test, huh?
Yeah. On one side of me, she put a doctor's satchel, and on the other side, a lawyer's briefcase.
What did you reach for?
The nurse.
I see. So, they decided to make you an actor then, huh?
Yeah, that's right. I went into vaudeville with my mom and dad.
Yeah, huh? How old was you then?
2 years old.
2 years. And what'd you do before that?
Well, Arch, to tell the truth, I just loafed a little bit. But those were the days. Good old vaudeville, the Chinese jugglers, the tightrope walkers, Weber and Fields.
Yeah, Gallagher and Sheen, Hammacher and Schlemmer. I used to love them acts. You know, I often wonder whatever happened to them corny old vaudeville jokes.
You really want to know?
Yeah.
I sent them to Fred Allen.
Sorry, I was just... Well, Edward G. Robinson.
And again, it's Mickey Rooney.
It's Edward G. Robinson.
I'm telling you, it's Mickey Rooney.
Okay, we'll ask him. Hey, bud, who are you?
Never mind who I am, see? I'm the fellow that asks the questions around here, see? This is my territory, see?
You're right, Arch. It's Mickey Rooney.
Mickey, there's an idea. Them dialects of yours, they're perfect for television.
Me, Arch, on television?
Why, certainly. You see, the way I figure it, them television audiences tired of wrestling and hockey. They're crying for something else to get tired of.
Well, tell me, what are you going to give them?
You. Now, how would you like to play the lead in a daytime soap opera?
How would you like a poke in the eye with a sharp stick?
Now, look, don't make no hasty decisions. There's room for good acting in television, you know. It's a medium where if anything is well done, it's rare.
You can send that one back to Pick and Pat, too, can you?
Look, Mick, please, don't be jovial about this. You got your future to think of. You know, you've been around a long time now, and you ain't getting no taller, kid. Now, please, don't pass this up. Don't be a schmo, you know. There's a lot of room in television for tall, handsome, good-looking types like yourself.
That did it. The schmo must go on.
Well, Mickey, did you read me television script?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. What'd you think of it?
It should happen to Butch Jenkins.
We're saving him for the Hardy family. Look, this thing just looks bad on paper. Wait till you hear it. Now, leave us run through it. You see, in the first scene, you play a married man. By the way, you've been married, ain't you?
Arch, pound for pound, I'm the most married guy in Hollywood.
That'll help you handle the part. Now, you're the husband, and Finnegan is your rival.
Finnegan is the rival. I say, well, who finally wins the girl, Arch?
You do, the husband.
Who plays the girl?
You do.
I'll play the rival.
Look, Mick, In television, they all look like that. Okay, we'll switch it around. You play the rival, Mickey. Now, places, everybody. Mr. Melnick, fanfare, please. Thank you. Okay. Now, Eddie, you exit from the left and read the opening announcement there.
Ladies and gentlemen, to those of you who are watching this television program at home, I say greetings. And to those of you who are watching it in bars, I say order a double. You'll need it.
Please, just read what's wrote there, will you?
Now I give you the director of our Voodoo Playhouse, Mr. Cecil B. Diarchi, our head villain. Hey, good.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. America and all the ships at sea. Tonight we bring you another episode in the true life story of lovable old John and his pretty young wife, lovable old Mary. A story that asks the question, can two people in love find happiness? As our scene opens, John, a brilliant young banker, unexpectedly returns home from his office to find his wife, Mary, making love to the Iceman. A typical American family. As our story begins, we find lovable old Mary speaking to lovable old John.
What's the idea coming home so early, you jerk?
Good evening, Mary. Mary, don't think me suspicious, but why is that derby hat hanging in the hallway?
I'm taking trombone lessons.
Well, what about them ice tongs on the couch?
Ice tongs? I borrowed them from a neighbor. I lost my eyebrow tweezers.
Mary, would you think me suspicious if I just asked one more question?
What is it?
What are you doing on the Iceman's lap?
John, you mean you put 2 and 2 together?
Yeah, and it adds up to 4.
I'm sorry, John, but I've loved him for years. Loved him, do you hear?
You mean all this time you've been cold to me? You've been warming up to the Iceman?
John, let's be civilized about this. Let's not make a scene of it, shan't we?
Mary, it's too late. We gotta have a showdown. Iceman, tell me, do you love Mary? I'm asking you. Speak now or forever hold my wife.
Mickey, that's your cue. Give out with a love scene like Clark Gable. Oh. Okay, Finnegan, give him the cue again.
Iceman, do you love my wife?
All right, you ask me. I'm going to tell you, sure, I love your wife. I love her, do you hear? That's the way it is, and that's the way it's going to be, brother.
Why, you cad! Take your cold hands off of her.
John, I'm afraid it's too late.
You mean?
His hands are no longer cold. And I believe in you. Do you hear?
You might as well be a man about this, lovable John. I'm taking Mary away with me. Away, do you hear?
Lovable old Mary. Is this true?
Yes, lovable old John. This is the end.
The bitter?
The bitter.
Well, it had to happen to somebody. Good luck to you.
Well, so long, sucker. I hope there's no hard feelings.
Sucker, huh? Little does he know I didn't pay the ice bill.
Thank you. And now, Now that Mary has run away with the Iceman, what will happen to John? Will he find new happiness with the refrigerator? Only time will tell. But first, a word from one of our sponsors.
Folks, as you know, we're celebrating National Eat a Plate of Rutabagas Week. For robust and vigorous health, try Colucci's Rutabagas, the rutabaga with the pedigree. One single helping of Colucci's Rutabagas contains more iron than the double bed spring. And it's twice as delicious. So remember, if it's iron that your system lacks, fill your stomach with rutabagas and listen to the clink. And above all, remember our sponsor's jingle. A.
Avocado.
B.
Boiled potatoes.
C.
Succotaceous. NBC.
And folks, back to our smell-o-vision.
I'll ignore it. And now back to our story. The scene is 20 years later. Lovable old John has sank lower and lower. He has tried everything to forget. He's drifted from job to job. Western Union boy, song plugger, lighthouse keeper, general in a South American army. But all the time his mind was elsewhere. In desperation, he finally tried the want ads. And that was how John became a doctor. As luck would have it, Mary, in the meantime, had become a nurse. Our next scene is in a hospital. The head of this hospital is the famous Dr. Gillespie, played by Mickey Rooney. That's you.
I thought I was the Iceman.
We're short of actors. As our scene continues, there is a patient waiting on the operating table as Dr. Gillespie speaks.
Now, see here, Nurse Mary. I want you to prepare this patient for surgery. Looks like it's going to be a very delicate operation.
Then only you can operate, Dr. Gillespie. You, with those skillful, highly trained, sensitive surgeon's hands. Will you do it?
No, hang it all. On my last operation, I seem to have sewed my fingers together.
Then who will operate?
I'll find out, nurse. Is there a doctor in the house? I say, is there a doctor in the house?
I am a doctor.
You are a doctor?
Yes. I am lovable old Dr. John. Nurse, have you got the scalpel?
Yes, doctor.
What does it read?
His temperature's down to 108.
108? That's pretty low. We better put him back in the sun. But first, let me look at the patient. Yay, horsefats. It can't be.
Who?
My rival, the Iceman.
Yes, there was the Iceman on the operating table. Lovable old Dr. John's hated rival that had took his wife away. What should John do? What would you do? In Dr. John's trembling hand was a scalpel, sharp as a surgeon's knife. One tiny slip of this scalpel, and the operation might be a success. Dr. John moves slowly toward the operating table. He looks down at his helpless victim, his mind racing blindly. Slowly, he raises his scalpel. And then... But first, a word from our sponsor.
If you thinking on kicking the bucket, see Cavendish, the smiling undertaker. Ask him about his free trial plan. Only 20 easy payments. Folks, here's your chance to drop dead and save money. And remember our slogan, have a Cavendish funeral while you are still young enough to enjoy it. And now, back to our television play.
Thank you, Eddie Green. Scalpel poised in midair, Dr. John hesitates as he faces the most momentous decision of his life. He thinks of Mary and the Iceman, and words from the past streak up through his subunconsciousness.
I'm taking Mary away with me. Away, do you hear?
Yes, John, and I'm leaving you. Do you hear?
Dr. John, snap out of it. What's the matter, Doctor? Hearing voices?
Yeah, but don't worry. I hear them all the time.
Well, tell me, have you made up your mind, my boy? Will you operate?
Yes. Even though the Iceman is my hated rival, I'll still operate.
Ah, stout fellow.
Doctor,
Yeah?
shall I burl the instruments?
No, let's just fry him for a change.
Dr. John.
Yes?
Dr. John, we'd better hurry. The patient seems to have trouble with his breathing.
I'll soon put a stop to that. Quick, nurse. Quick, ether.
Ether.
Ah, that clears me head. Now, give some to the patient. Dr. Gillespie?
Yes.
Sponge.
Sponge.
Cotton.
Cotton.
Scissors.
Scissors.
Ouch.
Sorry.
Bandage.
Bandage.
It's a tense moment. Dr. John begins the operation. First, he sutures the hemostat. Then, his sensitive fingers working swiftly but carefully, he stitches a hole in the epidermis and skewers up the dorsal fin. Finally, Dr. John speaks.
Gentlemen, the patient will walk again.
You mean the operation was a success, my boy?
Yep, but I never seen a worse case of tonsils.
Oh, Dr. John, you're wonderful.
Well, I did. Wait. That voice. Nice. Take off that mask.
But I'm not wearing a mask.
Mary, it's you.
Men, the quickest way to discover something better is to try it. That's why I want you to try Benex Brushless Shave Cream. Benex is a new wonder shave with a sensational beard-softening formula that has brought better shaving to thousands of men.
Benex Brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog your razor or drain either.
But don't take our word for it. Just try Benex yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a trial tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex, B-E-N-E-X, Empire State Building, New York, 1, New York.
Remember, buy Benex Brushless. Or try it free by writing Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry. Offer limited.
Mickey Rooney will soon be seen in Quicksand and appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Little Women, starring June Allison, Peter Lawford, Margaret O'Brien.
NBC, the National
and
Broadcasting Company.
I'm sitting on top of the world, just rolling along. I'm rolling along. I'm quitting the blues of the world, just singing a song. Hello, Mr. Lucky. Singing a song.
I'm into Italian films.
Wow. Oh, my.
Really? What are some of your favorites?
Oh, gosh. There's a Mi Mancia, Grande Passione, and the 62 classic, Mille Stelle, directed, of course, by Massimi Santangelo.
Non parli italiano così bene.
Grazia.
Download in seconds with Bell Simpatico High-Speed Edition. It's always fast.
I'm a student, and I do a lot of research on the web. So what I wanted, what I really had to have, was a powerful desktop computer. Then someone told me about Dell. I got on the internet. Dell built a desktop just for me. This Directway actually costs less. Okay, so I don't always use it for research. Cool.
Discover the Dell Dimension XPS with the next generation Intel Pentium 3 processor at 500 megahertz for only $19.99. With applications optimized for the Pentium 3 processor, you get smoother, cooler, more realistic 3D graphics. Add in great audio, video, and a big monitor, and you can get more lifelike games and a rich internet experience. The system also includes 2 new games, fast, easy internet setup with Connect Direct, and 24-hour-a-day phone tech support. Dimension, with Intel Pentium 3 processor at 500 megahertz, just $19.99.
I'd be lost without it. No doubt.
Be direct. Dell.
Gotta get a gift for a kid, and you don't know what they want because you're old. Old, honey. Give them Flu's online gift currency. It's just like money. You send it by email, they spend it at some of the web's coolest stores, and you come out hip and smart. It's graduation day. Duh.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
And now to Jimmy Allen. The watchers in the government aircraft plant are rewarded for their vigilance by uncovering the plot to rob the government of the new valuable jet-propelled plane. Shorty Mason is caught red-handed, and the flight of Mike Jones is stopped by a bullet from the gun of Special Investigator Russell. But Major Moto has disappeared, and the plans have gone with him. It is nearing 1 o'clock at night, and they still are grouped about the cringing figure of Shorty Mason. Speed is speaking.
What's your idea, Jimmy? Let's have it.
Look, if Moto's escaped from the building here, remember this. He ordered that new ship of his on the line at 1 o'clock.
By George, you're right. I'd almost forgotten it.
Look here, boys. I'll make a search of the factory and grounds. I don't think Moto ever got out of this building.
That's a smart idea, Russell. Go to it.
Say, do you feel any better now, Captain Sweeney?
Well, I feel pretty wobbly, Jimmy, but I'll be all right.
Gee, that was a nasty crack over the head you got.
Now, look here, Mason. You better come clean with us. What's happened to Major Moto and those drawings?
I'm telling you, Speed, honest. I'm telling you the truth. I never did see Moto after the shooting started.
How did you get in here, Mason?
I've been working down here as a night guard for over a month.
Working as a guard, eh? Is this another of your dirty lies?
No, it isn't. I'm giving it to you straight, Speed.
Look, that doesn't sound right. How could you work down here at night and instruct in the daytime?
Yeah, explain that away.
I was a fool to ever get mixed up in this. I told Mike Jones he was crazy to pull the job.
How did you get in on it?
Well, about a month ago, Mike wires me to come to KC. Says he has a job for me. You see, Mike and I used to work together down in Texas.
Oh, I see.
Well, I get up here, and Mike says we got to get some plans out of this airplane factory. He says the big boss was in on the deal, and if we do the job, it's important money for all of us.
Who's the big boss?
Well, he's a big shot with plenty of dough and power. They don't come too big for that guy.
Who is he, Mason?
Well, I don't know. I've never seen him, and I don't know his name. I don't think Mike even knows.
So you went to work at the school, eh?
Well, not at first. We figured out the only way to snatch those plans was to work an inside job. So I gave Hartman a big song and dance and went on the payroll as a night guard.
Well, can you beat that?
Look, what about working down at the school? I don't see...
Well, I'm coming to that. After I worked here a few nights, Moto shows up at the school and Mike tips me to the play.
What do you mean?
Well, our job is to deliver the plans to Moto. Do you get it?
Sure, we had that figured out.
Well, to make the thing look right, Moto poses as a flying student, and Mike figures I'd better be his instructor.
Hey, Moto's a pilot, isn't he?
I'll see he is, and a good one, too.
I knew it. I was sure of it.
Yeah, you had that one figured out, Jim.
Well, then, Jimmy comes along as a student, and Mike turns him over to me, says he didn't trust him, and wanted me to keep my eyes on him.
Yeah, Mike was smart there, all right.
Well, I used to do most of my sleeping here. Well, Hartman was easy to get along with.
How did you get the plans out of here?
Oh, that was easy. I got a duplicate key made at the filing cabinet, and when Hartman was making his round, I'd grab the plans.
Well, I'll be hanged. You know, that explains a lot of things.
Who planted those drawings in my room, Mason?
Mike Jones did that himself. He says the play was getting pretty hot, and officials down here at the plant was getting worried. Russell began sticking his nose into everything, and...
So Mike Jones goes into my room and puts the drawings where they'll be conveniently found. Is that the idea?
Yeah, that was it. Then I tips Hartman off that you'll bear watching, because I knew Hartman would tell Russell.
And that's exactly what happened.
Sure, I should have known it.
Well, I didn't mean to get you guys in bad. I had to do it. Mike Jones had something on me, and I needed the dough, too.
No, you rat. You didn't want to get us in bad much. Well, Mason, you'll have a long time to think this over, and you won't have too far to go. Leavenworth's just up the river.
Oh, give me a break, you guys. I had to do it. Mike Jones made me.
Oh, so you think you should have a break, eh? All you crooks are alike, Mason. You pull a dirty job and get caught and then come around like a whipped cur.
Well, how about me spilling everything to you now? Doesn't that mean anything?
Not a thing. Now, look here. Who made that phone call to me, pretending it was Jimmy Allen, the night I was called down here?
I don't remember.
Oh, you don't remember? Come on, Mason. If I catch you in any more lies, I'm gonna...
Don't hit me, Speed. Don't. I'll tell you. I made the call. It was Mike's idea. He was standing right beside me.
You yellow.
No, don't, Speed, don't.
Don't worry, Mason. I'm not gonna hit you. I don't even want to touch you. Well, Sweeney, do you want to ask him anything else?
Well, not right now, Speed. What I'm worried about is this, you see.
Boys, we made a check of the grounds and building. We can't find Moto anywhere. It's got me buffaloed.
You know, I can't figure out how he got out of here.
He must have gone out the door ahead of Jones.
Does he have all the plans, Mason?
Well, answer him, Mason. Does Moto have all the plans?
Yeah, he must have them.
Listen to that.
Somebody's warming up an engine down on the line.
Sure, that's what it is. Hey, Speed, maybe that's Moto getting ready to take off in his plane.
Gosh, that's right. Take a look out the window there, Jimmy.
I'll take a look. Wait a minute.
We've got to catch Moto and get those plans. It's got to be done.
Yeah, that Moto's a slick article.
It's Major Moto, I'm sure. His plane's on the line down in front of the school hangar. I can just see the outline.
Tear down there, Russell, and see if you can't stop him. If that bird gets away, it'll be too bad.
Great heavens, hurry, Russell. Stop him at any cost.
If I reach him in time, he'll be stopped.
How in the world he ever got out of here is more than I...
He's going. He's taxiing out on the field. Oh, gee, Speed, I'm afraid it's too late. Russell won't be able to catch him.
Great heavens, Jimmy, are you sure?
See, Speed? He's almost out on the runway.
You're right, Jim. That bird's going to get away as sure as I'm a foot high. Ah, blast the luck.
There we go, Speed. Down the runway. Oh, now he's in the air.
We're a bunch of saps. Stand here talking to Mason when we should have been down on the line.
We can't let that fella get away.
Hey, what about that new attack job?
Oh, gosh. Could you catch him with that?
Well, it's a bare chance. I'll go out and see.
Here, you sit down there. You're in no condition to be flying around.
You stay right where you are, Captain, and keep your gun on Mason.
No, Jimmy, I've got to go. It has to be done.
Why, man, you're crazy. You can't even stand on your feet. Now, listen, Sweeney, be sensible. This is going to be a tough job at best.
I'll go with Speed, Captain.
Sure, I'll take the kid here. We'll catch that thief Moto or tear the wings off trying.
Well, you've never even flown that job, Speed.
Oh, they all fly alike. You sit here and watch Mason until Russell comes back. Look here, Mason. You make a break to get away, and Sweeney will put daylight through you.
Oh, I'm not going to make a break. I'll stay here.
Do you think you can handle it, Speed?
Why, certainly. Come on, we're losing time. Where's the ammunition for the guns?
Well, right here in my office, Speed, in the cabinet. You'll find 2 belts of 100 rounds for the machine guns, and the 20 millimeters are already loaded.
Okay, I'll get them.
Where's the ship?
In the hangar, right next to my office, Jimmy. It's the XA-205. You'll find the parachutes in my locker, Speed, and get those plans whatever you do.
Here, Jim, wait till I find the light switch.
Okay.
Ah, that's better. Now we can see something.
Yeah, gee, Oh, this must be it here, Speed. Oh, what an airplane.
Yeah, that's her, the XA-205. She looks like a honey, too, boy. Here, Jim, roll open those hangar doors while I load the guns.
Okay, Speed. I'll have them open in a second.
Well, this looks like most any other airplane. As long as it's got a stick and rudder, I think I can get by. Well, this cockpit looks familiar. I guess we'll get this crate in the air all right. There are the guns. I don't think I've forgotten how to load them.
I'll be right with you, Speed, just as soon as I get this other door open.
Hurry up, kid. Now, let's see. Oh, yeah, here's the breech. Now back with the cocking handle there. That ought to do it.
I'm all set, Speed.
Okay, jump in behind, kid, and climb into your parachute. It's on the seat. I'll get these engines started.
Right. Hey, gee, Speed. There aren't any guns back here. I thought Sweeney said it had guns in the rear, too.
Yeah, I noticed that. They must have taken them off. Well, it's all right. There's still these 2 50 calibers in the nose and the 2 cannons in the wings.
Oh, gosh. I thought I'd have a couple of guns.
Well, we don't have time to fix you up now, Jimmy. Just strap your belt tight and hang on. You'll have plenty to do.
I'm all ready.
Okay, let's go.
In a hurry.
She's all right. We'll have to fly her wide open to catch Moto.
How are you going to find Moto? We don't even know where he's headed for.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we're just going to take a long chance. If we have a little luck, we may find him.
Where do you think he's headed?
No doubt the tropics of South America, Jim.
Gosh, that's kind of indefinite, Speed. And you know the sky's an awful big place, especially at night.
Yeah, I know. But maybe we can outguess him. The nearest point on the border from here is at Del Rio. There's a good field on the Mexican side of the river.
And you think he'll head straight for Del Rio, is that it?
Could be, Jimmy. The lighted airway from here to Tulsa is almost on the course to Del Rio.
Oh, I get it. He may follow the lighted course as far as Tulsa, huh?
Now, it's only a guess, but here's the idea, Jim. Moto is not any too familiar with the country around here. That's especially true flying at night when he can't make out many objects to check on.
Oh, look. There's one of the beacons now.
Sure. I figure Moto's a smart pilot. Will fly the lighted airway as long as it's nearly on his course.
Well, that seems logical enough. Boy, I sure hope you're right, Speed. How much of a start did he get on us?
Not much. Not over 44 or 5 minutes. We'll overhaul him in a hurry in this job.
Oh, we're sure making some knots.
Well, if we're going to catch him, it'll have to be darn soon. Keep your eyes peeled for some navigation lights.
Say, maybe he won't have his lights on.
Yeah, I thought of that, too. But I sure hope he has.
There's another beacon up ahead.
Yeah, that's a field in Olathe.
Speed, what's that? Right over the beacon. I can just see a faint light.
Now, wait a minute.
A little to the left of us, Speed. See that light?
You're right, kid. It's a ship.
Gee, maybe it's Moto.
That's his ship, kid. That's Moto as sure as anything.
What are we going to do?
Well, he's about 1,000 feet under us. We're going down and give him the works.
Look out, Speed!
Boy, oh boy, it looks like an air battle. No fooling about that. Can Speed's coolness and daring overcome the cunning skill of the mysterious Oriental? The next adventures of Jimmy Allen is packed full of breathtaking thrills.
What about this one? All right.
Can't find the right car for you? Shop vhix.com. Want access to 500,000 used cars? vhix.com. Lease or purchase? vhix.com. Or do side-by-side comparisons? vhix.com. Need to find the right local dealer? vhix.com. Find the right car for you. vhix.com. Roadmap to the automotive world.
I'm open on 6.
Same groceries, no store. Webvan. You may never go to the grocery store again.
Breathe in and release. Now, why don't you all assume the jasmine blossom position, and I will print out today's moon sign charts. Control. Steady. Breathe. Come on, you stupid... And release.
Cobad DSL. The internet as it should be.
Where will you find a world of ideas for your child? Only at eToys. From Barbie to Brio to swimways. eToys, where great ideas come to you.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, aided and abetted by Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, B. Benaderet, and yours truly, Harlow Wilcox. The writing is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. I know for a fact that literally millions of women all over the country use Johnson's Glow Coat to give their linoleum floors that shining, well-groomed look. But seeing how easy it is to have lovely floors the Glow Coat way, what beats me is why every woman doesn't take advantage of this easy-to-use wax floor polish. There's no rubbing or buffing with Glow Coat. You simply apply, spread it around, and let it dry. Come back in 20 minutes to find your floors beautifully wax polished and fairly gleaming, never streaked or uneven. And that tough, shining coat of self-polishing Glow Coat adds greatly to the life of your linoleum. It keeps its colors and patterns bright and new-looking far longer. Linoleum manufacturers themselves and leading housekeeping authorities recommend Glow Coat for all your linoleum surfaces, as well as for composition, rubber, tile, or finished wood floors. Why don't you find out what lovely floors you can have in a jiffy with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat? When children run around the streets with toy pistols yelling, "Bang, bang, you're dead," they call it cops and robbers. But when grown-ups do it, it's Pioneer Day in Wistful Vista. And here, all dressed up for the celebration, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Do I look as silly as I feel in this calico dress and sunbonnet, Magee?
Matter of fact, kiddo, you look real pretty. Regular prairie flower. Hey, where's my sheriff's badge? I gotta have my sheriff... Oh, here it is, here it is.
I hope those horse pistols aren't really loaded, Magee. You're nice to have hanging around. But I'd rather you did it with your feet on the ground.
No, I just got blank cartridges in them. Gotta do a lot of shooting when they hold up the bank this afternoon.
When who holds up the bank?
Oh, didn't I tell you? We're reenacting the big bank holdup of 1897. When Bart Younger and his gang held up the Ranchers National and got away with $20,000 in gold and kissed the banker's daughter on the way out.
Did they chase the robbers?
The banker's daughter did. Yeah, she chased him all over the territory, caught him, and made him marry her. After that, he went around the country lecturing on how crime doesn't pay. You see, she was kind of... Huh?
Why do you keep leaning over forward like that?
I can't help it. These high-heel boots got me off balance. Have to swing my guns a little farther behind, I guess.
Tell me more about this holdup. Who's doing it?
Mort Toops and Wallace Wimple are going to play the parts of Bart Younger and his brother.
Yeah?
I meet them in the street as they come out, and I shoot them down dead. You see, Come in, stranger. Come in a-shooting or come in a-smiling. The welcome you ask for is the welcome you get.
Oh, well, rope me for a dogie if it ain't old Doc Gamble. Howdy, Doc.
Come in and set a spell, Sawbones. Ma, shove that pile of bar traps away from the fire so's Doc can hunker down and warm his britches.
Oh, stop it, you Saturday matinee cowhand. You're about as western as the Fulton Fish Market. Ooh. I'm willing to go along with this Pioneer Day malarkey for 24 hours, but I'm developing an allergy to blue jeans and bow legs. Even legitimate bow legs, like yours.
Did you know he was going to reenact the bank holdup this afternoon, Doctor?
Mort Toops and Wallace Wimple are going to play Bart Younger and his brother, Doc. I meet him outside the bank and I shoot him down dead. Going to be newsreels took of it and everything.
Oh, fine. Yeah, fine. You'll be so busy mugging into the cameras they could walk off with the whole bank. You probably even fancied yourself getting a movie contract out of this.
Well, now that sure would be nice, wouldn't it, Paul? Might stick a big wad of chewing tobacco in your face and tell him you're Billy the Cud.
All I can say is you better have plenty 45 caliber cork plugs ready today, Sawbones. When Sheriff Magee starts throwing lead, every Boy Scout compass in town is going to be pointing straight at the cemetery.
Well, I don't know who first thought up this crackpot idea of Pioneer Day, rum-dum, but it's paying off handsomely for me. I've treated 3 cases of spur burns, 2 items of bar stool bursitis, and right now I've got a sachet down to the hotel for a strange case of a man with 2 hearts.
Heavenly days, 2 hearts.
2 hearts, 2 clubs, and 1 diamond. Both the hearts were aces. Ooh. Thing like that can shorten a man's life considerably. So long now, Jimson Weed.
Afraid old Doc hasn't got any romance in his system. He thinks this Pioneer Day celebration is kind of childish.
Well, I'm inclined to agree with him, dearie. I know I'll be glad to get out of this long calico skirt.
Why?
Every time I look down and can't find my feet, I get panicky. When do we go downtown?
Any time now. The bank holdup is scheduled to start for any minute.
Get ready to crouch and draw, partner. That knock ain't familiar.
Stand in front of me, Ma, so as I can draw a bead on the varmints over your shoulder.
Use both guns then, Paul. Always wanted my ears pierced for earrings. Come in.
Well, what do you know?
Mr. Old-Timer.
Hello there, kids.
Well, I'm glad to see you again, old-timer. I hear you've been in the Navy all this time.
In the CBs, Johnny. That's the men's department of the Navy.
Well, you're just in time to celebrate Pioneer Day in Wistful Vista, Mr. Old-Timer.
Pioneer Day, eh?
Yep.
Wondered why everybody was wearing them high-heel boots and sombreros. Minds me when I first come to this town 50 years ago. Come out with the Lewis and Clark expedition.
Horse feathers. The Lewis and Clark expedition was in 1803.
I says Lewis and Clark, Johnny.
Huh?
I come out with my brother Lewis to clerk in his grocery store.
Well, I guess you were sort of a pioneer here at that, weren't you, Mr. Old-Timer?
Daughter, I was one of the founders of the town. I'd have been here even earlier, but I caught the wrong schooner. Mine had a Mickey in it.
Well, how'd you like the Navy, old-timer? Frankly.
Frankly, Johnny, I could take it or leave it. I could take it just about as long as I did and leave it with a glad cry. Yep. Had about all the bossing around from gold braid I could stand.
You mean commissioned officers?
No, I mean them blonde gals around the dock. You know me, kids. I'm a man's man till a woman shows up. Then I'm a girl's boy. Any girl's boy.
By the way, whatever became of your girl, Bessie?
Bessie? Bessie. Was she the one with the big bay window that she used to wave to the fellers out of? Or was Bessie the little one that always carried the bunch of flowers so she could thumb her nosegay at you when you... Oh, shucks, kids, I don't remember Bessie.
Well, you always were getting engaged and unengaged to different ones, Mr. Old-Timer. You've broken more hearts than the man who cuts the celery at the Why Pay More cafeteria.
That's pretty good, daughter, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, says, if these strikes keep up, it's going to be a long time before you can get a new car, ain't it? Yep, says t'other feller, but it's a great thing for the shoe industry. The pedestrians live so much longer. See you later, kid.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and My Shawl.
Haven't they? It looks like a Roy Rogers movie set.
Yeah, and some of us characters are just as quick on the trigger, too. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Molly. Get a load of old lady Carstairs in the pioneer costume. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Ain't she a dish?
Makes her look a little stout, doesn't
Ooh.
it? And if you make any remarks about a pig in a poke bonnet, I'll...
No. I never thought of anything making
Well,
any...
hello there, Mrs. Carstairs.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee and Mr. McGee?
Never mind the mister, ma'am. I ain't no dude. You're addressing the sheriff of this here town. Homesteading hereabouts area?
Why, sure, Paul. The Carstairses was right early pioneers hereabouts, wasn't they, Miss Carstairs?
Oh, yes. Grandpapa was a favorite with the Indians. He wore toupees, you know, which made scalping him a very simple operation. In the Cherokee Indian language, he was known as Old Cabin Keep Getting New Roof.
Never cotton much to redskins myself, ma'am. Even now, a coat of sunburn makes me reach for my Remington.
Paul, tell Miss Carstairs about the time you and Kit Carson met the Apaches at Sidewinder Gulch.
I don't recollect any such story, Ma.
It ain't a matter of memory, Paul. It's a matter of imagination.
Oh, sure it is. Well, sir, ma'am, it was just about sundown in the foothills of the Superstitions, in the heart of the Apache country. Me and Kit Carson was sitting around the water hole when all of a sudden, nothing happened. That made us suspicious. So we looked around, and there surrounding us on all sides was 200 Apaches.
Good heavens, Mr. McGee, how interesting.
What'd you do, Paul? Kill them off?
Nope. Kit started talking sign language to them.
Sign language?
Yep. First, Kit says, "There's a Ford in your future." And the Indian whips right back with, "Standard stations have clean restrooms." So Kit says, "Grade crossing ahead." And the Injun says, "Ever tried Johnson's wax on floors and furniture?" Well, sir, we knew they had us there. On account of we didn't have any floors or furniture, so we clumb onto our cayuses and rid back to Fort Dodge.
You know, I always wondered what was meant by sign language.
Oh, Paul was expert at it, Miss Carstairs. Him and Wild Bill Board Hickox. You gotta be going now?
Yes, if you'll excuse me. I must be getting down to the tailor shop.
Having some clothes made, Millicent?
Not for myself, my dear. I'm having a little pair of blue jeans made for my fox terrier.
Blue jeans for your fox terrier? What's the idea, Kirsty?
Oh, it's just in the spirit of Pioneer Day, Mr. McGee.
Huh?
I thought it would be appropriate if his wagon was covered. Well, nice to have seen you. Good day.
Oh, brother, if his wagon was covered. Did you ever hear a worse joke?
No, but I bet we will in the next 3 minutes. Incidentally, just where are we going, McGee?
Down to the Bonton Department Store. Now, that's across the street from the bank. You see, in the old days, the Bonton was the last chance saloon. Real rugged joint.
Oh?
Now, when the bank holdup starts, I step out from the door and I start throwing lead right at him, you see? Then the bank...
Heavenly days, what's that?
It's across the street there. Guy in the frock coat and checkered vest in the back of that buckboard.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Yeah.
He's probably selling Princess Mahula's marvelous snake oil for man and bees. Come on, let's go over there.
All right, folks, step right up to the tailgate while I expound the wonders of this magic product. Absolutely and positively the greatest discovery of the modern age.
Wilcox!
What on earth is he selling, as if I couldn't guess?
Hurry, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Step right up with your money in your hand. Each and every one of you will want a container of this marvelous labor-saving preparation. The scientific discovery that makes your life worth living and your home worth living in.
Go ahead and ask the man, Grandma.
Is it good for corn, son?
I'm glad you asked me that, Mother. This amazing product is wonderful for corns, bunions, and housemaids' needs. It brings such relief from housework that such small ailments are completely forgotten in the joy of living. Get your container of Johnson's wax before we're sold out, folks. Try it on your floors, furniture, woodwork, harness and saddles, rifle butts and luggage. See how it protects, preserves, and saves you hours of housework. And now, while I pass among you with this marvelous invention, and remember only 9 containers to a customer today, Hambone will play a few musical gems on his old banjo. Ham bone, if you please.
Just a minute there, Slicker. Just a minute there. Hold on there.
Ah, the sheriff.
Yeah.
Get the horses ready, Ham bone. What's the matter, Sheriff?
Well, Paul wants to know if you got yourself a peddling license for this here medicine show, stranger.
License, ma'am?
You heard correct, stranger. Failing you got a license, I got to take you to the calaboose. I represent the law hereabouts. We don't aim to have no fly-by-night drummers taking trade from the local merchants. We aim to build a little church in this here valley. Come now, son. Do I see your license or do you see our hoosgow?
I'll see you later. Let's go, Ham bone. Hit the trail.
Well, you can't
Why, you was aiming kind of high, weren't you, Paul?
Yes, Ma didn't want to wing the young'un. He might grow up to be a useful citizen yet. What time you think it is?
Well, I can't tell, Paul. Can't see the sun on account of this here sunbonnet.
Yep. Often thought of getting me a pocket watch. But shucks, they're all made way back east, and they got different time back there. Have to sit down.
Oh, Magee, look, here comes Mr. Wimple. Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, hi, Wimp.
Hello, folks. My, isn't this Pioneer Day exciting?
Yeah, you betcha. You all set to reenact the bank hold-up, Wimp?
Oh, yes, indeed, Mr. Magee.
Good.
Mark Toops and I were going to dash up on our horses, but we're coming in his Buick instead because horses always make me sneeze. We're both going to wear bananas over our faces, you know.
Bandanas, Mr. Wimple.
No, bananas, Mrs. Magee. We throw the skins down to foil pursuit.
Sweetie Face going to be watching the scene, Wimp?
Well, I'm sure I don't know, Mr. Magee. She may be too tired from her dancing to come downtown.
Dancing, Mr. Wimple? She taking a dancing lesson?
Well, I suppose you might call it that, Mrs. Magee. One of the power lines fell down in that windstorm last night, and Sweetie Face tried to pick it up this morning.
Oh.
When I left, she was still hanging onto it and dancing around like everything.
Why, my gosh, Wimp, she might be electrocuted that way.
Yes.
Ah, my. Is she still mistreating you, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, we have our little moments, Mrs. Magee. She gets impulsive, and I lose my temper, I'm afraid.
Oh.
Last night, after one of our arguments, I went downtown and bought 5 pounds of raw meat.
Well, good for you, Wimp. Did you eat it all?
Oh, no. I put it on my eye, Mr. Magee. Well, goodbye now. I'll see you at the bank.
You know, Magee, one of these days Mr. Wimple is going to
Hold
turn
it,
on...
Ma, hold it. Look yonder. Here comes Panamint Perry Bodkin and his pitch pipe posse. Must be a trailing somebody.
Here they come, riding hard, chasing rustlers across the prairie land. Yahoo! Sheriff's man lost the trail of that cattle rustling band. Whoa! Which way they go?
They went that away.
Which way did they go?
She says they went that away.
Oh, they went that away.
Which way did they go?
They went that away.
Which way did they go?
They went this away, that away, where away, there away, that away. Bandits robbed the stage and drilled the sheriff, stole 10 grand in gold. Get 'em, boys,
before the trail gets cold.
Which way to go? They went that away. Which way to go? They went that away.
Which way to go?
They went north away, south away, east away, west away, that away. Get that they'll catch 'em in the end as off again they go at the Western Picture Show. Line, pay their dime, and they'll ride the old range till supper time. Which way to go? They went that way.
Which way to go?
They went that way.
Which way to go?
They went giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, that way. Bandits busting banks and blowing safes and laughing at the law, picking fights and cheating on the draw. Which way to go? They went that way.
Which way to go?
They went that way.
Which way to go?
They went bullybop, 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 that way. Kids are rootin', tootin', shootin' from their saddles on the aisle at the Western Picture Show.
Well, it's just about time for the gun way to start, isn't it, McGee?
Yeah, and I hope those newsreel guys are on their toes, too. I told them to focus on my left profile. On account of because, well, howdy there, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor. Ma curtsy to the mayor.
Howdy, Your Honor. You're as welcome a sight as unbranded steer.
Thank you, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
All set for the bank hold up, Latrivia? Got my holsters tied down and my trigger fingers itching.
You sound very authentic as a sheriff, McGee.
Yes, didn't I?
Yes, you did. Had any trouble so far today?
Nary you might, Mr. Mayor. Folks been giving old Two-Gun McGee a wide berth. Needs one, too, the way he rolls around in his sleeve.
Incidentally, McGee, how did you get appointed sheriff for today, anyway?
How'd you mean? What do you mean, how'd I get appointed? I thought up this whole bank robbery stunt, didn't I? Who should ought to have been observing it better than me?
Okay. I was merely asking, McGee.
Oh.
I guess you were the one who remembered that the James boys once held up this bank.
No, not the James boys, Mr. Mayor. Bart Younger it was.
Yeah.
Bart Younger and his brother, Much.
Much was the older Younger.
How was that again, McGee?
I says Bart Younger was the younger. Much was older.
Much older?
Yeah, Much.
You say that the older Younger was much younger?
Yeah.
Well, if the older Younger was much younger, how could the younger have been much? I mean, older. I mean, if the older...
Well, you see, it's like this, Your Honor. Bart the younger was quite respectable at first. He was even an elder in the church.
Yeah. Just the younger was an elder. The elder Younger...
Oh, wait. Wait a minute, please. Now, let me get this straight.
Oh, of course. What don't you understand, Mr. Mayor?
Any of it. You say there were two Youngers, Bart and Much.
Exactly. Much was the older Younger. The younger was the elder.
Well, if the younger was an elder Younger, how did the older elder, much younger, I mean, if Bart was not an elder, simply older than the younger, which is to say that the elder...
Ah, you're getting it. Now, go on.
This doesn't make sense. Just because a man is an elder doesn't make an older Younger. I mean, the younger brother...
Much
was younger than older. Younger than the elder. The older was the... It was the man... It was... McGee. Will you excuse me? I wish to make a telephone call.
Oh, important, Mr. Mayor?
Yes. I want to call Abbott and Costello.
What?
I want to know who's on first. Good day.
Well, I don't know how a man who gets as easily confused as he does ever got to be mayor.
Oh, well, the trivia, he's a simple soul. He just don't... Oh, my gosh, time for the holdup. Look, there's the newsreel cameras. Everything is set.
Shall I wait here with you?
Sure. We're just using blank cartridges now, Molly. One side there, please, folks. One side. I'm playing the sheriff, Mr.
Oh, there goes the robbers into the bank.
They'll be lucky to get out with the money they got on them. You can't fill your fountain pen in there without 3 co-signers.
Now, take it easy, folks. Take it easy. Give me elbow room. Now, when I come out, I'm a-coming out a-shooting.
Get 'em, Pa. Here they come. Who'd you say them bandits was?
Mort Toops and Wally Wimple.
Well, don't look like either one of them was Mr. Wimple to me. Too big in the...
Ah, there we go. Drop them shooting irons, you varmints. It's Sheriff Magee talking to you. Drop them weapons, I tell you. I'm the law in these parts, and I am...
Heavenly days. That was a real bullet, McGee. They broke the Bonton window.
Well, holy shit. Well, what in the Sam?
$20,000.
Oh, no license plates. It's a clean getaway.
Hey, who thought up this dumb stunt anyway?
Guy named McGee, the little twerp that plays the sheriff.
Why they ought to leave?
Hey, come on, Molly. Let's get out of here. I'm going to get home and form a possum.
You mean a posse?
No, possum. I'm going to play dead for a few minutes.
I've been telling women about the wax method of housekeeping for many years, so when I visit a home, I naturally look to see if it's wax protected. It doesn't take an expert to tell either. There's an unusual charm, a certain lustrous, mellow beauty about a waxed home that seems, the minute you enter it, to sing out, I'm wax polished, I'm sparkling, and I'm proud of it. All through the home, floors gleam with a shining cleanliness. Tabletops and chairs and woodwork, when Johnson waxed, have a lovely satin-smooth luster that adds tremendously to their natural beauty. Ornaments, picture frames, and other accessories are richer looking. Fact is, that invisible protective film of Johnson's wax, plus tasteful arranging, can make the difference between a lovely, bright, and shining home and an ordinary run-of-the-mill one. And besides the beauty it gives, that tough, shining film of Johnson's wax is mighty important because it protects lovely surfaces against wear, dirt, and spilled things. Make your home a lovelier place to live in with Johnson's wax, paste, liquid, or cream.
Did you hear what happened after the robbery?
No, I've been afraid to even stick my head out the door far enough to get the evening paper. What happened?
Well, the Sweetie Face found Mr. Wimple and Mr. Toops tied up in Wimple's garage.
Yeah?
They told her what happened, and she chased the robbers on her motorcycle and caught them at the county line.
Ooh, did she bring them back?
Yeah, but not alive.
You mean Sweetie Face? Oh, but that's murder. She can't do that. Taking the law into her own hands like that? Why, that's terrible. That's...
McGee.
Huh?
McGee, don't get so excited. It's just a radio show.
Oh. Oh, is that what it was? Good night.
Good night, all.
Which Way'd They Go, sung by the King's Men, was written by Perry Butkin. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Today, people are sending video mail
instead of email.
This year, the internet will allow millions of businesses to make phone calls for free.
One day, a business not on the internet will not be in business.
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Virtually all internet traffic travels across the systems of one company, Cisco Systems, empowering the internet generation.
Are you ready?
Are you?
Where are my socks? If I don't get those socks, I'm out of business.
Did you check all your stocks?
There's no socks in my stocks.
Check down by the docks.
I'm the docks. There's no socks.
I've checked every box. There's no box full of socks. Forget about socks. I just saw folks. We got locks. We got frocks.
Not frocks, not walks, not locks, just socks.
You got your clocks?
Supply chain problems? IBM has internet solutions.
Sure, blame the Scots.
You've got this huge customer. They're so huge, sometimes they don't even know when they've received a shipment. Whose problem is this? Yours. That's why you ship UPS, because only UPS Total Track captures signatures electronically. Then you can use UPS online software to see your customer's actual signature. So when they say, we never got it, you can say not only did you get it, but you don't dot your I's. UPS, moving at the speed of business.
Today, Nortel Networks is changing the way businesses communicate.
Here come old Flat Top. You come grooving up slowly. You got Juju eyeball. He's saying, I know you. You know me. One thing I can tell you is you've got to be free. Come together.
Bringing it all together with the true power of the internet.
Come together.
Nortel Networks.
Right now.
How the world shares ideas.
Over me.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salapatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Salapatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen and his mighty Allen Art Players. Music with Peter Van Steeden, the Ipana Troubadours, and the Town Hall Quartet. And another group of anxious and eager amateurs. New voices, new music, new fun. It's Town Hall tonight. Listen to that crowd. They're cheering madly as they march along with Fred Allen and his parade to the old Town Hall. Fred zigzagging up the street, the band zags when Fred sings. The mighty Allen Art Players are trailing behind in their kiddie cars. Let's join the merry song. Everybody join. Here they come, old folks.
This book says life begins at 40, Grandpa. When does it begin?
Life begins every Wednesday, Bobby, in just another minute. It's Town Hall tonight.
Leap year girl.
This is Leap Year Harold, and I'm a girl ready to ask a question.
I know your question, Alice. You want me to turn on the radio. It's Town Hall tonight. Gigolo.
I hired you for a gigolo, mister, and I say you're going to dance.
It may mean my future, madam, but I refuse to budge for an hour. It's Town Hall tonight.
Well, here we are in front of the old Town Hall, folks, and there's Fred just opening the doors and welcoming the crowd. Listen.
Little drops of laughter, little bars of song. Make the Town Hall show, folks. It's just 1 hour long. If you'll kindly pass right in, step to the right, please.
Hi there, Mr. Allen.
Hello there, Mrs. Mintz. Taking those flowers in to throw at the actors?
You bet. It's poison ivy for the mighty Allen Art Players.
Well, poison ivy's better than no flowers at all. Go right in. Hi there, Waldo.
Hi, Mr. Allen. Can I go in your amateurs?
You bet you can, son. What do you do?
I don't sing. The music goes round and round.
You don't? Well, go right in, son. You'll be a sensation. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
They were all set to go, Fred.
Righto, Harry. Tell Peter we'll open with great day.
Okay, Fred. It's all yours, Peter.
When you're down and out, lift up your head and shout. There's gonna be a great day. Angels in the sky promise that by and by there's gonna be a great day. Gabriel will warn you, somebody warn you, will hit his horn. Rudy Tootin' is not far away. Hold up your hands and say, there's gonna be a great day. Gabriel will warn you, somebody warn you, will hit his horn. Rudy Tootin' is not far away. Hold up your hands and say, there's gonna be a great day.
Presenting that jubilant juggernaut of joyous jamboree and jaunty, jiving gesticulation, Fred Allen in person.
You take the jug out of that juggernaut and just set it over there, Harry.
Right over.
Thank you. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before putting our toupees on the dumbwaiter and letting down our hair for the next hour, I'll read you the Town Hall Bulletin for tonight. Podge White, Public Grocer number 1, says a lot of you folks who won't bother to read pie labels have been lifting up the tops of the pies to see what's inside. Now, starting tomorrow, Hodge is selling a new style pie with a zipper down the middle. If you're in a hurry, you can zip open the pie and take a good look before you get stuck. So much for pastry tasters, and now for the Town Hall news. Say, Harry.
Yes, Fred?
What will happen if the price of cotton goes any lower?
Well, there'll be a drop in sheets, I guess, Fred. I get it. Your picture sheet will be right down.
Thank you. Could you, by any chance, explain the meaning of an electrical detour?
Yes, sir. That's where you have to turn off the main lights. Here they go.
Oh, we've had that today already in New York, haven't we? The projector starts, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The Town Hall News sees nothing, shows all. Yonkers, New York. 97% of all children in Yonkers public schools have bank accounts in school savings system.
Town Hall News shows what may happen if scholars get too much money. The scene, the Yonkers schoolroom of tomorrow.
Take your seat, Fibber. Quiet, quiet, class. Since you children have gotten wealthy, I can't do a thing with you. Now, you, Mildred, stop that whispering. It's Tommy Clark, teacher. He's trying to borrow $20 from me. Aren't you ashamed, Tommy?
No, teacher. There comes a time in the life of every girl when a guy needs $20.
Mildred, time hasn't come yet. Now, you sit down.
Okay.
Just because you've got a first mortgage on the school, Tommy, don't think you're a privileged character.
What's your conversation, babe, or I'll foreclose?
Hello? Miss Sauer, 8th grade speaking. Tommy Clark? Yes, he's here. Telephone, Tommy.
Okay. Hello? What? Canadian roller skates down 10 points. Cuban jelly beans off 20. No, don't tell. I'll be ruined. Now, keep your nerve, Morgan. I'll stop in after school and put up the margin. Okay.
Who is that, Tommy? Your father?
No, my broker. More margin. That's all I ever hear out of that guy, margin.
Will you sit down, Tommy? Put your mind on your lesson.
How can I concentrate? I got 2 horses going today at Tropical.
I've told you you'll come to a bad end playing the horses.
If those 2 dogs don't come in today, I'm a pauper.
When are you going to stop betting?
I'll toss you, teacher, to find out.
That's the last straw. You're not going to make a gambling den out of this classroom. I'm taking you home to your father.
Okay, my car is outside. I'll call a chauffeur.
Your father will make you pay for this.
If you come with me, I'll win $10.
How?
I bet the old man a $1 I'd bring a dame out to the house before noontime.
New Haven, Connecticut. Dr. Howard W. Haggard, head of applied psychology at Yale University, says that businessmen to work at top speed need more than 3 meals a day. Town Hall News shows how big business office will look if executives eat more often during business hours. The scene, the president's office at the Eureka Mothball Company.
Good morning, Miss Type.
Good morning, Mr. Hogg.
Is my food ready?
Yes, sir. There's a beef stew with a poached egg on it in your desk.
Excellent. I can't start the day on an empty stomach.
Did you have breakfast?
Only 600 calories. Just an omelet smothered with lamb chops. This stew is good.
Your mail's ready, Mr. Hogg.
All right, take away these dishes.
Yes, sir. That's a great idea of yours, having a chef right here in the office.
Saves time. Dr. Haggard says we businessmen have got to eat more. Take a letter. Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. Before we start, buzz for my chef.
Yes, sir.
That stew is wearing off. I'll need a sandwich after I dictate.
You first, Mr. Hogg.
Yes, Olson. What's on the fire?
I got guinea hen pendowdy with cucumber fritters, 400 vitamins.
Just right. Bring it in.
Okie pokey.
That's better. Excuse me. Take a letter. Hello? What? No, you've got the wrong number.
Well, here we are, Mr. Hogg. 1 guinea hen pendowdy.
Put it here, Olson. That'll be all.
Okie pokey.
I'm famished. I'll stop right in.
But you haven't finished your letter, Mr. Hogg.
I know, but I have to replace those calories I burned up on that wrong number. This guinea hen is vitalizing.
You're certainly packing it in, Mr. Hogg.
A businessman travels on his stomach, Miss Type. Well, now we'll get at that letter. Excuse me.
I'm ready.
Pungent Camper Company, gentlemen.
Oh, that's 12 o'clock.
So it is. I've got to run, Miss Type.
But, Mr. Hogg...
It's 12 o'clock, isn't it?
Yes, but this is the 3rd day you've started this letter.
I can't stop now, Miss Type.
But you owe this man.
Yes, but what I owe myself is more important. I'm going.
Going where, Mr. Hogg?
Out to lunch.
Washington, D.C. Representative Samuel Dickstein of New York proposes anti-gigolo bill to protect wealthy spinsters from designing foreign noblemen who propose marriage. If bill is passed, Town Hall News shows how government will probably protect wealthy spinsters about to fall for titles. The scene, Miss Winston Castor's townhouse, the drawing room.
Has the bell called, Miss Castor?
Yes, Chutney. I'm expecting the Grand Duke Mikhail, Marquis of Nizhny Novgorod.
Yes, madam.
The Grand Duke and I must not be disturbed.
I understand. An affair de la neck, madam.
Oh, if the Grand Duke proposes this evening, I shall have a title at last. He's at the door, Chutney. Show him in and leave us alone.
Yes, madam.
Publisher. Fly into mine arms, my Dobovich.
Oh, Mikhail, my Dukey.
I have looked you up and down my schnecken.
up in Bread Street and down in Dunn. I love you.
You mean, Mikhail?
Yes, I will marry you. There is no time to lose.
I have nothing to give you but money, Mikhail.
It is enough. I have nothing to give you but titles.
What title?
Marry me, and you will be Grand Duchess Mikhaila of Nizhny Novgorod and All Points West.
Yes?
You will be first Viscountess of Minsk, Empress of Latke, and Marchioness of the Volga Boatmen.
Yes, go on, Mikhail.
You will be Queen of Blinzer, Baroness of Borscht, First Lady of the Pulke.
First Lady of the Pulke. Oh, I'm weakening, Mikhail.
Come, fly with me, Bublishke.
Yes, Mikhail, I will fly.
Up in the name of the law. Stand back, butler. We are eloping.
Chutney, what is the meaning of this?
I may be chutney to you, madam, but without these sideburns and this dicky, I'm Bob Turner of U.S. Secret Service.
Down the bitch. I'm Pinch-the-Bitch.
Chutney, my butler, a G-man.
Yes, Miss Kessler, sent from Spencer headquarters to protect you from this scheming imposter.
Imposter? Then my Mikhail is not a Grand Duke.
No, he's Sergei Fink, a wholesale herring operator from 2nd Avenue.
And he has no title?
Only one. He's known on the east side as Gefolter Joe. Come on, Gefolter.
Yes, out of my life, you Gefolter.
Well, I'll go, but you'll be hearing from me later.
Say, Fred, I've got it. I've got it.
Well, maybe I have too, Harry. What is it?
It's a riddle.
Oh, you've got it a riddle, eh?
Uh-huh.
And the usual procedure is for me to ask you what it is. Is that it?
Oh, you don't have to ask me, Fred. I'll tell you anyhow. Here it is. What's the difference?
What's the difference? What's the riddle?
That's it.
What's it? Why doesn't somebody tell me these things? Rushing
Well,
in
now listen, Fred.
confusing me.
Here is what I mean. You brush your teeth with any kind of toothpaste until you finish the tube. Then get a red and yellow striped tube of Ipana and brush your teeth with that for the same length of time. Now, what's the difference?
Oh, I get it, Harry.
Right, Fred, and everyone will get it. Cleaner, brighter teeth and stronger, healthier gums. If they'll just use Ipana, for in the words of dentists all over the country, your teeth are seldom attractive if your gums are flabby and tender. And most of the creamy, well-cooked foods we eat nowadays are too soft to give our gums the exercise they must have. That's why we say every time you brush your teeth with pleasant-tasting Ipana, massage a little of it into your gums to tone and stimulate them. You never have pink toothbrush warning you that your gums are too tender. And you'll always have brilliant, sparkling teeth if you'll always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty.
Troubadours playing Keep Your Fingers Crossed. Now, on Friday night, there will be a hog calling contest here at the town hall. If the hog callers get any results, there will be a pork barbecue right after the contest. Now, on Thursday afternoon... Oh, quiet, please. If that's someone from Philadelphia trying to open the Democratic Convention ahead of time, I'll be down there disguised as Governor Talmadge in a minute.
Hello?
Well... Well, as I live and try never to step on spinach, so I won't leave footprints on the sands of time, if it isn't Portland.
Yes, I'm just coming home from the doctor's, so I thought I'd stop in.
Say, your finger's all bandaged. What happened?
I thought it was broken, but the doctor says it's only sprained.
How could you possibly sprain the third finger on your hand?
I was pressing the middle valve down.
Pressing the middle valve down. I guess that's where they got the idea for that song. It goes round and round. Somebody peeked into your head and saw what was going on.
Oh, you can laugh, but I know my B's and C's.
You don't mean your ABCs, do you?
Oh, there aren't any more A's. They're unconstitutional.
Really? Well, the AAA ruling doesn't bother you, does it?
No, but it affects Papa. Last year he got paid to kill our cow. This year he doesn't know what to do.
Well, he doesn't have to be upset. They may save half of the AAA.
Yes, but Papa can't kill half a cow, Penny.
Well, don't worry about it. Everything's going to come out all right.
It's too much for me. I don't know what's going on.
Then you've joined the great majority, eh? If you're worried about the future, the best thing to do is to send to your congressman or the nearest fortune teller.
I had my tea leaves read last week. Did you ever have a gypsy look in your teacup?
Only once. She owned the place and bawled me out for using too much sugar.
Gypsies always look tired to me.
Yes, they do. It's the kind of tea gypsies have to read today that makes them always look tired.
You mean they have bags under their eyes all day?
That's it. Give me a good coffee phrenologist any day.
Oh, how can anyone tell your fortune from the mud in a teacup?
In a coffee cup, you mean? It's all right. Never swap drinks in the middle of a script. You know, it's that old thing. Never swap horses in the middle of a scene. Now, do you want to get it straight again?
How can anyone tell your fortune from the mud in a coffee cup?
Oh, boy. The answer will now have to be twice as funny because you've asked the question twice. Well, a coffee phrenologist doesn't wait until your coffee is ground. He feels your beans.
Oh, I get it. You're trying to pull my leg.
No, I'm not. Your stocking must be shrinking.
Gosh, every time I come in here, it ends up in a battle of wits.
Well, you're half right. It ends in a battle. And now, if you want to run along home and think up some sanctions...
Oh, I brought a sanction with me. Willoughby!
Oh, Will, you might as well bring Bill Thompson.
Hey, Willoughby, I feel like a feather in the breeze, flying high and raring to tickle.
Now, just a minute, Rustic. A man is known by the company he keeps. And if you're seen around here, you're going to set me back about 10 years socially.
Yeah? Well, let me tell you, Mr. Dirty Vest, knowing you ain't no shortcut to Park Avenue.
If you strike Mr. Allen Willoughby, I'll never forget you.
But don't worry, Portland. If this bumpkin raises his hand, it will only be to leave the room.
Now, see here. You watch your blabbing, Mr. Hanky-Panky. I had a tussle with a know-it-all last week. Well, sir, I hit him on top of the derby. Last I seen of him, his friends was unbuttoning his vest to see what become of his head.
Well, if I hit a man on the conch, his nose generally ends up so low, when he inhales, he vacuums the sidewalk.
Gosh, this is terrible. You won't start anything, will you, Willoughby?
Well, I ain't so sure, Potty. Sometimes I'm as nice as pie, and jingo, a word drops and I'm a Frankenstein.
Well, you may be a monster around the town pump jerk, but you're a pixie with an inferiority complex to me.
Well, turn my damper pathway down. Who you calling jerk, Mr. Prince Cannon?
I think Willoughby looks pretty snappy, Mr. Allen.
What snappy? That suit looks as though somebody started to kidnap him and ran away and left him in the bag.
I dress this way on purpose. I'm a plain clothes man.
I'll say Willoughby's a detective.
A detective. He couldn't find the violin under Rubenov's chin.
Oh, no? Well, how'd you like to know I just finished my correspondence course in detective? And as soon as I find the post office, I'll get my diploma.
Show him your flashlight and badge, Willoughby.
Here, take a gander at these, Mr. Wise Williams. I solved my first mystery right today, too.
Yeah?
I'll say it was almost a kidnapping.
It sure almost was. Mrs. Pickens' baby buggy was missing this morning, and she called me in.
What did you do?
Well, first, I broke into the door. Then I snapped the cuffs onto Mrs. Perkins. Then I started drilling her.
Did you learn anything?
Did I? Why, I gave her the work, and she turned stool pigeon. She admitted the baby was there, but the buggy was missing.
Oh, boy. Of course. What did you do, Willoughby?
Well, quick as all scat, I snapped cuffs onto the baby and started drilling him.
Did the baby come clean?
No, the baby wouldn't come.
Oh, boy. That's not Willoughby.
Well, sir, I hid in the closet until Miss Perkins came home. Then I snapped cuffs onto him. I grilled him, and he confessed.
Confessed what?
He confessed he didn't even know the baby buggy was missing.
Well, now we're getting someplace.
Oh, you bet you, Poppy. The time had come to swoop. I stood outside the house for 4 hours.
Doing what, Willoughby?
Drilling myself. I kept telling myself, Willoughby, you're not going to go through with the buggy.
Putting the phone up, Dylam, I hope.
No, Mr. Nosey Nolan. I said if I was a little buggy, I'd roll downhill. Well, sir, I laid down the street, and away I rolled lickety-split. And where do you think I ended up?
Right beside the buggy.
No, came to under a truck. But across the street was the buggy.
If you had stayed where you were in the first place, the buggy could have found you in half that time.
If you have any odd crimes, Mr. Allen, Willoughby will be glad to clear them up.
I have a crime in mind right now.
I know, and I'll solve it before it's committed. Come on, Willoughby.
Well, all right. But I'm only leaving to please you, Potty. I'm tough. Listen to this. I told you.
Scram, Willoughby. So long, Portland.
Callie, hello.
And now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Those fearless indoor sailors with a girl on every Davenport. Tonight the boy sings Got a Gal in California.
Poor old Paul, they must be lonesome in Arkansas, but I
had to say goodbye.
saddle my horse and started away out west, met the gal that I love the best, and she wants to marry me. Got a gal in California,
Beside the Atlantic, yes, I got the ocean wrong, but I don't know right from wrong.
Cause the gal in California
Has got me so romantic
that I don't know day from night, but I know that she's alright. One evening some Indians attacked us, but I was too happy to see. I kept sitting right on a cactus with her upon my knee. Oh, gal in California
has got me nearly frantic. I'll admit she's doggone sweet,
but the way that gal can eat. I've got a horse and he's my pal. I've got 3 cows in my corral, and soon I'll have to see that gal in California, where the folks don't stay out very late. Out in California, they take the sidewalks in at 8. Out in California, it's some town by heck, I swear. You can stand in the old town square and knock on every front door there. Out in California.
Wait a minute. What's going on here, boy?
Well, partner, who are you?
I'm proudly to denounce that I'm a member of the Peter Van Skiddenskis Hillbillies, my friend.
Well, that's so. Well, join up with us. Let's see what you can do.
Got to go in, old boy, in. Hey, but I can't get to see her. The reason for this, huh? A fellow with a little black mustache.
Boy, your gal in California
Has got me so romantic
that I don't know black from white, but I know that she's all right. She'll be 20-year-old in the summer. She weighs a mere 349. She's 7'2" in her stockings.
Gosh, a healthy, ain't she?
Oh, a gal in California.
Although she is gigantic,
I'll admit she's mighty neat, but the way that gal can eat. I've got a horse and he's my pal. I've got 3 cows in my corral, and soon I'll have to see that gal in California.
Thank you, boys. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Harry Von Zell and I have been discussing newspaper ads. The lost and found columns are always full of things people are sorry they lost. But if we advertise the things we were glad we lost, Harry says he knows one ad that would appear all over the country tomorrow. Is that right, Harry?
That's right, Fred, and here's the ad. Lost, 1 man-sized grouse in vicinity of home. There's no reward as I have no further use for it. Just before I lost my grouch, my stomach was upset and I felt under par, which meant there were two things wrong with me: waste in my body and too much acid in my system. So I just took Salapatica, because it's the mineral salt laxative that both rids the body of waste and combats acidity. So, ladies and gentlemen, whenever you're feeling logy and under the weather, simply put 2 teaspoonfuls of Salapatica in a glass of water and drink it. Then you, too, can advertise lost 1 grouch. Just remember Sal Hepatica for the smile of health.
And now we've come to the mighty Allen Art Players, ladies and gentlemen, the first actors ever to perform on a revolving stage during a performance so that they would be harder to hit. Tonight, these denizens of the Tank Towns present a Western drama entitled Home on the Range, or The Only Way a Cowboy Can Cure His Bow Legs is to Put His Horse on a Diet. Overture, Peter.
Home, home on the range, where the deer and the cantaloupe play. Ma! Come in here, pronto.
Yes, Captain.
Is that you shooting at me?
No, I'm at the dishes. Business is for pleasure.
Well, seems like every time I start singing, something starts happening.
Last time you sang, the cattle walked off from the ranch. Had to ride out 10 miles to fetch them back.
Well, you better stop sucking in them cow's ears today, 'cause I'm in the mood for rondelay. Home on the range. Who's a pepperin' my recital? Look yonder and ascertain.
It's your good-for-nothing son, Trigger. He's drawing a bead on you from the yard.
Why, I'll brand his wet hide, the little varmint. Trigger!
You won't be, Paul Catcher?
What's all the shooting for, Trigger, son? You ain't aiming to plug your old paw, or are you?
I was aiming to, but I kept missing.
What's the matter, son? You homesick and missing your paw that way?
Oh, I don't mind him singing through his nose more. It's the singing through his mouth makes me shoot mad.
Well, put your gun up, son.
Not till Paul puts up his gitter.
Well, all right, I'm putting up. I ain't afeard of you, son. I'm just a-putting my gitter up to humor you. It's your birthday.
Yep, it's your birthday, Trigger.
Can't I go over and shoot up them movie kids at the Darlington Ranch, Paul?
No, now them movie kids is having a party today, son. You leave 'em be.
Yes, you sit down and play with your Bowie knife.
Oh, I got me something to play with right here, Ma.
Yeah. What you doing? Bringing that snake into the house.
Well, yesterday you told me I ought to get a rattle to play with, didn't you?
Yeah, but I further told you to take the rattle out of the snake before you started playing.
Your paw's right, son. Put that snake back in your blouse.
Hey, who all's that coming up the trail?
Yippee! It's the mailman, Paul.
Lord, I hope he's bringing something today.
Last time he come was something about voting on straws for literary indigestion.
I'll let him in, Ma.
Wahoo, Liz! Wahoo, Texas!
Wahoo! You got one of your wahoo left over. Right back at you, Pete. What you got?
Package from Montgomery Robot. There you are, Texas. I'm a hurry.
So long, Pete.
What is it, Paul? A new catalog?
It's the farmer's almanac, is it?
No, it's something I got special for Trigger. A surprise for his birthday. I'll open it.
Oh, say, they're leather. There's 2 of them.
Yippee! They got strings on them. What are they, Paul? Nose bags for calves?
Oh, easy shoes, son. I got 'em for you for a present. Well, ain't no directions with 'em. I'll just put 'em on you haphazard.
You ain't a-screwing me, Paul Cactus. I ain't no dude.
I'm putting 'em on you, son. Grab him, Ma. In his arm.
Turn me loose, Ma.
I got you, son.
Yeah, that's right. Hold him, Ma. I'll slip this one on. Here, take your foot out of your paw's mouth, son. Ma, they're both on now. Let him free, Ma.
All right. How do they feel standing, Trigger?
I can't walk, Ma. Well,
you get used to 'em, son. I had to braid your toes to get 'em off.
what? I'll get you for this, Paul.
Oh, you missed him again, Trigger.
I reckon, Ma. I reckon, but I'll get somebody for this.
Don't you go a-shooting up them movie kids.
Lord, he's driving.
Ever wonder what it's like to be 007? Now you know. Be Bond on PlayStation Game Console.
They said imports taste better. They lied.
And how does that make you feel?
Used, manipulated, betrayed.
And how does that make you feel?
Used, manipulated, betrayed.
So now what?
Only drink fresh beer. Budweiser.
You have made a real breakthrough. You did it on your own.
Born on dating from Budweiser. What fresh beer tastes like.
You're on the road to freshness. Hold all my calls.
The future's toughest cop is going back in time to save his family.
Are we still together in 10 years?
You can bet on it. Jean-Claude Van Damme, Time Cop, NBC Sunday.
The Mitsubishi Eclipse Spider GST.
Vorrei del pane tostato.
Vorrei del pane tostato.
The perfect way to express yourself in any language.
Dove sono le valigie?
Dove sono le valigie?
Buon gusto, sei bella e parli italiano.
Buon toast, vorrei un'offerta de valigie. Ciao.
The 1997 Eclipse Spider and Coupe Mirage and 3000 GT. The family of sports cars from Mitsubishi. Built for living.
I'm glad we could all sit down together like this. There's been too much controversy, too much fighting. Now, who gets the honey barbecue tender roast?
Keep your team happy with a bucket from KFC. Mix roasted and fried, even our newest sensation, honey barbecue tender roast.
Georgie, you keep hogging all the honey barbecue tender roast, and you're out of here.
Let the Colonel pinch hit for Mom this Mother's Day. Bring home 8 pieces of your choice, large mashed potatoes and gravy, large coleslaw, and 4 biscuits, all just $11.99.
Great memories are magic. 105.7. A gift from my mother. Monday.
Does that camera of yours give you easy drop-in loading like this? No way. Then can it give you 3 different picture options for better pictures more often? Oh, too bad. How about an index print so it's easy to order reprints? Didn't think so. Maybe what you need isn't just another camera. What you need is an advanced photo system like Kodak Advantix. It's a special kind of film. It's a different kind of camera. It's a better way to take pictures further. Make it a happier Mother's Day. Give your mom a Kodak Advantix camera.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, the United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
In a world of doubting Thomases decades ago, it never would have been possible for stars to shine in the daytime. But in this day and atomic age, anything's possible. Thus, it's not only possible, but a fact that only on stations of the CBS radio network, stars do indeed shine in the daytime. And they're stars of the first magnitude, one and all. You'll find them illuminating an entire segment of your daytime listening every Monday through Friday. These stars have all been named by celestial authority vested in their forebears. Those names are Arthur Godfrey, Art Linkletter, Bing Crosby, Rosemary Clooney, Gary Moore, and Durwood Kirby. You won't find them in your book of the planets and stars, but no compendium of show business luminaries would be complete without them. Monday through Friday, your radio set is your personal telescope on this star-studded display. On your CBS radio station. To list them once again, Arthur Godfrey, Art Linkletter, Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney in tandem, and Gary Moore and Durwood Kirby. Enjoy them often.
Still so somebody couldn't get at you. Doggone bee buzzing around his head all they get out of the body's brain. Oh, God, no luck.
No, a sting doesn't do him any good either, Chuck.
Oh, Mr. Dillon. Well, I tell you, I'd as soon get stung as listen to all that buzzing.
Well, let him sting you then and get it over with.
No, Mr. Dillon, I can't rightly do that.
Why don't you try opening the window?
No, I just closed it. That's how he got in the first place.
All right.
Oh, my goodness. Flew right out that window.
He was trying to get out all the time, Chester.
Well, now, you can't be too sure of that, Mr. Dillon. I've known bees to just absolutely ignore. Well, Miss Church.
Hello, Chester. Matt.
Hello, Samantha. Come on and sit down.
Here's a chair, man.
Thank you. Matt, I need your help.
Sure, Samantha. What can I do?
Well, it's George.
George? Is he in some kind of trouble?
That's what I don't know. He ain't come home since day before yesterday.
Home from where?
Home from right here in Dodge. He rode in from the ranch Monday morning, and I ain't seen him since.
That doesn't sound like George. Staying away 2 nights?
No, Matt, it don't. I didn't worry too much about the first night. Man has a right to do some celebrating every now and then, but...
Samantha, was he celebrating something special?
Was mighty special to us, Matt. He just worked the place free and clear. We sold our first big stand of cattle, Matt, and the money took care of all that we was owing.
Was George bringing the money to town?
He saddled up the minute he got it. He rightly couldn't wait to pay off that note, Matt.
Yeah. All right, Samantha, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's go over to the bank. They ought to know something about this.
I've been there. I've been every place else I could think of in town. Nobody's seen him. Seems like he never got here at all.
Yeah. Tell me this. Who else knew that George was bringing in the money?
Nobody, except maybe Ben. He probably knowed about it all right.
Ben? Oh, he's the one who helps you run the place, right?
Yes, Matt. We took him in when he was just a little boy. Ray'd got his ma and pa. He's just like our own.
Yeah. Nobody else knew?
Well, Hobie Price come riding up just as George come out of the barn. They rode off together.
Well, have you seen Hobie since then?
I asked around for him, Matt, but I ain't found him.
Uh-huh.
Matt?
Yeah?
I ain't never been one to give way.
I know you haven't.
I've got a bad feeling about this, Matt. I got a bad feeling about George. I ain't slept.
Samantha, there's no use for a bad feeling yet. You just let me start looking, huh?
Yeah. I guess I got to. I ain't getting nowhere.
You go on home now. You try to get some rest. It isn't going to do George any good for you to get worn down.
I guess you're right.
Sure, I'm right. Maybe you better go see Doc, huh?
I got no need for doctoring, Matt. Just you find George.
Yeah, I'll start looking, Samantha. Right now.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
Sit down.
I haven't got time, Kitty. I'm looking for Hobie Price.
Hobie Price?
Yeah.
Has he done something?
I'm not sure. You seen him lately?
Oh, no, let me see. He hasn't been in today.
It's the last couple of days I'm interested.
Last night? No, night before. Hobie was in then, all right, Matt.
Did you talk to him?
Nobody could have talked to him that night.
Well, what do you mean?
He was drinking whiskey like he wasn't ever going to get any more. Buying drinks for everybody in the place.
Ah, I see. You haven't seen him since?
No, man, I haven't. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if he was still sleeping it off.
All right, Kitty. Thanks.
Are you off to look for Hobie Price?
He's one of the people I'm looking for. I'll see you later, Kitty.
Sure, Matt. See you later.
It's no surprise to anybody that the attractive and inexpensive new radios have proved popular. It's no surprise, that is, to anyone who listens to CBS Radio. With so much in the way of music, comedy, drama, variety, and news coming your way every day on CBS Radio, more than one radio around the house is more than a convenience. It's almost a necessity for anyone who has a daily routine. The man of the house wants to come home to an attractive home and an attractive wife. But household chores in themselves are rarely inspirational. The smart homemaker is one who refuses to let her regular responsibilities get her down. She gets her work done every day, but she gets her entertainment in, too. She has a radio in the kitchen as well as the living room. Chances are she has a portable radio as well to follow her from one task to another around the house. She knows why the inexpensive new radios are so popular, and she knows the value of CBS Radio, too.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
I declare I don't see why we're doing all this riding when all we got to do is find Hobie Price.
Maybe.
Well, now, Miss Dillon, Miss Church seen him ride off with her husband, didn't she?
Yeah.
And Miss Kitty said she seen him throwing his money around that night, didn't she?
Yeah.
And he ain't nowhere to be found around Dodge, is he?
No.
Well, then, Miss Dillon, it just makes sense. We ought to be riding off after Hobie Price instead of wasting time out here at the church place.
Chester, you know which direction Hobie Price rode off in, do you? Well...
No, Miss Dillon, I don't.
You think we should just sit and dodge and wait until he comes back, do you?
Well, no, sir.
All right, then. Something else might have happened to church. He might have had an accident riding in. I want to look the countryside over real good.
Yes, sir.
Now, there's a lot of land to cover on the church spread. When we get to the fork, you ride off north and I'll ride south. We'll meet at the ranch house.
All right, Miss Dillon.
Don't just stick to the trail, Chester. Take a good look around any trees and through the bushes.
Yes, sir, Miss Dillon. I'll look real good. Even though there ain't hardly no likelihood of finding it.
You make up your mind about that later.
All right, Miss Dillon, but all the same...
Here's the fork. All right, you go that way.
You sure you won't need me with you?
I think I'll be able to handle it, Chester. Why don't you go along now?
All right, Miss Dillon. I guess you know what you're doing.
Well, I know what I want you to do, anyway. Go on.
Get. Dillon?
Any luck, Chester?
No, sir. I didn't find nothing. And I look real good, too.
Yeah. All right, come on in. Chester didn't find anything either, Samantha.
Oh. Well, thanks for looking anyway, Chester.
Oh, yes, ma'am. And I'm sorry I didn't find nothing. Oh, I mean...
This is Ben Stanley, Chester Proudfoot.
I do.
Oh, Chester.
We've given the ranch and the road to town a good looking over, and we haven't found a thing. You got any ideas, Ben?
No, Marshal, I don't. Mr. Church rode off just like he'd always done.
Oh, he set off a bit earlier than usual.
Oh, yeah, he done that all right. He was mighty anxious to get that money to the banker.
Yeah. Did you see him before he left?
Well, yes, Marshal, sure I did. I helped him saddle up.
He didn't say anything to you special about anybody he was going to see or anything?
No, with the banker. Seemed like that was the only thing on his mind. Getting the money there and that note paid off.
Never sat well with George owing any money. He wanted things free and clear.
Yeah. Samantha, did you and George have any kind of trouble lately? You know, like a argument or something?
Oh, Matt, if you're thinking he might just have rode off from me, that ain't so.
No arguments, huh?
Well, I ain't saying George and I never had our differences, because we did, sure enough. We got along, Matt. We was comfortable together. He wouldn't have rode off, would he, Ben?
No, ma'am. No, there wasn't ever nothing like that, Marshal. There's no cause for thinking it.
All right.
Matt, you think you'll find him?
Lots of people turn up, Samantha. We'll keep trying.
Well, I can't say I'm sorry to be back in the office, Miss John.
You're getting to be a homebody.
No, that ain't so. But I ain't one to want to waste a whole day just riding around in the hot sun, I'll say that.
You'll live.
Oh, yes, sir, Miss John, I'll live all right. But we might just as well have stayed here. That's the thing that bothers me.
Never mind, Chester. Maybe something came in the mail that's worth your while.
I sure do hope so.
Chester, would you light someplace? You're starting me to fidgeting.
Oh, well, sure, Miss John. You go right on ahead and read your letters.
Well, thank you. That's very nice of you.
I'm going to itchy places.
What?
Oh, nothing, Miss John. Nothing at all.
Chester, what's the matter with you? You got a beetle under your shirt or something?
Why, no, sir, Miss Jones, but it does seem that there is always some place that needs scratching.
Something bite you?
Oh, no, sir, I ain't been bit. They just these little red patches here.
Let me look.
See?
Well, pull up your shirt.
Yes, sir.
Sure breaking out in a rash. You better let Doc have a look at that.
Oh, no, that ain't easy, Miss Jones. It'll be all right. Just an itch.
It may be all right for you, but it's not all right for me. Seeing you scratch makes me itch, too.
Well, Miss Jones...
Go on, Chester. Take your itch to Doc.
This stuff ought to make you feel better, Chester. Now, hold still. Now, don't tell me that hurts. Oh, yeah, well, it's cold, Doc. Oh, cold. I bet you're the only person in Dodge today complaining about anything being cold. There. Thanks, Doc. Oh, I'm glad to do it. I'd hate to see Matt bothered by your scratching the way you said he was. Oh, he sure was. I could have stood it all right, but Mr. Dillon, he was getting pretty edgy about it. You're telling for me that he's lucky he only had you to contend with? How's that, Doc? I had another case just like yours yesterday. Ben Stanley. Funny thing, too. The first time I've seen ivy poisoning this year. And then there's 2 of them in 2 days. All right, Chester. You can put your shirt on now.
Okay, Doc. So was Ben scratching real bad, too, Doc?
Oh, was he? Like 3 hound dogs with fleas. He had a pretty good case of it.
Well, that's good.
Well, what's good about it?
It's just good to know that somebody else scratched himself when he itched, that's all. And I bet Mr. Dillon would scratch himself, too.
Well, he would if he had what you've got. Now, here at Chester, you better take a bottle of this along. And dab some of the lotion on your itchy spots every once in a while. It'll keep the itch down.
Oh, well, thank you, Doc.
That's all right, Chester. As the old saying goes, you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours.
Oh, you want me to scratch your back, Doc?
Oh, no, Chester, never mind. Just go scratch Matt's.
Hi, this is Dennis James with a longtime favorite. Yes, the longtime favorites are usually the best, aren't they? And one favorite folks have relied on over the years is Kellogg's All Brand. Since 1919, America's favorite natural laxative cereal. Kellogg's All Brand is the safe, gentle way to overcome irregularity caused by lack of bulk in your diet. It tastes good, too, and it never gets mushy in milk. There's only one All Brand, Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve constipation the way millions do with Kellogg's All Brand. ALL-BRAN. Yes, you're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. Try it, okay? Okay.
No, Kitty, I didn't find Hobie Price, and I didn't find anything at the church place.
Well, you might as well have stayed right here.
You're thinking of all the beer I'd have bought.
We don't need your business today, Matt. An awful lot of people are drinking an awful lot of beer.
Yeah, it's a good day for it.
Oh, here comes Chester.
Yeah.
Miss Dillon, excuse me, Miss Kibble, I got some news for him.
That's all right, Chester.
What is it, Chester?
Well, sir, I passed Moss Grimmick on the street, and he said a fellow rode in this morning said he'd seen Hobie Price.
Where?
Larned. Says he's staying at a hotel there, big as you please.
Well, that fixes us a nice hot ride for tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I hope you have more luck than you had today.
Yeah, me too. You must have seen Doc, Chester. You're standing still.
Oh, yes, sir, I did. He gave me some white stuff in a bottle.
You're supposed to do your drinking in here, Chester.
Oh, no, Miss Kitty, it wasn't a drink. It was to splash on myself to cure me of the itch.
Oh.
Thank goodness it's working. He was driving me crazy, scratching.
Well, you better start worrying about yourself, Miss Dillon.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
Well, this itch may be something that's going to spread around. You might get it for yourself. Doc took care of Ben Stanley for it just yesterday.
Oh, don't be silly, Chester. I never heard of an epidemic of poison ivy.
Neither did I. Ben Stanley?
Yes, sir. Doc gave him a bottle of the self-same lotion just yesterday.
Chester, did you get off your horse when you were riding on the church place this morning?
Well, yes, I did. I watered him at the creek that wandered all over the place there, down in them brambles. Real pretty little place there.
I'm going to give you a chance to see it again.
Well, no, I ain't that anxious. To tell the truth, I'd rather...
We'll be riding out there in the morning early.
I thought you were going to learn it.
Maybe I won't have to, Kitty. Come on, Chester. Let's go get some sleep. All right, now, Chester, there's the creek.
Yes, sir, I see it.
You'll find the exact place where you got off your horse, huh?
Well, yes, sir, but I don't see how it makes all that difference, so...
Well, let me worry about that.
Yes, sir. me see. We were all along in here someplace. Yes, sir, I remember that dead log.
All right. We'll leave the horses here. Did you smear Doc's lotion on this morning?
Well, I didn't hardly think it was necessary.
You may be sorry after you go through these bushes again.
Miss Dillon?
Yeah?
If George Church was here, I'd have seen him yesterday, wouldn't I?
I don't know, Chester. We'll just keep looking for a while. All through these bushes.
All right.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Go get a shovel off one of the horses.
Yes, sir.
Very neat job. Almost too neat. Come on, hurry up, Chester.
I'm coming as fast as I can, Mr. Dillon.
Look down there.
Gracious alive. Looks like a grave.
Yeah, fresh dug. We better see who's in it.
Yes, sir. It ain't very deep.
It was dug in a hurry.
Miss Dawn?
Yeah, I was afraid of it.
You reckon Hobie Price drug him here?
Not unless he has a case of poison ivy.
Oh, Mr. Dillon, you don't think...
Yeah, Chester, I think Ben Stanley buried Church's body here and got the itch like you did.
That nice young fellow, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I could be wrong. I'd need a lot more than this to tell a judge, anyway.
You can't hang a man just for scratching himself.
No, you can't, Chester. Come on, let's find out if I'm wrong.
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah, Ben.
If I was you, I'd head south from here. I don't think you're going to find much up ahead.
Well, there's a creek up there, isn't there, Chester?
Oh, yes, sir. There's a creek there.
Our horses will be needing a drink. We might as well ride that way.
They can get a drink down this way, too, Marshal. Oh, not that it matters to me. I just want to help you look around.
Yeah, thanks. I think we'll just go ahead for a little while.
Marshal, down in that gully there. That'd be a good place to look.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it after we give the horses a drink. Chester was down in those bushes yesterday. Got himself a bad case of poison ivy. Isn't that right, Chester?
Oh, yes, sir. That's right.
Did you ever get it, Ben?
No. No, it doesn't bother me none.
Yeah. Doesn't bother me either. I guess we're lucky.
Yeah, lucky.
You know, that rash on your neck looks an awful lot like Chester's.
No, that ain't it.
Oh, that's good. Now, here we are. You can lead the horses from here. Now, come on, Ben. Get down and give your horse a chance to drink.
Sure, Marshal. Sure.
You can lead the horses down. Right about here ought to be a good place.
No, I ain't going. Miss Dillon's making a run for it.
Hold it, Stanley.
See that? Dillon, I'll shoot.
Come on.
You knew about it, didn't you, Marshal?
Yeah, Ben, I knew.
When did you find him?
This morning.
I didn't mean to kill him, Marshal. I didn't want to hurt him.
Uh-huh.
No, I only wanted the money. But he fought me for it. He fought me so hard, Marshal, I had to kill him.
Yeah.
I thought I was all right. Miss Church said you was after Hobie Price. I knowed he rode off to the Willets' place, but nobody else did.
And you weren't about to tell, were you?
I didn't mean no harm to Mr. Church, Marshal. If he'd just give up the money easy, if he just wouldn't have fought.
You know, Ben, some men do funny things like that.
Like what, Marshal?
Fights for the things that belong to them. And other men get poison ivy and end up getting hung. All right, come on, Chester. Let's help him on his horse.
Thousands of copies of the composite forum recommendations of the 1960 White House Conference on Children and Youth have gone out not only to millions of Americans interested in the future of our nation, but to people all over the world. In his address at the opening session of the Golden Anniversary White House Conference on Children and Youth, President Eisenhower said, "You are working with the most precious resources of our nation, a whole generation of Americans who will someday make their country's policies and dispose its great power," end quote. This is why the 670 recommendations published by the White House Conference have such wide interest. Check these recommendations. Write, Superintendent of Documents, Government Printing Office, Washington 25, D.C. Ask for Recommendations, 1960 White House Conference on Children and Youth. The price is 35 cents. Check with your state committee or your national or local organizations to see what you can do to help put these recommendations into practice. Gunsmoke.
Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lynn Allen and Sam Edwards. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Latest news follows, after which we join the Mitch Miller Show on the CBS Radio Network. Radio Network. Radio Network. Radio Network. Radio Network. Radio Network. Radio Network.
Bond. James Bond. James Bond.
People here communicate mind to mind.
There is no race. There are no genders.
There is no age.
No age.
There are no infirmities.
There are only minds.
Only minds.
Utopia?
No.
No. The Internet. Where minds, doors, and lives open up.
Is this a great time or what?
It's the sky that we look upon. should crumble to the sea. I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear just as long as you stand.
Peace of mind
Stand by
from Buick LeSabre.
Stand by me.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Puddings, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with the Gay Ranchero. A convenient way to buy Jell-O, ladies and gentlemen, is to get several packages at a time and use them as you want them. And with the new Jell-O, you can do this without any fear that your supply of Jell-O will lose flavor and freshness as it stands on the pantry shelf. You can now buy a dozen packages of Jell-O at one time and know that they will all stay at the peak of their goodness until you want them. Because today, Jell-O's flavor is locked into the Jell-O particles by an exclusive Jell-O process. The tiny Jell-O particles deliver their full-strength flavor to you intact. Now prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping fragrance and flavor. But the instant you dissolve the Jell-O, you unlock its captive flavor, and out it pours in all its original richness. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, order several packages. Get all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors, and always have a full assortment on hand from which to choose. You can keep Jell-O as long as you please. Its flavor doesn't go away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. The Gay Ranchero, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my very great honor to bring you a man who last Sunday on this program gave you what was undoubtedly the finest performance of his acting career.
That's right, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
So without further ado, I give you the only actor in America who can make Jekyll and Hyde sound like Brenda and Cobina, Jack Benny.
Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that may be your idea of a funny introduction. But to ridicule my performance of last Sunday, which everyone hailed as a dramatic nugget, that really burns me up.
Now, take it easy, Jack. I thought you played the part well enough, but I happened to see the picture, and I didn't think you were as good as Spencer Tracy.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Well, Don, let me ask you something. Who signs your check every week? Spencer Tracy or the Benny Goose that lays the golden egg company? Take that as my thought for today.
But, Jack, you don't seem to understand.
No.
When Spencer Tracy played the part, there was a decided difference between both characters. But when you did it, I couldn't tell your Jekyll from your Hyde.
Well, you can't tell your stomach from an igloo. So what do you know about it? A fine pal you turned out to be.
Now, Jack.
And don't call me Jack. From now on, you will please address me as Mr. Benny, and I'll call you Mr. Wilson. Is that clear?
Oh, I think you're being very childish about the whole matter. Absolutely childish.
Don't try to bring my age down. Flattery won't help. Remember that, Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson? Who's Mr. Wilson?
That hulk over yonder. Listen, Mary, you witnessed my performance last week. What did you think of it?
Well, personally, I thought you were very good as Georgie Jessel.
I wasn't Jessel, I was Jekyll. Dr. Jekyll.
Well, in that case, phooey.
Phooey? What do you mean, phooey? I don't get it.
All right, take the word lovely and fool around with us.
Let's see. Lovely, lively, low. Mr. Benny to you. And let me remind you and Mr. Wilson of something that you both may have forgotten. When I switched from Dr. Jekyll to that horrible Mr. Hyde and that gruesome look came over my face, women in the audience screamed. One of them even fainted.
Well, it won't happen today. They caught that mouse.
Oh, then I guess I can take these bicycle clips off my pants. However, as long as you and Don are in such a critical mood, I'd like to point out that Christmas is only 18 days away.
Why else did you come in mad at everybody?
All right, keep it up, keep it up. You know, I already bought your Christmas present, young lady, but I may exchange it for something cheaper.
Something cheaper?
Yes.
They don't dig a bargain basement that deep.
Well, you worked in more of them than I did. I can go along with a ouch. You do that once more, Miss Livingston, and there'll be a... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Gee, was that a performance you gave last week? Was that a performance?
Well, thanks, Dennis. I'm glad you liked it.
Not only me, my whole family thought you were wonderful.
That's nice. I'm glad someone appreciated me.
Listen, Jack, the trouble with you is the minute you do something halfway good, it goes right to your head.
Mr. Benny was wonderful.
Quiet. Why, to hear you talk, Jack, anyone would think you were the biggest ham in Hollywood.
Oh.
I'd like to see a bigger one, by golly.
Well, thanks, Dennis. You tried. Anyway, you thought I was good.
Oh, marvelous. What a performance.
Well, look, kid. I'm making out my Christmas list today, so before singing your song, how about throwing out a few hints? What would you like Uncle Jack to get you?
Well, I thought of a few things, but they're pretty expensive.
Just name them. You're one person in this cast that deserves the best. Wait till I get my pencil here. Now, what do you want, Dennis?
Well, I'd like to have a nice gray suit with a pinstripe.
Okay. One gray suit with pinstripe. Anything else?
Well, I'd love to have a grand piano to practice my songs on.
Okay. One grand piano.
Are you sure you got lead in that pencil, Mr. Benny?
Yes. Now, what else do you want, Dennis?
Well, I've always wanted one of those toy birds on a stick, and when you swing it around your head, the bird goes...
Okay. One bird on stick. Now, what else do you want?
Oh, stop, will you? You're just trying to make Don and me jealous. Dennis isn't going to get all that stuff.
Well, he's getting something he wants.
Gee, I wonder what it is.
I'll give you a hint, kid.
Don't spoil the surprise, for heaven's sake. Now, go ahead with your song, Dennis.
Okay.
Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I want to congratulate you on your performance as Mr. Hyde last week. I was so frightened, my hair stood on end.
Your hair? What hair?
Right there. Stand up, Herman.
Oh, get out of here. Herman. Well, I suppose if you only got one hair, you might as well have a name for it. Sing, Dennis.
When
much again. I yearn for you all so much again. You are my favorite star, my haven in heaven above. You are everything I love. The breathless hush of evening that trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights a star, the dearest things I know.
Ladies and gentlemen, a special announcement. The entire regular personnel of the sheriff's and police office has been placed on a 2-platoon basis with 12-hour shift. All auxiliary personnel has been directed to stand by for emergency service instructions. The regular county defense program is functioning in an orderly manner, and citizens are urged to remain calm and avoid all unnecessary confusion because of hysteria. Citizen volunteers are asked to go quietly to their nearest police or fire stations and offer their services if they wish to help. There is no immediate cause for alarm, and coolness will accomplish more than anything else.
A medley of Everything I Love and All the Things You Are, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis, but what's the idea of singing 2 songs today, huh?
Well, Mr. Benny, I've got 2 girls, and I thought I'd dedicate a number to each of them.
2 girls? Well, that's modern youth for you. You know, Dennis, when I was your age, I was satisfied with only 1 girl. Gussie Bagelquist. Gussie was a dream, yeah.
Is that the girl you sued because she cut you with her buck teeth?
I never sued her. I just told her to get a brace on. Anyway, I was talking to Dennis.
Whatever happened to your girl, Mr. Benny?
Gussie? Oh, I went into vaudeville, and she went away to veterinary college. We sort of drifted apart. She's one of the biggest horse doctors in northern Illinois now. Doing very well, too.
Do you keep in touch with her, Mr. Benny? Do you ever write to her?
Oh, once in a while when he has a cold or something.
Yeah, I had a touch of the flu a couple of weeks ago, and she sent me some pills that were as big as baseballs. And some liniment to rub on my withers. One thing about Gussie, though, I never get a bill from her. That's... Well, Look who's here.
Hiya, Jackson. How's my pal?
Don't Jackson or pal me, Mr. Harris. Let me ask you something. Did you or did you not go into the Brown Derby after last Sunday's show and tell people that my acting was putrid?
Last Sunday? Maybe I did. I say that lots of times.
Well, you did. You told everybody at your table that I was very bad as Jekyll and Hyde.
How do you know?
Because I've got a waiter there that spies for me.
Naturally, you couldn't tip a waiter just for waiting on you.
Mary, that's a little arrangement between Andre and me.
Yeah, I should have known that waiter was a spy. His mustache fell in my soup.
Is he wearing a false mustache? I told him not to overdo it. Anyway, Phil, you did run down my performance.
Yeah, but I changed my mind about that. You know, I met one of the greatest dramatic actors in this town last night, and he said you were great. Orson thought you were terrific.
Who, Orson Welles?
No, Orson Buggy.
Well, that settles it. If I don't get Glenn Miller in my stocking Christmas morning, I'll never write another letter to Santa. And incidentally, Mr. Harris, you better have a good excuse for coming in late today.
Well, I'm sorry, Jackson, but I was out shopping. Say, Mary, you know what I'm getting Alice for Christmas this year?
No, what?
A roaster.
A roaster, say.
You know, for the oven.
roadster. Buys his wife a roaster for Christmas and calls it a roadster.
All right, I'll put wheels on it.
That's a Sharpie, eh, Jackson?
It's a Toppy, eh, Jackson? Toppy. And don't call me Jackson. I'm Mr. Benny to you and to everybody else on this program except Dennis.
You mean I can call you Jack?
Yes, until I make up with the others. What burns me up, I worked my head off on that play last week and did a swell job.
You sure did, Jack.
And this little episode just shows me who my friends are.
That's telling them, Jack.
After all, I had to follow a pretty good actor in that part, Spencer Tracy. Why, I would never have even tried it if we both hadn't won the Academy Award.
Wait a minute. When did you ever win the Academy Award?
And another thing.
I said, when did you ever win the Academy Award?
And another thing.
Answer my question. When did you win the Academy Award?
I wish I had, brother. Would I have you in a spot? I guess that takes care of you.
You said it, Jackie.
Look, Dennis, just Jack, not Jackie. Give him an inch, he wants to take the whole foot. What a gang. I got a good mind to go home.
Oh, for goodness sake, Jack, will you stop acting like a baby? You ought to know the whole thing was a rib.
Oh, sure.
As a matter of fact, I liked your performance in Jekyll and Hyde so much that I wrote a sequel to it.
Well, ain't you the fat little Noel coward? Who cares what you wrote?
And Jack, now get this. As a favor to me, I want you to play the leading part in this drama.
I'll tell him when he comes in. You can keep your old sequel.
But you've got to help me out, Jack. There's no one else in the cast with sufficient dramatic ability to handle it.
Look, I'm not going to... Dramatic, eh? Well, all right, Don, I'll do it.
I thought you were mad at him.
Never mind.
You'd go over Niagara Falls in a Dixie cup if someone told you it was dramatic.
What's dramatic about a Dixie cup? Don, you say you've written a sequel to Jekyll and Hyde?
Yes, Jack, but my play is called Mr. Hyde and Dr. Jekyll.
Oh, well, that sounds interesting.
Here's the script.
Thanks. Just a second, Don. I'll give you a build-up. Chord, please. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American author, has written another of his famous one-act plays. Take it, Don.
The scene is the residence of Mr. and Mrs. Homer D. Hyde in the thriving little town of Upper Plate, Indiana. It is 7:30 p.m. Curtain. Music.
Oh, dear, it's 7:30 and Homer isn't home yet. I wonder if his horse and buggy broke down. Gee, I hope it isn't one of his moods. Ah, here he comes now. Good evening, Homer, dear. You're a little late, aren't you?
All right, I'm late. And I'll be late any time I feel like it.
Aren't you going to kiss me, darling?
Kiss me. Every night a kiss. I'll kiss you with this umbrella.
Ouch!
I'm going to bed. Good night.
But, Homer, you haven't even said hello to the twins, Otto and Blotto. Say hello to Daddy, children.
Hello, Daddy.
Hello, Daddy. Oh, shut up. Also, one more peep out of you kids and I'll kick your teeth out as soon as they grow in. I'm going to bed now.
But, Homer, darling, you haven't had your dinner yet.
Dinner, every night dinner. I don't want any dinner.
But, Homer, dear, at least have some dessert.
What kind of dessert?
I won't tell you, but I'm sure you like it. Here, have a dish.
Very well. I'll try it. But if I eat it and decide I don't like it, someone will be dead. Murdered.
He's eating the dessert. I do hope he likes it. If not, what will happen to me, and Otto, and Blotto?
Gee. Oh, boy.
Homer, speak to me. Speak to me.
Oh, my darling. That tasted so good. What is the name of that tempting and economical dessert with a new locked-in process?
Jell-O, dear, and it comes in 6 delicious flavors.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and wine.
My sons, at last I love you. Well, Don, congratulations. You wrote a wonderful play.
But, Jack, without you, it would have been impossible. You were even better than last week.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Well, how about a band number, Phil?
Okay, Dowdy.
Hold it. Come in.
Well, Mr. Benny, you did it again.
Were you scared?
Look at Herman. He just won't go down.
What a head he's got. That's the only persimmon I ever saw with brown eyes. Play, Phil.
Another war bulletin. Shanghai. The Japanese took over the American Shanghai Power and Light Company this morning. A bulletin from New York. The Japanese news agency broadcast tonight that Japanese Foreign Minister Shigenori Togo summoned U.S. Ambassador Joseph C. Grew and handed to him Japan's reply to Secretary of State Cordell Hull's terms for peace in the Pacific. This news came hours after the bombing of Honolulu. We return you now to Hollywood.
That was Nango from Weekend in Havana, played by Blotto Harris, and that goes for the whole orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next week is a special attraction.
Gee, Mr. Benny, I can't get over the way you played Mr. Hyde just now. Was that a performance?
It thrilled you, eh, Dennis?
I'll say. That crazy laugh just sent shivers right through me.
Well.
The kid's right, Jackson. How'd you ever learn to do that?
Well, Phil, you just have to get into the mood and feel it. You have to imagine that you're a raving maniac.
When was the first time you ever did that crazy laugh, Jack?
Last year at Santa Anita, he lost 3 races in a row.
Never mind.
When they caught him, he was chewing down the grandstand like a beaver.
Well, you'd be mad, too. So let's forget it. Now, as I started to announce, ladies and gentlemen, next week is a special attraction.
You know, Mr. Benny, I'd like to learn how to do that laugh so I can scare my girlfriend.
Oh, it's easy, Dennis.
Gee, I wish you'd show me how to do it, Mr. Benny.
Oh, I don't
Come
see it.
on, Jackson, do that laugh for us again.
Well, look, Dennis, here's the way you do it. You've got to screw up your face and get it all distorted. Then you rip open your tie and shirt.
Well, don't you have to muss up your hair a little?
My hair?
You know, those 3 Hermans.
That's not important. Anyway, Dennis, once you're in this mood, you read a menacing line and then laugh. Now, get this. I'm going out for a walk now. A nice, long walk. And when I come back, someone will be dead. Murdered. Murdered. Ooh.
What's the matter, Jack?
My jaw slipped out of place. Look at her. His what?
His jaw slipped out of place.
Get a doctor. Hurry up.
What a performance!
Don't say that. Look at me. Call my doctor.
Duffy Bagel Quiz. It's Waukegan 8362.
Now, her, just hold on the phone. Now, take it easy, Jack. Take it easy. Oh, it hurts. Just hold still, Jack, and I'll snap your jaw back in place.
All right, hurry up, Don.
Now, brace yourself.
Okay. Thanks, Don. Dennis, the next time you want me to show you something, wait till the program's over.
Well, it's your own fault for showing off.
I wasn't showing off.
Phil, well, I got a few left over from last week.
Put those fish back in the piano. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce before I dislocated my jaw, next week as a special attraction, the Benny Stock Company is going to present... Oh, now what? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want?
Boss, it's no use. I tried, and I can't get Carmichael to go to sleep.
Rochester, that polar bear's got to go to sleep. He's supposed to have been in hibernation over 10 days ago.
Uh-huh.
If Carmichael doesn't get to sleep by the middle of this month, he'll be a wreck in the spring. Where is he now?
Sitting up in bed reading Esquire.
Esquire? Well, take it away from him.
Oh, come now, boss. He's been around.
I mean, he's got to get to sleep. Now, Rochester, use a little psychology on him. Give him some warm milk. Give him some warm milk, put on his pajamas, and brush his teeth.
Would you mind repeating that slowly, please?
I said give him some warm milk.
Uh-huh.
Put on his pajamas.
Uh-huh.
And brush his teeth.
Uh-uh.
Rochester, what are you afraid of? That bear is as gentle as a lamb. He wouldn't bite you.
He wouldn't, eh?
No.
Then why am I the largest single user of Band-Aids in the USA?
Rochester, listen, Carmichael doesn't hate you. He likes you. He likes everybody.
Then what happened to the gas man?
Nothing happened to the gas man. Carmichael doesn't eat people.
You ought to see that letter he wrote Santa Claus.
What letter?
Dear Santa, please send a fat boy to read the meter.
Oh, stop making things up. Now, you keep Carmichael in bed, and when I come home, I'll sing Rockabye Baby to him. That'll put him to sleep.
Okay, so long.
So long.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Are you coming home for dinner tonight?
Yes.
Well, that'll finish up the wild duck.
Good. So long. I gotta get that bear to sleep before Christmas, or he'll want a present. Play, Phil. Ooh, my jaw.
Friends, while you're looking through the December magazines in search of an idea for Aunt Martha's Christmas present, keep an eye open for this month's Jell-O page. A full page of Jell-O treats illustrated in such rich, glowing colors that it makes your mouth water just to look at it. One of the desserts is called Jack Benny's Special Apricot Ring, and honestly, friends, I think it's just about the grandest-looking dessert Jell-O ever made. It's an easy recipe, too. Just dissolve 1 package of lemon Jell-O in 1 1/4 cups of hot water. Next, add a dash of salt and 3/4 of a cup of syrup from the canned sliced apricots. Then chill until thickened and fold in 2 1/2 cups of the sliced apricots themselves. When molded, serve with a garnishing of whipped cream, apricot quarters, and green maraschino cherries. And there it is, a golden, glistening mold of juicy sliced apricots and sunny lemon Jell-O. Canned apricots and lemon Jell-O are being featured by many grocers all next week. So get them both and make up this delicious treat. Jell-O makes any gelatin recipe taste extra good because its locked-in flavor gives you all the flavor, always.
This is the last number of the 10th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, Mary, you want to have dinner at my house tonight?
No, thanks. I've had so much of that duck, I'm a bigger quack than Gussie.
Don't pay any attention to her, Gussie. Good night, folks. Phil!
Tomorrow, when you visit your grocer's, look at the shelf where you always see those familiar packages of Jell-O. Right beside them, or very near them, you'll spy another Jell-O product. Jell-O puddings in 3 grand flavors: chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. You might try Jell-O butterscotch pudding. It's as smooth as cream and simply full of rich, golden butterscotch flavor. A pudding that your whole family will want to enjoy again and again. So when you order Jell-O, order Jell-O puddings, too. They're just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Coors Light, the silver bullet. It's frost brewed to tap the clean taste of the Rockies.
Hey, where'd you come from?
The Hall of Fame, my man. You guys look bigger on TV.
NBC Sunday. Live, the award show that sets the stage for all the rest. The biggest names in film and television together. A night when anything can happen. Wow. Plus, Tom Cruise hosts a special tribute to Dustin Hoffman. The party of the year, the Golden Globes. Sunday, 8, 7 Central, only on NBC.
Hey, tough-looking truck.
It's a new Ford F-150, and there's a lot more to it than great looks.
Like what?
Like payload and pulling power that rivals a freight train. And a standard third door that makes everything easier.
Yeah? And how about safety?
Dual airbags and side door intrusion beams. It's tougher than steel.
Now lease a new F-150 loaded with lots of options for just $258 a month for 24 months.
That's why half the trucks sold in Northeast Ohio are Ford.
We're winning Ohio over.
Tom Cruise, Julia Roberts, John Travolta on the next Entertainment Tonight. Today's superstars before they were famous.
I mean, I've never been recognized or anything like that, really.
From Whitney to Madonna, from Mel Gibson to Jim Carrey. We've got their bloopers and their most embarrassing moments as Entertainment Tonight celebrates its 4,000th episode.
E.T., happy 4,000.
Plus, the sex, the skin, and the scandal over Larry Flint's new movie on Entertainment Tonight.
Tomorrow night at 7:30 on Channel 3.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Robert Young and Ann Baxter in Guest in the House. Ladies and gentlemen, your new producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. May I take this opportunity to thank you all for your many letters and wires of congratulation following my appointment as producer in this theater. Your kind support and your helpful suggestions will be always welcome, and I hope that we can work together closely through the coming season. A few years ago, I directed a picture that you may remember, The Man Who Came to Dinner. It advanced the premise that guests are not always an undivided blessing, and that hospitality is often direly rewarded. In a deeper and more serious vein, such is the premise of our play tonight, Hunt Stromberg's psychological thriller, Guest in the House, which came to the screen after 45 successful weeks on Broadway. Our host in tonight's play, whose affable manner would make anybody feel at home, is Robert Young, while the charming-to-look-at visitor is Miss Ann Baxter, playing her original screen role. The title, Guest in the House, suggests to most of us, I'm sure, an atmosphere of hospitality and warmth, an extra place at dinner, flowers in the spare room, and a fresh cake of Lux toilet soap beside the guest towels. For modern hostesses are well aware that a friendly cake of Lux soap adds a cheerful note of welcome in the home, and not only helps to put a bright complexion on affairs in general, but also a lovely complexion on the guest in the house. However pleasant as these thoughts are, such is not the temper of our play, for ours is a drama of suspense and fear, the story of a great love in the shadow of a haunting terror. And now, not to delay our curtain longer, Here's the first act of Guest in the House, starring Robert Young as Douglas Proctor and Ann Baxter as Evelyn Heath, with Frances Robinson as Jane.
These are strange events you're going to hear. They took place in the happiest house I ever knew. There'd always been laughter in that house, and love. Down under the cliff, a fierce sea pounds, but the house was safe above it, until suddenly the pounding surf seemed to rise like a wild and evil force that engulfed us all. And so I committed a crime. If I had not, there would have been worse crimes. And now, as I walk these cliffs at night, I live over those weeks and that last terrible moment. And this is a story I will tell when I stand before the bar of judgment. It started on a pleasant summer afternoon. We were getting the house ready for them. For Dan, my nephew, and his fiancée, Evelyn Heath, a girl we've never met.
How do you feel, darling?
Train's so stuffy. Oh, Dan, forgive me. I'm always complaining, aren't I?
You're going to be well, Evelyn. Remember that.
If I don't get well, at least I'm out of that horrible clinic.
It's not a horrible clinic to me, dear.
You're a doctor. It's different for you.
Yes, I'm a doctor, finally. But I meant that if it weren't for the clinic, I might never have met you.
I've been better off, probably.
Darling.
But I'm ill. You know how bad my heart is. What possible happiness can I bring you?
Evelyn, we promise never to talk like that again.
I'm sorry. Will you hand me my bag, dear? I think I'll write in my diary.
A diary's not good for you, Evelyn. I've told you that a dozen times.
Dan, what could possibly be harmful about writing my thoughts in a diary?
But it is harmful. A constant reminder of all the unhappy things in your life that you must forget. If you only
All
knew
right,
how...
Dan, all right.
Oh, please, you're getting upset. We'll talk about something else.
Yes. Oh, Dan, I hope they'll like me. What if they don't? After all, an invalid.
They'll love you, darling, just as I love you.
I'll try so hard, Dan. I will. Oh, now let me see. Your family. First, there's Aunt Martha.
Yes, but Aunt Martha doesn't live at the house.
Oh, she doesn't?
Well, she practically lives with us. She has a little place of her own closer to town.
Oh. Well, there's your brother Douglas and his wife Jane. And their little girl Lee, age 7.
Good.
Then John and Hilda, the servants. And the Blake girl. She's still there, isn't she?
Oh, yes. Douglas paints, and painters need models, and Miriam's a wonderful model, at least so Aunt Martha writes.
And that Mr. Hackett. Who did you say he was?
Just an old family friend. He's a publisher.
Oh.
I have a hunch he used to be in love with Jane. Anyway, he's very nice. Only comes down for weekends.
Then he'll be there today.
I hope so.
Now, who have I missed?
Nobody. You're doing wonderfully, darling. Oh, it'll be so good for you out there. Like a new world, dear. A happy new world.
Hackett, aren't you out of that room yet?
I'm getting out. For 8 years, I've had this room, Aunt Martha, every weekend.
High time you moved.
And I'm not a bit pleased about surrendering to the first strange girl who...
Grumble, grumble, grumble.
Yeah, well, if you ask me, you're not too happy about it either.
You'll stop talking like that this minute.
Yes, ma'am.
You can move in with Dan. He'll be using his old room again over the garage.
You call that smelly laboratory a room?
I don't know why I'm bothering about you. This isn't my house.
Bernard, help me with these flowers, will you?
Flowers. I never got flowers.
You know, I've been thinking, wouldn't it be nice if you left a little present in the room for Evelyn?
What present?
Well, your portable phonograph.
Oh, now, Jane.
Please. She loves music. Dan wrote us about it. And it seems her drunken father never would let her... Jane, you don't have to tell Ernest everything. Well, it's nothing to be ashamed of, darling. She can't help it if she had an alcoholic father. Oh, please, Ernest, let her keep it.
Oh, sure. Give it to her. What else?
Well, they'll be here soon. I'll go tidy up a bit.
Jane. And Martha's worried and jealous.
Oh, nonsense. She wants Dan to be happy, that's all. She's loved him like a son all his life. Well, let's go see if Doug's through working.
Still on that magazine layout?
Oh, sure. I've scarcely seen him for 2 days. You know how he hates to be interrupted when he's painting.
Now, if you'd stayed in the publishing business and married your boss...
We'd have spent our lives reading out loud to each other. Douglas, can we come in?
All right.
Hello, darling. Remember me?
Vaguely.
And what are you staring at?
Oh, nothing.
Hello, Miriam.
Hello, Jane.
Please tell the man to keep his whistles to himself.
Hey, Doug, you call this work?
Now, look.
I am looking.
I was assigned to illustrate a story. Can I help it if it calls for a girl in a sarong?
Miriam, you're gorgeous.
Relax and hand me my robe.
But we're not through.
Darling, we've a guest coming.
Oh, she's here?
Not yet, but any minute.
And I've been thrown out of my room. Good. So I was thinking, Miriam, how about your room?
No, I'll move.
Now,
Lay off, Hackett. You can barge in every weekend if you like. Poach on my wife's brains, drink up my scotch, but stay clear of my model. I'm having trouble enough keeping her here.
Yes, how is it in the outer world, Mr. Hackett?
Well, since you've been here, Dewey's catch in Manila.
No.
Yeah.
Well, excuse me, I'll go get dressed. Jane, are you sure you want me? Of course I do. The more of us there are, the more she'll feel at home. Now, Ernest, about drinking.
Oh, wonderful idea. Can I get you one, too?
Oh, please. Go easy, huh? It'll only remind her of her father and was...
It's Uncle Dan. They're coming.
Oh, are you sure, darling?
I thought it was Uncle Jim in taxi cab.
Oh.
Uncle Dan and a lady.
Well, if we hurry, we can meet them at the gate.
Oh, no, we mustn't gang up on her. Dan says the slightest excitement and she just goes to pieces. Oh, comb your hair, darling. We'll meet them in the front room.
Hello, everybody. Well, here she is.
I should say.
Evelyn, darling, the first one I want you to
No,
meet
don't
is...
tell me, Dan. And please, don't move. Any of you. I want to remember this moment always. Dan's own people, standing here to welcome me. Aunt Martha, I'd have known you anywhere.
We've looked forward to this for a long time, my dear.
Thank you. Jane, I hope we're going to be very good friends.
I hope more. You're part of the family.
That's what's so wonderful. I never had one, really. Oh, you can't be Douglas.
Oh, my name is Hackett, just a friend.
How do you do?
This is Douglas, Evelyn. Dan's big brother.
We hope you're going to like us, Evelyn.
I don't see how I can help it. And this house. Oh, why are people so good to me? Hilda. Hello, Hilda. And John.
How do you do, Miss?
And Miriam Blake.
That's right, Mrs.
Oh, please call me Evelyn. And little Lee. Oh, but I didn't expect to see such a pretty little girl.
You're beautiful. You're so quiet.
No, don't touch me. Oh, I've been on that dirty train. Jane, could I go upstairs?
Why, you must be tired out.
It's not so much that. It's just that I've dreamed of this for so long. I told myself I wouldn't act like a fool and go all to pieces.
Just you come with me. I'm so sorry we haven't got a bedroom for you on the first floor.
That's all right, Jane.
Well, isn't anybody going to say hello to me?
Oh,
I put fresh paper in the drawers, Evelyn. Mr. Hackett just moved in.
Oh, dear. Would you mind terribly if I asked Hilda to fumigate?
Oh, you won't catch anything from Ernest, except maybe a grumpy disposition.
Why, I know it seems silly, but when you're sick, you get so you watch... Jane, a phonograph. May I play it?
Of course, it's yours.
Mine?
For as long as you like. The record's too.
Oh, look, Jane. Liebestraum. Dream of Love. It was always my favorite record, until my father broke it.
He broke it? Purposely?
He wasn't always himself. I'll listen to it night and day. You know, when you're ill and you lie alone, if you have music, it's not so bad.
That's why Ernest wanted you to have it.
That's very sweet.
Well, can I help you unpack?
Oh, no, thank you. There's really... Oh.
What's the matter, dear?
Would you mind asking Dan to come up, please?
Oh, of course. I'll send him right up.
Evelyn. Darling, what is it?
Give it back to me. My diary. It isn't in my bag. You took it.
Yes, I took it. You shouldn't have it. You promised this would be a fresh start.
My diary, Dan.
But those things you write, they upset you. You don't sleep. You don't...
I told you it's not for you to decide what's bad for me. You must let me rule my own life. I have so little of it to count on.
Oh, my darling, I'm sorry. I'm a fool. Here, have your diary. Anything you want, only don't look at me that way.
Oh, thank you.
Now, please, dear. Come down to dinner?
I can't. No, I'm too sick.
You'll feel better after you eat something.
If you like, I'll have something on a tray.
A tray? All right, I'll bring it up to you.
Uncle Dan, she's so pretty. Can I sit next to her at dinner?
Well, I'm afraid she's not coming down.
Dan,
Oh, the trip was too much for her, Jane. Hilda's fixing a tray.
Could I help, Uncle Dan?
Sure, honey. Come along.
That's just what I mean, Jane. She looks well enough, but she's really frail.
Well, I can understand Dan's wanting to be sure of her practice, but isn't it going a little too far to marry his first patient?
Well, personally, I think she's swell. A little nervous, but who wouldn't be after what she's been through?
Well, I've made up my mind. I'm going to do everything I can do to help her get well, so that they can get married.
Congratulations, Aunt Martha. Well, let's all have a drink on that.
Oh, I swear she's played that record a dozen times tonight. Doesn't she know there are other records?
I warned you, Ernest. Well, Dan's coming downstairs.
Oh, got her all tucked in, Dan?
Yeah, Doug. She'll get to sleep in a little while. You didn't forget to close her door, did you?
No, she likes it that way, open.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Ernest. It's just that she has trouble getting to sleep, and, well, music helps.
Well, you've got a new roommate, Danny boy. I'm moving in. Even the stench of your laboratory is better than that in its 9900th revolution.
Well, I'll walk you home if you want that, Martha.
No, dear. I think I'll make some chocolate and read the paper. Can I tempt any of you?
No, I'm turning in.
Me too. Night, all.
You've been stingy with your kisses since you got that new girl.
You do like her.
Yes, Dad, I do.
I knew you would. Well, see you all in the morning.
Good night, Dad. Good night, Dad.
Evelyn, can I give you Evelyn?
Why aren't you in bed, Lee?
I couldn't sleep. I wanted to give you something.
Give me something?
Yes. So I get up and got it for you. Now can I come in?
Oh, come in, dear.
It's my dress. But you can have it for keys. I'll take the cover off. Oh, no! No, take it away. Oh, please. No, please. I can't stand it. Oh, Daddy.
What is it?
No.
Evelyn.
No. Please, help me.
Lee, what's wrong? What did you do?
I heard the music and I wanted to give her a present like Ernest, so I gave Skipper to her, my birdie.
Evelyn, what is it?
Evelyn! It's not bird. I hate birds. I'm afraid of birds. Make it take it away. Please, make it take it away.
Take Skipper away. Put him outside somewhere. Go on. Oh, Aunt Martha, do you mind?
Come on, Lee, darling. We'll put Skipper under the tree.
No.
Get Dan, will you, Jane? You'll know what to do.
Yes, I think I'd...
Evelyn, dear, it's just a bird. It couldn't hurt anybody.
Please don't talk about birds. Even the word makes me cold and naughty. A horrible, horrible feeling. It's awful, isn't it? But I can't help.
No, of course you can. Don't even try. Dan will be here in a minute. There, that's the girl.
Why did you yell like that, Daddy?
Well, because birds frighten her, dear. It's what they call a phobia.
But what's that?
Well, it's something you're afraid of, like you're afraid of snakes.
But I'm not afraid of birds.
Well, some people are, darling.
Sometimes I'm scared of the dark.
That's right. There's no real reason to be afraid, but you are.
Only sometimes. Poor Skipper. He was scared, too, when she yelled.
Oh, Dan, everything all right?
All quiet, Doug. I gave her a sedative.
Is the phobia better, Uncle Dan?
Yes, dear. But no more wandering into her room at night,
I'll put her to bed, Douglas. Come on, dear.
Good night, Daddy. Good night, Uncle Dan.
Good night, dear. Dan, look, fella, a girl as nervous as that, don't you think we ought to call a specialist?
I just brought her from a specialist.
Oh, well, I didn't know.
The main thing's her rest and no emotional excitement. These phobias of hers, there's nothing we can do except avoid what causes them. And by the way, Doug, she asked if you'd look in for a minute.
Me?
She's a little embarrassed. Thinks she wants to apologize.
Well, but holy cow, there's no need to apologize.
So ashamed, Douglas. Please forgive me.
Now, don't even think about it. Just go to sleep.
I'll never sleep now.
Of course you will. All anybody needs to go to sleep is to have a pretty picture in mind.
I don't know any pretty pictures.
Well, I'll show you one. Wait till I find a pencil and paper. Here. Now, wait a minute.
What are you doing?
Drawing a picture of you, the way you're going to look after a couple of weeks. Couldn't manage a smile, could you? Oh, all right. I'll put one in anyway. No more shadows under those eyes. Up goes that head. You know, you're terribly hunched over. Well, we'll fix that, too. Pure body lines to match that beautiful face. There. Isn't that a pretty picture? Trouble with me is I always have to remodel everything. Are you willing to be remodeled?
Yes. If you'll help me.
Good.
Good night, Douglas. You can close the door now if you want.
That's the girl.
Oh, Douglas.
Yes?
My diary. It's that book on the bureau. May I have it, please?
Well, shouldn't you go to sleep?
I'll be just a minute, all right?
Why, of course. Good night.
Today it happened. Dan at last brought me to his house. He's so easy to fool, so easy to handle. Why is it I like to control people? When I do, I hate them. Dan still believes I'm going to marry him and live with his hateful family. I all feel sorry for him. Sorry because I have a weak heart. Because I'm easily frightened. And I'll show them I'm stronger than all of them. All except Douglas, perhaps. Yes, Douglas. Today I think I met a man I really want.
Here's Act Two of Guest in the House, starring Robert Young as Douglas and Ann Baxter as Evelyn, with Frances Robinson as Jane. For 5 days, Evelyn Heath has remained in the confines of her room. But her presence, like the haunting strains of Leverstown, has penetrated every corner of the house. It's early morning now as Dan knocks on her bedroom door.
Evelyn, dear, may I come? Evelyn, you're up and dressed. Darling, this is wonderful.
Right?
Oh, darling, I want to take you in my arms.
Careful, Dan. You're crushing my hot coat.
Oh, that's new, isn't it?
Jane made it for me. But it was all Douglas' idea. He designed it especially for me.
No wonder you want to get up. And look at you, coloring your cheeks. Why, you're beautiful.
Well, I do feel a little better.
Oh, Evelyn, the phonograph. Do you mind if I...
turn it off if you want to.
Beautiful record, darling, but why must you play it so often?
Because I like it. Dan, would we ever have a house like this?
Well, that depends on how many appendixes I take out. I hope so.
Aren't you a little afraid I might get so beautiful you'd be jealous of me?
I don't think so.
I bet you would. I know how you are. Suppose I was unfaithful. Suppose you caught me sending a note to someone.
Evelyn, I've asked you not to talk like this.
I'm only making believe. What's the harm? Suppose I asked you to take the note to this other man.
I wouldn't stand for it.
There, you see? You are jealous. I could never be happy with you, never.
Evelyn,
My
please.
first day up and you tell me how jealous you're going to be.
Stop it.
I only want to see how much you love me. Oh, Dan, why do we always quarrel like this?
I don't know, Evelyn.
Oh, I can't stand this like it is. I haven't strength. You said it would be different here. And it's not, Dan. Maybe if we were apart a while, if you went away.
And not see you?
Until I really get better. Maybe if we didn't have these setbacks. After another month or two, and then when you came back, I'd be all well for you.
You want me to go?
I'll stay if you like, Dan. I know the hospital needs you. But do as you see best. I'm tired.
Evelyn, if I go, you'll write to me every day?
Oh, yes. And I'll think of you every minute.
I'll leave tonight.
Dan, it's only because I want things to be perfect when we're finally together.
I know, darling. I understand.
Douglas, it's Evelyn, Douglas. Are you terribly busy?
Well, up and about. This is marvelous, Evelyn.
Hello, Evelyn. Miriam.
Here, sit down. Well, I guess Dan's back at work today. Shame the hospital had to call him back.
Yes. You know, I've never been in an artist studio before. Would it bother you if I look around?
Of course not. Miriam needs a rest anyway.
You said it. You make her very beautiful in that painting.
Well, she's pretty good to start with.
I didn't know you cared, darling.
Mm-hmm.
How about a cigarette?
I'll go get some. Show Evelyn around, will you?
Well, Evelyn, these are the illustrations for that South Sea Island story. And over
This
here.
is you?
Why, yes. Is it very difficult to pose?
Oh, it's $3 an hour. It's not too difficult.
I'd rather die. You're kidding. Will you tell Douglas I'll come back some other time?
What's that?
Oh, Douglas, I'm tired. I think I'll go to my room. Besides, there's something I want to write in my diary.
Well, what's the matter with you?
You should have heard her giving me the business because I posed in it so wrong.
What did you expect? She thought you were a nice girl. Come on, where's your sense of humor?
Okay. Only I can't make her out. You never know what she's thinking. I'd sure like to see that diary of hers.
Now I know how Dan feels when he's jealous. There, in front of Douglas, that vulgar woman. But so beautiful. How can Jane be so blind? Mary was standing something. I could tell. She's in there thinking, one day he'll look at me as a woman, not as a model. I can't let that day come again. I must get rid of Mary. But how? Come in.
Hello.
Oh, Lee, dear.
Why did you turn off the music?
Well, you can put it on again.
Can I? Uncle Ernest, he never let me touch the phonograph.
You know the name of this music, Lee.
Lee the Strong.
That's right. Dream of love. Listen to it. Here you are dreaming, and you're waiting for someone. A man. A handsome prince. Well, just now you can't understand. But you will. He'd be like your father. You love your father, don't you, dear?
Oh, yeah.
You wouldn't want someone bad to take him away from you.
Oh, no.
But someone wants you. Are you old enough to see someone in this very house?
Miriam, we're almost finished.
I'm tired.
Now, look, I'll show you what I mean.
Well, what's wrong with the pose?
You're lying on the beach, see, and he's got his arms around you. No, not like that. His arms are around you, like this.
Okay, like that.
Now, you're leaning back in his arms.
Hey.
With your head... Hmm?
Who's that?
Where?
Someone's in the tree watching us.
Well, it's Lee. Lee, what are you doing? You know you're never to climb trees. Now get down from there. Be careful, you'll... Look, she's running and crying. Well, I guess I hurt her feelings.
Yes, but not because of what you said.
Huh?
She saw us, her arms around
Oh,
her.
for heaven's sake. Come on, get to work.
I found her in the garden, Miss Martha, crying her eyes out. Poor little mite. Imagine seeing such goings-on with her own eyes.
Hilda, will you please?
I'm telling you that's what she's seen. Her own father and that woman hugging each other.
Where's Mrs. Proctor?
Sitting on the porch. She and poor little Miss Heath. Now, I'm not blaming him so much, him being an artist
That's
and
the
all.
silliest thing I ever heard, Hilda. And if you've any loyalty, you won't think about it again. Above all, don't say anything to Mrs. Proctor.
I already did.
Hilda.
I most certainly did. I told her just what Lee told me. Somebody's got to warn her what's been going on up there.
That's enough. I'm surprised at you.
Something's wrong. I can tell.
It's nothing, dear.
But I can tell. I can't stand to see you look like that. So hurt.
Oh, Hilda made a very stupid mistake, but I've no right to let it upset me like this.
It wasn't anything I might have done.
Darling.
Well, I think I'll go up and write Dan.
Oh, would you mind knocking on Doug's door? If he's not too busy,
I'm not busy. I'm definitely not busy. Darling, let's celebrate. I'm finished. Hi, Evelyn.
Hello, Douglas.
Jane, I finished the assignment. All done. Come on, let's roll up a rug, put on some records, and dance the walls down.
No, thanks, Doug.
Hey, Miriam.
What is it?
My wife won't dance with me. Will you dance with me?
I'd rather take a nap.
But I want to dance. Jane, what's the matter? Something wrong?
No, nothing.
Come on, what is it?
Oh, Doug, it's stupid and ridiculous.
This is me, remember, Douglas?
Well, Darling, we have servants in this house.
Mm-hmm.
We have a child and an aunt and a guest and Miriam. Doesn't it ever occur to you that your actions with Miriam might be misconstrued?
Oh, now, Jane. You don't say that at last you're jealous and be done with it. Oh, darling, don't look so serious.
I'm sorry, Doug.
Let's go for a swim.
Well, I can't. I've got to get to the market. Why don't you go?
Well, I guess I will.
Don't be late for lunch.
Well, see you later. Is anybody home? Jane? I'm hungry.
Take it easy.
Oh, what's the matter?
Jane's asleep. She's got a headache.
Oh.
Lee and Evelyn are taking a walk, which I think is fine because I want to talk to you.
Huh?
Doug, there's something going on around here. I've hurt somebody's feelings or done something.
Me too.
I try to talk to Lee and she runs away. Hilda glares at me and John just winks.
I see. And Jane?
I haven't seen Jane. She's been in her room.
You know what? You're imagining things.
I don't think so. I don't think you think so either. Doug, maybe a change. A week's layoff would do us good.
A week's layoff? Lady, I'm a working man. Look, I've got to get those canvases to the express office anyway, so let's drive down to the village. What we need is a drink.
Yeah, I think you've got something there.
They back yet, Mr. Proctor and her?
No, Hilda, they're not.
It's after 8:30. How long am I supposed to hold dinner? If you ask me...
I didn't ask you, Hilda, and that will be all. Cheerful little place, isn't it, Evelyn?
Oh, Jane.
Well, that's what happens when you marry an artist. Goes out for lunch and doesn't come home for dinner.
Jane, I didn't want to say this in front of Lee and Aunt Martha. But please believe me, dear. I understand and I'm so sorry for you. But Doug will come back to his senses and... Oh, listen.
Well, at least we don't have to send the police looking for them.
Jane, I'd rather not face them. I'm going upstairs.
Oh, finally, will you? Don't let her come down.
I won't.
Hi, everybody. Oh, all alone, Jane?
Hello, Doug. Miriam, maybe you'd like to freshen up a bit. Dinner's ready.
Freshen up a little bit? Well, I don't know if I can make the stairs, but I'm sure going to try.
Sorry, Jane.
Are you?
Oh, come on, honey. What are you looking so tragic for? I've had a few drinks.
I phoned the inn.
Hmm?
You weren't there. You've been there, though. Everybody seemed to know that.
Well, we took a little drive, sober up.
You did a fine job of it, didn't you? Oh, Doug, don't you care what people think?
No. All I care is what you think.
Well, what do you expect me to think? I've tried desperately not to, but you keep...
What?
Is there anything between you and Miriam?
You shouldn't have asked that, Jane.
I am asking it.
Well, I wish you hadn't.
I want an answer, Doug.
Oh, you're in such a state. If I told you no, you wouldn't believe me, would you?
I don't know.
Well, let me know when you do. Miriam?
Come in.
What are you drinking now?
Spirits of ammonia. It'll sober you up like that.
What Jane just told me sobered me up much quicker.
Mad, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't blame her. It was all my fault.
No, it isn't just this afternoon. Jane thinks something's going on between you and me.
Well, that settles it. I told you this morning that something was cooking around here, but you wouldn't listen.
What are you doing?
Packing. I've been accused before, but never by anybody like Jane. Anybody else I don't give 2 cents for. But Jane, it's funny how you feel when a door gets slammed in your face. I'm sorry, Doug.
You're sorry. I'm sorry. You don't blame Jane. I don't blame you. What the devil's happened to this house? Jane, is that you?
It's me, Douglas. Evelyn.
Oh, what are you doing down here? It's late.
Well, I thought I heard voices and a car leaving.
That was Miriam's taxi. She's going back to Boston.
Was anything wrong?
Nice of you to pretend you don't know, but you have eyes and ears. Things around here are in somewhat of a state.
Oh, yes. And I'm so worried for all of you.
Well, come on, you got to get your sleep. Too bad you had to see all this. I hope it won't sour you on married life.
Never, Douglas. If I ever get jealous of Dan, I'll never show it.
I'm sure you won't.
I can't afford to be jealous with my heart.
Must be hard to keep so calm and peaceful.
You learn about peace, lying awake nights alone, knowing it may come at any moment.
But it has helped you being here.
You've done so much. Now I only wish I could help you and Jane to get back, like you used to be. There was only some way of showing
I don't think there's anything that you can do, thanks.
And if I could help you out until you get another model.
You, Evelyn?
You didn't laugh when you do this?
What's that?
The sketch you did of me that first night.
I'm an idiot. What's the matter with me? Why didn't I realize it before? Now I know why I've been sketching that face of yours all week.
Why, Douglas?
It's settled. You've got a job starting tomorrow.
Oh, thank you, Douglas. Maybe I'll be a lot more help to you than you think.
We continue with Act 3 of Guest in the House, starring Robert Young as Douglas and Ann Baxter as Evelyn, with Frances Robinson as Jane. 5 weeks have passed, and the chill that's invaded the Proctor household is more than the touch of an early autumn. Dan's still in Boston, Miriam's disappeared, and Ernest Hackett, the regular weekend guest, hasn't been down for a month. But now, unannounced, he's walked in on Jane and Aunt Martha.
And not a word from any of you. What's happened down here?
But I did write, Ernest. A nice long letter.
Oh, sure. A month ago. A letter with a P.S. Funny how everybody puts the important thing in the P.S.
Well, I don't remember.
Well, I do. By the way, Ernest, would you mind skipping this next weekend? Better still, wait until I write again. End of quote.
Well, you didn't wait. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm glad.
You don't want to talk, do you, Jane? Well, you don't have to. I got the whole story yesterday.
What?
I ran into Miriam. Now, surely, you can't believe that Doug would...
Ernest, I want my old job back. May I have it?
Well, it would be wonderful. For me. But you'd turn your life upside down.
You don't think my life is right side up now? My husband drinking himself into a stupor every night?
Doug? Drinking?
The only time he's sober is when he's at church. He's painting a mural with Evelyn as St. Cecilia, a donation. Lovely, isn't it, to what extremes a guilty conscience drives a man?
Evelyn's feeling better, eh?
Mommy, who's down there?
Oh, come down, dear. It's Uncle Ernest. Yes, Evelyn's much better, except for her nightmares.
What kind of nightmares?
Oh, her phobia for birds. She hears wings beating in her room and... Why, Lee, dear, what are you doing in your robe?
Mommy, could I have my dinner on a tray?
Why, Lee, aren't you going to say hello?
I don't feel well. I can hardly get my breath.
Lee, please come in here.
I won't. Oh, Mommy, I love you so.
All right, darling, I'll bring your dinner to you.
How long has she been like that?
Since the trouble about Miriam. Children sense things. Oh, I've done everything to make her forget.
Jane, can't you see she's aping Evelyn? Imitating an invalid. Think back. When did things start to go wrong?
I don't know. About 2 months ago.
How long has Evelyn been here?
2 months.
Exactly. Your trouble started the day you took that sweet little invalid into your heart.
Oh, that's absurd. I won't believe.
Jane, you've got to get her out of your house.
I have a responsibility. Dan loves you. Your only responsibility is toward your family. Let me take Evelyn for a while. If Ernest is wrong, there's no harm done. All right, I'll speak to her. Oh, Evelyn, didn't Douglas come home with you?
He's walking on the beach. He's upset. He doesn't like the mural.
Oh, well, Evelyn, how would you like a change? Aunt Martha's invited you to stay with her for a while.
Oh, I'd rather not.
Well, you'd be doing me a favor if you would. Lee hasn't been feeling very well, and since John and Hilda walked out, the housework's getting...
I don't ask you to wait on me. I'm not home very much. Practically all day at the church.
Yes, well, that's another thing. Douglas has to go back to his illustrating. We need the money.
Is that how you're trying to get rid of me?
Evelyn. Please don't use that tone with me.
I won't go to that hateful old woman. You want to get me away from Douglas. He comes to me when you've driven him half crazy. You hate me, don't you? You're jealous.
Why? You nasty little fool. You're in love with him.
You're even jealous of his painting. You hate it because it's always been his dream. And now I'm a part of it, and I always will.
You little monster. You're leaving this house tonight.
What's going on here?
Douglas, he's trying to get rid of me.
Jane.
She hates me. She said horrible things.
What is it now, Jane?
Let me handle this, please.
She said I was too much trouble. I try not to be any trouble. You know that.
Jane, aren't you ashamed?
The girl's in love with you, Douglas.
So, first it was Miriam, now it's Evelyn.
But she just admitted it.
Of course I love you. You've done everything for me. She hates me because you're painting me. She's jealous.
I'd like to speak to you alone, Douglas.
Go upstairs, Evelyn.
Oh, why did Dan ever bring me here? Why?
I hope you see what you've done to her.
She's not too sick that she can't ruin our lives.
I'd examine myself about that if I were you.
I have. I was wrong about Miriam. I know that now.
But you're not wrong about her.
No, I'm not. Oh, Douglas, can't you see she's dangerous? There's something terribly wrong with that girl, and I'm frightened.
Oh, Jane.
Don't you understand? She said she was in love with you.
She said it in front of me. I never heard anything more innocent. You're hysterical, Jane. I can't stand by and see you wreck the health of a girl who hasn't done anything to you. Dan will never forgive you for this. Neither will I.
Hello. Hello, Aunt Martha.
Yes, dear?
Aunt Martha, I'm leaving Douglas. Is Ernest with you?
Jane.
Please, I can't talk now. I'm taking Lee with me.
Jane, dear, well, it's late at night. It's storming something awful.
I'm going, Aunt Martha. Will you ask Ernest to pick me up on his way to the station?
Yes, dear. And Douglas?
I don't know. I don't know where he is. Goodbye, Aunt Martha.
Douglas. Oh, come in. You're so...
What's the matter with the lights?
Oh, a storm, I guess. I lit this lamp.
You're not frightened?
Oh, no. No, I like it like this. All the violence outside. And so peaceful in here. Where were you, Douglas?
At the church again. Looking at my masterpiece.
You're not fair to yourself. You've got too much on your mind.
I'm sorry about that scene this afternoon. Jane didn't mean it.
Of course not.
I don't know what's got into everybody. Jane's on edge, Lee's sick, I can't paint. Something's wrong with everything.
Not with me, Douglas. I'm well now. And strong. Because I'm so happy.
Now keep on being happy. That's what you're here for.
Poor Douglas. But you'll find your way back. You will.
Back to what? This house used to be fun. I was a guy that liked life.
You can love it now. Because you can do what you want with it.
Simple as that, huh?
There's nothing standing in your way now.
Wait a minute. I'm not Dan, you know.
No, it's you. No one else but you. You must know that. I sent Dan away for you. And I don't want him ever to come back again.
Are you out of your mind?
Don't look at me like that. Are you afraid Dan will walk in? She won't. Because she's gone. For good.
What are you talking about?
It's true, she's gone. This is our house now. Yours and mine. Think what that means, Douglas.
Evelyn.
You can take me. And my love for you. You've made me strong so I could be like this.
Little Saint Cecilia. No wonder I couldn't paint a saint. Get away from me.
No.
I'm going to find Jane.
No, Douglas. She's gone for good. But she left this note. It says goodbye. Douglas, she's not worth it. Don't leave me. I'll die if you do. I'll die.
The Boston train, is it left yet?
It just pulled out, Mr. Proctor.
Oh.
But if you're looking for your missus and the little one, they're in the waiting room.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, Douglas.
You didn't go. You didn't.
I just couldn't leave you. I couldn't go back to that house. So... Well, here I am.
There's something happened just now. I'm sorry I had to learn the truth from her. I wish I believed you.
It doesn't matter, darling. As long as you know.
I love you. Look at her. Lee, fast asleep.
Poor little girl, she just can't understand. Douglas, what are we going to do now?
It's very simple. We're getting rid of Evelyn.
What about Dan?
We'll have to tell him the truth. Come, dear, we'd better take Lee to Aunt Martha's. There might be trouble tonight.
Douglas, I knew you'd come back. I knew.
Hello, Evelyn.
Douglas.
Listen carefully, Evelyn. We've a proposition. We're going to take care of you. We'll send you somewhere, to a hospital, sanitarium.
I won't go to a hospital.
Not a hospital, a place where you can live and have people look after you. But only on one condition. You'll write to Dan, and very gently, bit by bit, you'll tell him you can't marry him. You're not in love with him.
Is that all?
Yes. You better go to your room now.
Yes. Yes.
Jane, you better get to bed too, darling. You're tired out.
Storm's over, Doug.
Yes, the storm's over.
Number, please?
Operator, I want to talk to Boston. Dr. Dan Proctor at the Presbyterian Hospital.
Who is placing the call, please?
Evelyn Heath. For Dr. Proctor. And hurry, please. Hurry.
So you see, Aunt Martha, we had rather a busy evening last night.
Where is Evelyn now?
Still in her room. She hasn't come down yet.
Are we doing right, Aunt Martha?
Of course you're doing right. At last it's all in the open and done with.
Oh, have some more coffee?
You know, this is the first breakfast we've had together since Miriam left.
Oh, I hope she'll come back.
She will. Where'd Lee go?
To look for a bird. Oh, poor Skipper, outdoors in his cage in that storm last night.
Oh, she's coming now.
Mommy, look. Daddy.
Hmm?
It's Skipper.
Come in, dear. Bring the cage in.
Skipper. He's lying in the bottom of the cage.
Oh, darling.
Oh, poor little bird. He's dead.
Dead?
Oh, you see, dear. Skipper probably got tired of singing and wanted a good long rest.
Jane, have you got a box or something?
I was just getting one.
We'll take him out of this cage like this.
Will this do?
Fine. We'll put him in this fine box, Lee, and bury him in the garden.
I'll carry you now. Poor Skipper.
Leave the cage here, darling. Oh, I'll get it.
Are you going to help me, Daddy?
I'll be out in a minute, dear.
Dan.
Where is she, Jane? Where's Evelyn?
Why, she's upstairs
Dan, hello.
Evelyn?
I'm coming, dear. I'm coming.
Evelyn, what's wrong? Last night on the phone, you said you had to see...
I know, dear. I don't want to talk about it now. Dan, we can be married right away, and I'll go back with you. We don't have to wait any longer.
Oh, darling, here I've been thinking that something awful's happened.
Isn't someone going to congratulate us? Jane. Martha. Aren't you happy for us?
Evelyn, are you sure you want to marry Dan?
Oh, Dan, I'm sorry everyone is in such a strange mood this morning.
I wish you'd all let me in on this.
All right, Dan, but you won't like it. We didn't know exactly how to tell you. Maybe this will. Here, it's Evelyn's diary.
Evelyn's diary?
She left it down here last night.
I don't have to read it, Douglas. I know every word. Evelyn even read it to me sometimes.
You know the things she says in there about you?
Doesn't make any difference, Doug. I understand.
But you don't know the things she said about me. Listen. I love Douglas more and more. He's everything I ever wanted in a man.
Yes. I wrote that, Dan. I told you on the phone there was a quarrel. That's what Jane and I quarreled about. But, Douglas, you didn't read the last page. I left the diary deliberately so you could. Will you please read the last page, Douglas?
I've been a fool. I thought I loved Douglas, but I realized how wrong I was. I must go back to Dan and never leave him again. Dan, you don't believe that?
Yes, I do.
Douglas, Jane, leave us alone, please. I'll speak to Dan.
Well, come along, dear. We'll go out in the dark.
What is it you want to say, Aunt Martha?
I'll tell Dan without your help.
Well, I won't listen. I'm taking Evelyn with me. Where are your things, dear?
In my room. I'm almost all packed.
I'll finish for you. Stay here, dear.
How can you do this to him? You can't love Dan.
It's odd how sure you can be of today. And so unsure of tomorrow. Today I love him very much. There's only one thing I regret. I would have liked this house. It's quite pretty. Where is it? Where is it?
Where is what?
There. The cage is empty. The bird's not in it.
No. Lee opened the cage so the bird could fly.
In here?
Yes, it was here just a moment ago.
This room? Where is it? Oh, don't just stand there. Where? You see it? Please, Aunt Martha, help me find it.
Where are you going, Evelyn? Who knows what room it may be in?
Oh, no.
Birds fly, you know. They fly everywhere. Wait. I'll open the door.
No.
Look, Evelyn. Hundreds of birds everywhere.
Please.
Come outside. Yes,
That's better. At least out of doors, you can run away from them. Toward the cliff, Evelyn. Birds don't like the cliff. It's so cold and wild and... A moment later, she lay crumpled on the ground. I knew she was dead. They said it was her heart. But I alone know that she was frightened to death, and that I had been her executioner.
Daddy, where did she go? Isn't Evelyn ever coming back?
No, dear, never.
But why?
Well, it's hard to understand, Bebe. But the world, for some people, is full of nothing but cruelty and confusion. They can't find their way. They get lost.
Is Evelyn lost?
She was, darling, but not anymore. She's found her way now. Found her way home.
Evelyn Heath must live with me now till the day I die. But as I walk these cliffs at night, the great weight on my soul seems to rise. For I've seen happiness return to a house that I love, and joy again, and laughter. And I've seen man wait, as from a dream, to fulfill his high destiny in the science of saving life. And I'm not afraid to stand before the bar and meet my judgment.
Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Colman and Ann Harding in The Keys of the Kingdom. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
$1 billion of fat a year. That's what American industry used to import, much of it from the Philippines, Malaya, and Java, for soaps and industrial oils. But we can't get them this year, even though the war in the Pacific is over. The fine oils are needed for soaps, but industrial grease must come from the used fats in your home. They're so urgently needed that the government has authorized meat dealers to give you 4 ration points for every pound of used fat. So if you ladies want 2-way stretch girdles, nylon stockings, a new refrigerator or washing machine, it's up to you to help by continuing to save used kitchen fat. Your butcher will now give you 4 points and 4 cents for every pound you turn in. Don't throw a single drop away. Guest in the House was adapted from Ketty Pring's original screenplay. Robert Young appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Yolanda and the Thief. Ann Baxter will next be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, Smokey. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear The Keys of the Kingdom with Ronald Colman and Ann Harding.
Fussy TV, NBC.
It's a pep talk. In fact, consider this a pepperoni talk. Same thing, because this is the pepperoni all of America's talking about. And why not? It's meatier, crispier. We never had a pepperoni like this before. No one has. We've, well, reinvented the thing. So while the mention of pepperoni isn't normally the kind of thing that's going to stop traffic, this one is guaranteed to start it. Better keep that door oiled. Making it great, again and again.
Said that she saw dead roosters in the cemetery.
A childish prank or a cult at work. A disgusting discovery. Watch at 10.
Talk 1 on the blank line. Perfect straight line.
This is for Coach Brannigan, who kept me in that game. And for all the kids who voted for me. For my family, who said there isn't anything I can't do.
America needs a new weapon in the war against terrorism. Only one man has the right tools for the job. Jackie Chan. First Strike. Rated PG-13. Starts Friday.
You're watching the Coors Light Channel.
See, people? That's why we don't sell them like that.
Mr. Smooth, looking good.
Oh, my O's were closed.
And now a Coors Light party prank.
Coors Light Channel.
Meet the Hills, a sports crazy, low-nafted ball one, music-loving, it's all toilet sound, big-haired family.
The wig I styled for Beauty Academy is ruined.
Introducing King of the Hill.
Watch the ball.
What?
Premiering Sunday on Fox.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's the end of the dream and the start of the wilderness, the dumping ground of odds and ends and beginnings and leftovers. It's a place to stop and take the kind of pleasure you need. It's a street of neon names that beckons to your loneliness. And you better hurry, kid, because it's a street where your name is written on water. It's Broadway, My Beat. At 11:45 on a January night, you look down on Broadway and watch it generate its own heat, like I was doing from my office window at headquarters. Then a call came from a shy caller. He preferred to be anonymous, he said. And he gave an address, and he said I'd better come there. He said not to knock, to walk right in. And his disguised voice couldn't disguise the urgency in it. So I went. The address was on 116th Street, just off Amsterdam, a section where the posters are in Spanish and furtive laughter mixes lightly with a dimly heard tango rhythm. The street was dark and there were no house numbers. I beg your pardon, where's number 212? Thanks. Open up, it's the police. Okay, I'm coming in. She sat there, like death almost. Only her fingers moved, whipping the strings of a guitar. Black hair spread over her shoulders, and frozen eyes, and a single tear. And near her, sprawled on the floor, a man. A man and the knife in his heart. A dead man. What happened here? Who are you? Who is this man? Her hands lost the guitar, searched for it, then her body twisted slowly to the floor. Even in the moment of her final embrace of shock and nothingness, the movement was somehow exquisite and dance-like. And the pattern they made, the girl and the boy, was a pattern of torment and death. Then the cold cycle of murder began. The dead boy's wallet established him as Roberto Segura, and this room was his home. Dr. Sinsky reported that the boy had been dead for 3 hours, probably killed at about 9 o'clock. The girl was Cristina Perez. She was in extreme shock and should be taken home. She was. I waited until morning to go back to her.
You desire something, senor?
I'm Danny Clover of the police. I want to talk to Christina Perez.
Please, come in, senor.
Thank you.
It's necessary first to be granted the permission of Don Eduardo,
Oh?
the father of Christina.
I see. And you're...
Christina is the child of my body also. I am the mother of Christina. Wait here for a moment, please, senor.
Of course.
Don Eduardo.
Sí, señora.
Una persona del policía, señor Clover. Él quiere hablar con Christina.
Ah, sí. I am Don Eduardo Perez, senor. The heritage of my forefathers demands I say you are welcome in my house, but I will not say it for the reason that I abhor your presence.
I was told I needed your permission to talk to Christina. See, I'm asking you for it.
Have you observed, senor, that your feet are standing on the tiles of the immortal artist Goya? Everything else in my house is at least of equal value. Some possessions are even more extraordinary.
I'm happy for you, Eduardo. Christina, where is she?
Even more extraordinary, more delicate, more fragile. Christina is such.
You mean I can't see her?
I think I have made it plain.
No, Eduardo, it's all cluttered up. Explain it to me.
Your own doctor said my Christina was in shock. You do not believe your workmen-like doctors?
Yeah, I do. Dr. Sinsky's a good workman. He said Christina should be over it by now.
My physician says no. And now you must go, senor. You must have many official duties.
I'm glad you said that. I do, Eduardo. Like the murdered boy, Roberto Segura. Did you know him?
He was not permitted in my house.
Still, Christina was in love with him.
She was not with that.
But she was with him when he was dying and dead. Maybe she was with him when someone put a knife into him.
This you will have to wait to find out, senor. Only until my Christina is well. Until you are permitted to see her.
I'll wait. Keep watching over Christina. Don't want her to get lost, Eduardo. She's in your custody. Is that plain, Eduardo? Don Eduardo Perez smiled his finest Castilian smile to make it known that it was plain. He made it even plainer by looking my hat onto my head, then staring me out of the door. I called headquarters. They had a couple of things for me. They'd searched Roberto's room and noted that the only bright spot in the otherwise drab walk-up was a color photograph of Christina Perez. And then they made the important thing. Roberto had a roommate, one Johnny Martinez. A dishwasher, they told me, because they'd checked, in a restaurant on 112th Street. That's where I went to see Johnny Martinez. Your name Martinez? Johnny Martinez?
Uh-huh. What'll I put down these dishes? Yeah, I'm Johnny Martinez.
Haven't I seen you before?
Maybe my back was turned, because I don't remember you.
You're a boxer, aren't you? I've seen you at the fights.
You must have come early to see me. Never fought better than the first 4-round prelim. I got yellow in one fight. Never left me.
I'm from the police. My name's Danny Clover. What have you been doing?
Been doing in jail for a year and a day. Tuesday will be an anniversary of my being out 3 months.
What'd they get you for?
Attempted robbery with a weapon. I stuck a shiv at a small man with glasses. He hit me over the head with a briefcase and knocked me cold. I lost that like I lost everything else.
You roomed with Roberto Segura.
You know I did, else he wouldn't be here.
Know any reason why he should be murdered?
Sure. Somebody hit him.
You?
No. Not me. Papers say Roberto was killed at 9 last night. I was here till 10:30. 8 hours all the time. Ask the proprietor.
Yeah. Tell me about Roberto, Johnny.
What was he, Clover? A guy with long sideburns, a family tree from Guadalajara, and maybe $1.35 in his pocket. Like me.
You're a bitter boy.
No, not bitter. I read the right papers. Roberto never would.
Do you know Christina Perez?
I'm not trying to stall you, Clover. Takes a second to gather up all the nice things about her and turn them into a smile.
That way, huh?
Do you know her, Clover? Have you talked to her? Have you looked at her?
Only she loved Roberto.
I know.
Now what?
Roberto is dead. Now I can try my best. Now I'll get haircuts and be a gentleman. And in a week or so, Christina will smile. Because I'll say something that'll amuse her. Anything else, Clover?
Yeah. What did Roberto do last night? What were his plans?
Same as always. He spent the evenings at Papa Candelaria's place. I guess last night, too, part of it.
Papa Candelaria, huh? What's that?
Upstairs private club for the natives, Clover. Try 1203 116th Street. Upstairs, but legitimate. They open at 9 p.m.
Thanks, Johnny. I'll see you.
Yeah, sure. I'll look for you.
Hello, kid. Who sent you?
Hello. What's your name, kid?
Joe Candelaria. I am 11 years old. I am in the 7th grade. And when on a case, I am allowed to stay up until 12 o'clock at night. What's your name, kid?
Danny Clover.
Danny? I like that name.
Then you won't mind that I'm from the police, huh, Joe?
Mine? I am delighted. You are my brother.
Huh?
Positively my brother. I myself am a private ojo.
What?
Private ojo. Is Spanish for private eye.
Oh, I'll bet you're good, Joe.
The best, sweethearts. Nothing escapes from my keen eye, my keen intelligence. Only last night, I saw a big black car with 2 hoodlums sitting in it with dangerous machine guns.
Joe,
The other day, I found a lady's glove. One glove. And I knew she was in desperate trouble because she left behind one glove. And this to Joe Candelaria was a clue.
I hate to break it up, Joe, but I got to get in there into the club. Is it all right?
Oh, you are on a case, too?
Yeah, Joe, that's the way it is. A case. You understand, as a fellow professional.
Don't speak further. I understand. It's a room at the end of the hall, brother.
Thanks, pal.
Good luck, sweethearts. I'll go back to my post.
The room at the end of the hall was without windows. Its walls whitewashed to better display the posters of gypsy dancers in scarlet, of bullfighters in gold, and of wounded bulls on yellow sand. The shadows of the men that filled the room were black and of great depth. Over it all hung a veil of cigar smoke and the odor of licorice. And in the center, in a cleared space, dancing to savage music, was Cristina Perez, like some animal in fury. Watching her at a little marble-topped table was her father, Don Eduardo. Your physician, Eduardo. He prescribed this for Cristina?
Quiet, fool. Cristina is dancing. Flame. Take her. Look at her.
Is it all right if we talk now, Eduardo?
Cristina is a sublime artist. Makes me ill to be distracted when she dances. What do you want, senor?
I put Cristina in your custody because you said she was too sick to talk to me. She got better fast, didn't she, Eduardo?
As you say, senor, she got better fast. You still wish to speak with her?
Yeah, I still wish.
My Cristina is in her dressing room. It is through those curtains. And down a hall.
Yeah. Hey, what? Whoever it was didn't answer me. Whoever it was pounding on me. Over and over. Whoever it was.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Benny and Bergen, Crosby and Groucho, Luigi and Irma. There's a lot of sheer exuberant fun around on CBS in the nighttime. But don't forget that every weekday, Monday through Friday, some fellas who are very good at being entertaining are right here. Reading from right to left, left to right, and right down the middle, they are Gary Moore, Art Linkletter, and Arthur Godfrey. Yes, every day, Monday through Friday, over most of these CBS stations.
Broadway is a place that hardly ever gets excited. It takes the winning of a war to do that, or the opening of a musical comedy. The best response you can expect for a murdered boy in a cheap room is polite applause. This for maintaining the violent death rate of the city. And a man can lie in an alley in a tortured, painful sleep, and Broadway tiptoes right by him. And the next morning, the man can walk down the subway steps wiping blood off his face, and Broadway will turn its back. It's a tired movie they've seen before. I know all this because it happened to me. No one gave me a backward glance until I returned to headquarters. Then I got clucked over by two mother hens at the infirmary, Dr. Sinsky being efficient and Sergeant Tartaglia being nervous.
Does it hurt much, Danny?
It hurts, Tartaglia.
Well, now, don't you worry about a thing. Just that you should get okay again. Just that your head should look symmetrical.
You know, Danny, this is an interesting formation you got on top of your head here. The bump on top of a lump. I could write it up for the journals.
Take it easy, Doc. Read me what you got so far, Tartaglia.
Yeah, sure, Danny, sure. Now, in the matter of suspects, we have none for the following reasons. The deceased, Roberto Segura, being deceased at 9 o'clock, that lets out Johnny Martinez, who was at his place of business until 10:30. Checked. Senor and Senora Perez in each other's company until 10 p.m. Checked. And about the girl, Christina...
Grab hold to the table, Danny. This might hurt a little.
Yeah. Oh, what was that stuff?
Here's the bottle, Danny.
Yeah, but what is it?
A doctor's free sample a commercial laboratory sent me this morning. First time I tried it. Hurts, huh? It's a good sign.
The girl, Christina, Danny. Not only don't we get an alibi from her, we don't get her either. She's missing, Danny.
What?
Hey, get back on the table, Danny. Where do you think you're going?
I got only one place to go, Doc. Get me a squad car, Tartaglia. Papa Candelario?
Sí, señor. ¿Qué quiere?
I was here last night. You must have seen me. You know who I am.
No entiendo, señor.
You mean you don't understand English?
No inglés. No entiendo.
Try hard, Papa. I'm of the police. Police, understand?
No entiendo, señor.
Try this. I was beaten up here last night. This could make trouble for Papa Candelaria. Big trouble.
Papa Candelaria. Yo soy Papa Candelario. ¿Qué quiere, señor?
Christina Perez, Papa. What does that do to you?
Christina Perez. Muy linda mujer.
Yeah, Papa, yeah. Christina Perez, that's right. Where is she? She was here last night. She's disappeared.
Oh, look, who is here? My brother, Danny Clover.
Joe, am I glad to see you.
And I am glad to see you, sweetheart. You know that big case I was working on? A big black car with a gun holes? I think it is all solved.
Joe, listen. I want you to do something for me.
Anything, Danny. You are my brother.
I want you to translate for me.
Huh?
I have to ask your father some questions. He doesn't understand English, so I want you to translate for me.
Papa, please. Danny is my brother. Please speak to him.
All right, Jose. I will tell him.
Oh, then you do.
Si, senor. I do speak English. I only tell you this because it is the wish of my son, whom I love. You will find Christina Perez with her mother at the convent of Santa Cecilia. That is all I can tell you.
Oh, Papa, you are my brother. Papa is now a brother to both of us. Huh, Danny?
Yeah, Joe. Thank Papa for me, and you too, kid. Thanks, brother. The convent of St. Cecilia stood high on Morningside Drive. A sister led me through a courtyard and into a gray stone building and into a room. A large room, simply furnished. She told me to wait. Then she left. It was 15 minutes before the door swung softly open again. Senora Perez and his daughter, Christina. They didn't seem surprised to see me. They walked to a cast iron bench and sat down and folded their hands and waited. Senora Perez?
Who was it that sent you to us, senor?
Papa Candelaria.
This is difficult to believe.
No, Mother. It isn't difficult. You must realize, like I do, that it's useless to hide from the police.
Why are you hiding, Christina?
My mother thought it was the best way. Now it doesn't matter.
Well, that still doesn't explain very much. You were in Roberta's apartment when I found him dead. You were dancing when you should have been sick. You ran away when you should have been available. Let's start up top and see why.
I was supposed to meet Roberto. A rendezvous, Mr. Clover. On the night he died. He was late. I went to his place to look for him. I found him dead.
Go on.
I danced because my father wished to look at me dancing. I do not disobey my father. Under any circumstances, never.
Christina.
Mr. Clover isn't a fool. He'll find out anyway.
Christina, enough. You have said already too much.
And I ran away because my mother wished me to run away. I do not disobey my mother either.
Tell me something, Christina. Tell me about Roberto.
I love him.
Your father. What was his reaction to Roberto?
My father hated him.
Roberto had a roommate, Johnny Martinez. What about him?
My father hated him.
I'm getting the impression that your father hated anyone who had an emotion about you.
Senor Perez, he is evil. I tell you this because you should know it. I tell you he is evil. He will never return to Senor Perez. You understand why, Senor?
I'm beginning to. What now, Christina? What are you going to do now?
That depends on you, Mr. Clover. Am I arrested?
Not if you stay right here, you're not.
It will be like that then.
Good. Don't worry about anything, Senora Perez. If what you say is true, your husband had his own type motive for killing Roberto. Except for one thing.
And that is what, Senor?
He just couldn't have done it. You're his alibi for 9 o'clock. He was with you when the murder was done. Maria Perez sank to her knees, drew the black lace shawl close about her head. With the fingers of her clasped hands moving endlessly in a kind of torn pleading, began a voiceless prayer. Christina looked at me for a long time, her eyes empty and staring. At the door, I turned back for a moment, and Christina had not moved, had not changed. It was hard to believe that this was the girl who danced with fury and like flame. At headquarters, nothing added up. Nothing took shape. Motives were there, but alibis were there, too. Hard, cold, unbreakable. No one, it seemed, was around when Roberto Segura was murdered. They had reason to be there, but they hadn't made it. They were somewhere else.
I don't like busting in, Danny.
What do you want, Tartaglia?
Well, you have a visitor.
Tell him I'm busy. I'm out. Anything you think of.
Oh, I tried, Danny. I tried, but it's no use. Your visitor is... now, wait, let me see. Don Jose Miguel...
It's me, sweethearts. Joe Calendaria. Hello, kid.
Hi, Joe. Look, kid, I'm pretty busy right now.
Oh, sure. Okay, Danny.
But look, Joe, how would you like to have Sergeant Tartaglia show you around police headquarters?
Oh, that would be super keen. Do you mean it, Danny?
Sure, kid. Take Joe around, Tartaglia. Everything. The works.
Sure, Danny, sure. Come on, let's go, Don Jose.
Wait a minute, Sergeant. First, I must tell Danny it's all solved, my case. The black card, the glove, it's all solved. Let's go, Sergeant.
Hey, wait a minute. What's this about the black card, Joe? You're always talking about it.
Very mysterious, Danny. This black car was standing there for a long time with all its windows open.
Oh, that's bad, huh?
I don't know about that, but it is very mysterious because it was so cold that night. So cold I wore my hoppy shirt and my hoppy jacket and my hoppy hat.
Where was this car, Joe?
In front of the house of Don Eduardo Perez.
Oh? When was it, Joe? Night before last?
That's right. Night before last. 11 o'clock by my Mickey Mouse watch.
Who was in the car, Joe? You said there were 2 men. Did you recognize them?
See.
Who were they, Joe? Who were they?
Do not ask me, Danny, because I cannot tell you.
Why? A good detective should tell other detectives, Joe, when he has something important.
I cannot tell you, Danny, because I am not a good detective. I am only an afraid detective. I cannot tell you. Now, I cannot see police headquarters?
Sure, Joe. Sure you can see it. Go on, Tartaglia. Take my brother Joe around.
Oh, Senor Clover.
Yeah, Eduardo. Senor Clover. Invite me in.
You have come to tell me you have found my Christina?
Yeah, that too. Let's go inside, shall we? It's warm in here. Not cold like outside, Eduardo.
Where is she, senor? You have no right to torment me. It can go badly for you.
For all of us. You and me.
Where is she, senor? I must go to her.
She's at the convent of St. Cecilia with her mother.
Ah.
Don't bother with your coat and hat, Eduardo. You won't need them.
What?
You won't need them. We'll bring Christina to you. If she wants, we'll let her visit you in her cell.
What are you trying to tell me, senor?
I'm not trying, Eduardo. It's easy to say. You're under arrest for the murder of Roberto Segura.
You are insane.
It had me fooled, Eduardo, for a long time. Such an airtight alibi. All because we thought the boy was murdered at 9 o'clock.
You have a reason to believe it was at another time?
Yeah. Say around 11. That was neat, Eduardo, killing him, then letting his body sit in your car in the cold air so that rigor mortis would set in quickly.
You talk with the mouth of a babbling idiot.
And you brought him to his room, and because it was warm there, Dr. Sinsky figured the boy had been dead for 3 hours. Because that's how long rigor mortis might take in a warm room. But in the cold, in a car with open windows, it doesn't take so long, huh, Eduardo?
No. You are right, senor. It is a good way to kill. A good way to deceive the stupid ones of the law.
Yeah. Yeah, we're pretty stupid, Eduardo. We don't understand how it means to possess things like Goya tiles or a daughter like Christina. Your Christina. You killed her to keep her to yourself, didn't you, Eduardo? No one good enough for Christina but you.
It is as you say, senor. No one good enough. So I had Roberto killed.
You had help?
Of course, I do not soil my hands unnecessarily, senor. Johnny Martinez helped me.
Why should he do that?
Because I promised him Christina. But you, senor, for you, I need no help. I will kill you with my own hands.
Give me the gun, Eduardo.
It frightens you, brave, senor.
Yeah, it does that. Give it to me. Drop it. Now I've got the gun, Eduardo. What does it do to you? Frighten you, huh?
You will not kill me. You will not.
Let's go, Eduardo. You got to be booked for murder. I can get to Johnny Martinez later.
You got to him already, Clover.
Well, Johnny. Welcome. Eavesdropping, huh?
No. Don't turn around, Clover. Now that you've peeped at my gun, just keep it in mind. Sure, I've been eavesdropping. The next room.
I don't mind. You can come to headquarters, too.
Shoot him, Johnny. Kill him. You should have killed him last night when you knocked him unconscious. Kill him!
All right. If you say so, Senor Perez. All right.
Just this before you do, Johnny. Eduardo would like to know about it.
Know about what, senor?
The gun I'm pointing at you. If Johnny shoots me, I'm just liable to react. I'm liable to grab onto something when Johnny's bullet hits me. The trigger of this gun, maybe. Then you're liable to be shot, Eduardo. Killed, maybe.
He's got a point, Senor Perez.
Well?
Johnny!
Do what? What do you want me to do?
Drop that gun! Drop it! Drop that gun!
Like I was saying, let's go get booked for murder, huh? Broadway. It's an enchanted island or a desert of dust. A crazy dance that starts off wild, then winds down to a dirge and blues time. You look at it one way and it's a magician's pitch with golden mirrors and jeweled fountains. Then you blink and the whole thing dissolves. Your hands are bloody from beating against a wall corroded with pain. It's Broadway. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The musical score was composed by Alexander Courage and conducted by Wilbur Hatch, and the program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The cast tonight included Tony Barrett, Jeanette Nolan, Herb Butterfield, Jack Crucian, Michael Ann Barrett, and Armando Corral. Dinah Shore, Jack Smith, Margaret Whiting, Dick Hames, the Andrews Sisters, Beulah, Edward R. Murrow, Lowell Thomas. These top names in radio are all on CBS regularly. Not once, but 5 times a week. Top news, top color, top reporting. Lowell Thomas and Ed Murrow each are heard for 15 minutes every Monday through Friday in the early evening hours. And then there's the wonderful comedy of Beulah, the Tops and Pops with the Jack Smith, Dinah Shore, Margaret Whiting Show, the grand singing of Club 15's Dick Hames, the Andrews Sisters, and Evelyn Knight. You can hear them all on most of these same CBS stations Monday through Friday evenings. Listen tomorrow night. This is Joe Walter speaking. This is CBS, where Wednesday night is Bing Crosby night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
How do you watch the NFC Championship? Open the freezer at Lambeau and get ready for war. Because the Cinderella Panthers have beaten the best, and they're about to meet the legendary Packers and gutsy 2-time MVP Brett Favre. The NFC Championship game, Sunday, 11:30 Eastern, 8:30 Pacific on Fox.
It took the FBI 6 years to catch him. It will take 6 hours to transport him. For Transcon 47, there's turbulence ahead.
He's crazy!
Critics call Turbulence Twister at 36,000 feet.
I'm gonna crash the plane!
Fasten your seatbelts for the thrill ride of the year.
Is this amazing or what?
Turbulence Rated R starts this Friday.
Fox, home of Super Bowl 31.
All he wanted was to be with his wife.
I'm just a guy trying to get home to his family.
He's already blown through 3 states and nobody's been able to stop him.
Now, he's running for his life.
The lone wolf, the last American hero.
He's a straight bullet and we gotta stop him. And if you think the chase is wild, the credibility of the federal government is on the line. You won't believe the finish.
Light him up, brother.
Viggo Mortensen, Christina Leese, and Jason Priestley. Vanishing Point on the Fox Tuesday night movie.
2 of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Yes, it's George Burns and Gracie Allen. Last week, in an effort to make the Burns' future more secure, Gracie bought a chicken ranch. It worked out about as you'd expect, and George considered himself lucky when he sold the ranch at a loss of $1,000. He's telling Gracie about it now.
So that's what your week in the chicken business cost me. $1,000.
Oh, George, you're just like every other husband, unreasonable. The minute you watch there's something horrible, you complain.
Yes, I'm a beast.
And besides, it wasn't my fault we lost money on the chickens. The customers were too fussy. Every time they bought a chicken, they wanted it cleaned.
Well?
Well, you try cleaning a chicken sometime. I use soil off, energy,
Gracie.
not
When you clean a chicken, you remove its feathers.
Oh, well, now that's ridiculous. How'd I ever get them back on again?
With Scotch tape and forget the whole thing.
Well, don't worry. I'll go into some other business and get your $1,000 back and more besides.
Oh, no, you won't. You're not going to make the name of Burns a laughingstock.
All right, I'll just use my first name. That's what all big business people do anyway. Look at Frank. No one knows his last name, but he's the biggest man in the furniture business.
Oh, Frank Furters.
Sure.
Oh, yes, Frank Furters. I don't want you to go into any more business.
You don't, huh?
I don't, no. And that's an order.
Yes, sir.
And I want it obeyed.
Yes, sir.
I'm your husband, and what I say goes.
Yes, sir.
Now, was that perfectly clear? Are there any doubts in your mind?
Well, just one, dear.
What is it?
What business shall I go into?
Oh, no.
Well, good morning, folks.
Oh, hello, Meredith.
I dropped over to get a little advice, Gracie.
You're the one I always turn to because I admire your intelligence.
Oh, now you see, George, Meredith thinks I've got lots of brains.
Well, I can understand that. Guy Kippy probably thinks Edgar Bergen has lots of hair.
I don't get it.
Well, work on it. I'm going down to the corner cigar store. If anyone calls, I'll be right back.
He says the strangest things. Oh, what's the advice you want, Meredith?
Well, as you know, Gracie, I'm a bachelor whose life has been devoted to music. I live alone, just me and my flute.
Yeah, I know.
But in the spring, I sometimes feel that I would welcome the presence of of a woman.
Meredith.
A reckless attitude, I realize. But there's something about the spring that makes my flute seem not quite enough.
I never thought I'd hear you say such a thing.
I've resisted these impulses because once back in Mason City, my actions toward a young lady caused quite a bit of talk. In fact, I left town under sort of a cloud.
My goodness, what did you do?
Well, at a taffy pull, I pulled her taffy longer than any other girl.
Meredith Wilson.
And now that spring is here again, I'd like to meet a nice girl. Do you think it'd be all right for me to advertise in the paper for one?
Oh, you're only fooling.
No, I'm not.
You don't advertise for things like that.
Well, other people do. I noticed several such ads in the personal column of this paper.
Really? Let me see. My goodness, you're right. Listen to this one. Refined lady would like to correspond with educated gentlemen. If you don't know how to write, phone Dreamland Dance Hall. And ask for toots. Meredith, are ads like these always in the papers?
Yep, hundreds of them every day.
Oh, this gives me a terrific idea for a business to go into.
It does?
Sure. I'll find mates for all these lonely people. I'll open a matrimonial bureau.
A matrimonial bureau?
Yes.
Gee, double willikers. Oh, I beg your pardon. Forgot I was talking to a lady.
Now, I'll need about $25 to put an ad in the paper. Have you got $25, Meredith?
I work for your husband, Gracie.
That's right.
You'll have to get the money from George.
Oh, no. He told me never to go into business again. However, if I flatter him enough, he might give me the money and no questions asked.
Really?
Well, sure. Sure. That's it. I'll flatter the little rascal. And then... Oh, here he comes. Quick, out the back way. I've got work to do.
Okay, Gracie, and lots of luck.
Oh, George, the census taker was here while you were gone, and, you know, for the life of me, I couldn't remember your age.
My age?
Yeah, tell me again. Is it 30 or 31?
30 or 31? Stop being ridiculous. I'm down there 36.
You know, dear, that's hard to believe. How could a man get as handsome as you are in only 36 years?
Well, I never
George,
was.
sometimes I ask myself, I say, Gracie, do you love George just because he's as handsome as he is? And then I say, no, I'd love him just as much if he only looked like Robert Taylor.
Would you really?
Yes. It's the 1,001 thrills I got just being near you that make my life such a dream of ecstasy.
Oh, Gracie.
Oh, really? The strange and tender things that remind me of you. The sight of your tousled hair in the morning, your delicate hand waving goodbye, your strong white feet at eventide.
Oh, all right.
The kindness that shines from your eyes. The warm, generous smile that lights your face when I ask you for $25.
Gracie.
The glow of your hand is at least...
Some like it hot, some like it cold. Mr. Hero has hot and cold combos. Your favorite Mr. Hero sandwich loaded with the finest and freshest ingredients on a fresh baked roll. Every Mr. Hero combo, hot or cold, comes with Whopper fries and 16-ounce Pepsi. Mr. Hero combos start at $2.89. A great sandwich, Whopper fries, and 16-ounce Pepsi from $2.89. And remember, they're always made fresh at Mr. Hero.
The taste takes over.
Fresh food, fast.
Mr. Hero.
It's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. For deep down laughs and listening enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for deep down coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House with extra flavor in the blend because of choice Latin American coffees skillfully combined. Extra flavor in the cup because Radiant Roast develops the full flavor of every coffee bean. And the result is that today more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. 2 weeks ago, Gracie lost $1,000 of George's money on a chicken ranch. However, last week she started a matrimonial bureau and did much better. She only lost $400. We find her now on the telephone talking to her friend Blanche Morton.
Oh, gee, Blanche, I'd love to go shopping, but George may be in a bad mood. Uh-oh. I hear him stirring around in the bedroom now. Hold the phone. In just a minute, I'll know whether I can meet you at Magnan's or whether I'm still in the doghouse. Good morning, George, darling.
What's good about it?
Bow wow, Blanche.
Who are you talking to?
Blanche Morton. She wanted me to go shopping with her.
Your shopping days are over until you pay back the $1,400 you lost.
Oh, but George, it's spring. I've just got to have a new outfit. There's a darling one at Magnan's for only $75.
Nothing doing.
Well, all right. But I need a little money for the gas bill. Can I have that?
Sure. How much is it?
$76.
The outfit at Magnan's only costs $75. What's the extra dollar for?
Well, I was going to take a taxi.
Forget it. No new outfit this spring.
Oh, George Burns, if you don't buy me a new spring outfit, I'll go out with no clothes on at all.
You mean that?
Absolutely. Not a stitch will I wear. Now do I get some money?
Well, sure. Here's a quarter.
Quarter? What can that buy?
Nose drops. You're going to catch cold.
You're just a beast. That's what you are.
Yes. A beast that's got $1,400 coming to him. And you're going to pay it all back.
How?
I'm cutting off your allowance for a solid year.
But how will I pay back the other $1,300?
You'll have to save it on household expenses. Cut down on your gas bill, your electric bill, and go easy on the phone. Do you have to telephone your mother way up in San Francisco?
Well, that's the only way she can hear me.
My grandmother and grandfather didn't even have gas or electricity or a phone, and they got along fine. They had stamina and courage and vision.
But, George...
No buts. You should have my grandmother's economy. She had 10 children, and she was so poor she had to put them all in one big bed. But she made ends meet.
Well, with 10 in one bed, I don't see how she could help it.
Never mind. Just take a lesson from my parents and just cut down on expenses. I'll be home at 6. See that dinner is on the table. Goodbye.
So he wants to live like grandmother and grandfather, does he? Well, maybe I can accommodate him.
Well, Gracie, I hope you've got... Hey, it's dark in here. The lights are out. Gracie, where are you?
Over here, Grandpa.
Grandpa?
I have the electricity shut off, dear. Your grandmother and grandfather did without lights. They had economy, courage, and vision.
Gracie.
You said I should have your grandmother's economy.
But I can't see.
You should have had your grandfather's vision.
Well, light a candle or something so we can see to eat.
Yes, dear. Dinner's on the table. There.
Gee, those veal chops look red in the candlelight.
Well, they always look that way when they're raw.
Raw? Well, put some fire under it and cook it.
Oh, I had the gas shut off.
Gracie, when
Grandmother didn't need gas. When she wanted a fire, she just rubbed a couple of children together.
This is ridiculous. We'll eat at the Brown Derby. I'll go shave.
No shave.
You mean the water's cut off too? Now, Gracie, this is the finish.
George, remember your grandfather's courage.
Nuts to that. I'm hungry.
George, your grandfather's stamina.
I want to eat. But how can I walk into the Brown Derby without a shave?
George.
What?
Your grandfather's mustache.
Now, look here, Gracie. If
I was passing by and I saw a candle burning in here. Why no lights?
We're economizing, Bill.
Why, George Burns, you miserable little miser.
Now, look here, Bill.
I've heard of guys being tight, but compared to you, Sidney Greenstreet in the hammock is loose.
I've had enough of this madhouse. I'm going down to the drugstore and get a sandwich.
Well, wait a minute, George. The kitchen is that way.
The kitchen?
Well, yeah, aren't you going to take your own peanut butter?
Goodbye, comedian.
So long, heavy spender.
I turned the lights off, Bill. I'm trying to save money so I can pay George back his $1,400.
Oh, you'll never get that much money, Gracie.
Oh, I could if our house was on a corner lot.
What good would that do?
I drilled for oil. Haven't you noticed, Bill, that gasoline always comes up on the corner lots where the filling stations are?
Yeah, and here you are stuck in the middle of the block.
Yeah. Bill, suggest something. How can I raise $1,400 quickly?
Well, how about the races?
The races?
Well, sure. They're running tomorrow at Bay Meadows. Maybe you could win.
Oh, Bill, I could never win. My legs are too short.
Gracie, they're horse races.
Oh, well, that's even worse. I'd never have a chance against horses.
We better forget the races.
Say, maybe some magazine will buy George's old love letters. The ones that make me agree to marry him. Could you suggest a magazine?
Well, yeah, but Fantastic Mysteries doesn't pay very much.
Say, I'll get a prominent speaker and send him out on a lecture tour where millions of people are dying to see him, and then we'll split the profits.
Mm-hmm. Well, what prominent speaker and where would you send him?
Mr. Churchill to Russia. Forget it, huh?
Yes, I would, Grace.
Good evening, everyone. Say, it's kind of dark in here.
Oh, I turned the lights off, Meredith. Just a moment. I'll switch them on.
Well, if I were you, I'd leave him off. This dim light makes George look positively handsome.
Oh, that's Bill Goodwin.
Oh. Hello, Bill.
Hello, Meredith.
Say, I'm glad you're here, Bill. You were wrong about that date you got me last night.
Wrong?
Yeah. You told me if I played my cards right, she'd kiss me.
Well?
Well, I won 40 straight games of pinochle, and she never even once became affectionate.
Well, that I can understand. Well, that's the last date I'll ever get you, Meredith.
Oh, but, Bill, it's spring. All nature seems to speak of love and light.
Yes?
Soon the birds will be mating, the flowers budding, and the sap will be running through the trees.
Well, don't bump your head, kid. Goodbye, Gracie. I'll see you later, Casanova.
Gee, Gracie, do you think I'll ever be a ladies' man like Bill?
Oh, you don't want that kind of life, Meredith.
I don't?
No. Someday you'll meet a pretty girl and get married. And then before you know it, the house will be full of little musicians.
Well, it sure will. Those fellas just can't stay away from a pretty girl. Golly, what a problem I've got.
Yes, I know how you feel, Meredith. You know, I have a terrible problem, too. I have to raise $1,400 or my life won't be worth living.
$1,400? Mm-hmm. Gee, how are you going to do it?
I don't know. Let's see, now, how do other people get money? Mildred Pierce made pies. No, that's no good. I made one pie right after I got married. George ate the pan and washed the crust.
Say, Gracie, I come into a considerable sum of money as soon as my uncle dies.
Oh, how old is he?
Well, he's only 13. My father's youngest brother.
Oh, let's see now. $1,400. If I only had a pound of butter I could sell.
Well, I'm afraid I'm not much help to you, Gracie. You see, my only experience in raising money's been with musicians and vocalists. Whenever they need money, they give a concert. Say, George likes to sing. Maybe he could give a concert.
Eureka!
I do? Well, it was just a suggestion.
Oh, well, it's a wonderful suggestion. Oh, Meredith, we'll make a fortune. I'll rent the Legion Stadium or the Shrine Auditorium or someplace.
Well, do you think George could sing in the bowl?
Well, why not? He often sings in the tub. Oh, Meredith, I can't wait to tell George about this. George, I thought you'd never get home. I have wonderful news for you. We're going to make a fortune.
Gracie, if you've cooked up another of your harebrained schemes, so help me, I'll have you locked up. I can't stand any more crazy ideas.
Oh, well, now, wait till you hear it, George. We're going to rent Convention Hall.
Rent Convention Hall?
And give a concert.
Give a concert?
And you're going to sing.
Oh, gee, for a minute I was afraid it was going to be a crazy idea.
I knew you'd like it.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving. I'm happy on the shelf.
Oh, it's time you gave a concert, Sugar Throat.
No one to talk to, saving my love. Oh, baby, love you.
George,
Really saving
you know it's selfish to let people hear you. It's just selfish to let people hear you and not see you. A George Burns who sings only on the radio is like a rose with a wall around it.
Really?
Yes. They can't see you. They can only smell you.
Meredith Wilson with his orchestra plays The Mermaid. Say, Meredith, that sea chanty you're playing really goes way back, doesn't it?
Yes, Bill, and many of such chanties were sung by the crews of the old whaling ships that sailed out of our New England ports a century and more ago.
Well, you know, sea chanties just naturally recall for me those old shipping ports along the Atlantic coast. The weathered wharves of Gloucester, the gray shingled cottages of Cape Cod, the stately captains' houses in Nantucket, and the fishing boats at anchor in hundreds of coves and harbors. All an unforgettable part of our American scene. And, you know, I can't help thinking that, in its way, too, Maxwell House coffee has become a part of our American scene. You see, for generations, the mellow richness of Maxwell House has been making friends everywhere in this nation of coffee lovers. Until today, it's enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee in America. And it's no wonder, for fine Latin American coffees are skillfully chosen, each for its own distinctive contribution to create the unmatched Maxwell House blend. There are Manizales for mellowness, Medellins for richness, other choice Latin American coffees for vigor, and Bucaramangas for full body. And the result is a blend so really delicious that north, east, south, and west, more people just naturally say Maxwell House when buying coffee. They know it's always good to the last drop.
Though April showers may come my way.
Oh, sing it to me, Daddy.
They bring the flowers that bloom in May.
Pour it on me, Papa.
So if it's raining, have no regrets, because it is raining rain, you know. It's raining violets.
Oh, sweeter than Perry Como and hotter than Carmen Lombardo.
I guess I really got it, huh?
Oh, yes. And tonight at the concert, you're going to spread it around.
Yeah.
Why, we'll make not only your $1,400, but $14,000 besides. And you can do this every night. We'll be millionaires.
Concert every night?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think my voice could stand the punishment.
Oh, sure it can. Why, I've heard hundreds of people say that no punishment is too great for a voice like yours.
When it's rain, well, maybe. Well, let's wait and see how tonight's concert goes over.
All right. Meredith is over at Convention Hall now selling the tickets. I'll go over and see if he needs any more printed.
Okay.
George, speed me on my way with a song. Jet propel me with a blast from those atomic tonsils.
And when it's raining, have no regrets.
Ah, you murder. When you sing, the uranium just squirts from your throat.
Because it isn't uranium rain, you know. It's uranium violet.
Oh.
When she cries.
Look at that line. Look at those mobs of people. Oh, Meredith, can I see you a minute?
Why, sure, Gracie.
How are you doing?
Gracie, when you sent me over here this morning, I didn't think I'd sell many tickets to George's concert.
Oh, you didn't, huh?
No, and I was right. I haven't sold a one.
Not a ticket? But look at that long line of people.
Oh, they're buying tickets to see the masked monster wrestle here tomorrow night. The tickets are going like wildfire at $5 apiece.
Well, that's ridiculous. Why should people pay $5 to hear him grunt and groan when they can hear George for $2?
Well, I can't understand it either, Gracie. But whenever the monster appears, every seat is sold within an hour.
Oh, he really draws the people in, huh? Meredith, you've given me an idea. Tonight, George Burns will not only sing, he will wrestle the masked monster at the same time.
Will George agree to wrestle?
Oh, well, I won't tell him. He doesn't have to know every little detail.
But gosh, Gracie, George will start to sing and the monster will grab him.
Meredith, once George starts to sing, nothing can stop him.
But suppose the monster throws him and pounds his head on the floor. Won't that stop him?
No, not as long as he keeps in time with the music. I'll go talk to this masked monster. How do? I'm looking for the masked monster.
That's me, lady.
Oh, really? Well, they shouldn't call you that. You're not a bit like a monster.
I ain't?
No, you're just a big, ugly, fat man.
Oh, gee, thanks, lady.
And you're not even wearing a mask.
Oh, I take it off when I ain't working. It sort of relaxes me.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. I always take my shoes off when I go to the movies. Of course, it's not exactly the same because you don't walk on your face.
No.
Although it looks like somebody has.
Oh, that was the Bulgarian bone bender. Him and me wrestle together all the time.
The Bulgarian bone bender.
Yeah.
Well, would you like to make some extra money by wrestling my husband tonight?
Well, who's your husband?
The Hollywood hair puller.
Well, I never heard of him, lady.
Well, wrestling is just a sideline with him.
An amateur, huh? Oh, I better not.
Why not?
Amateurs don't understand the wrestling business. He might hurt me.
Oh, but you're much bigger than he is. Well, your shoulders are bigger, and your chest is bigger, and your stomach is... Well, on the whole, you're bigger.
Oh, size don't matter, lady. Even a little guy might hurt me. I ain't a very healthy monster, you know.
Really?
Yeah. You have to tell your husband to be careful with me. No toe holds. I got corns. No leg locks. I got rheumatism. And no scissors hold around my stomach.
Ulcers?
gastric acidity. And no strangleholds. I got laryngitis. And headlocks are out, too. I got sinus trouble.
You're in a terrible shape.
Yeah. You tell your husband the only safe thing to use on me is a half Nelson hold.
Oh, you poor man. On top of everything else, you've only got half a Nelson.
Yeah.
Well, would you wrestle my husband tonight if I promised he wouldn't hurt you?
Well, would he lay down and let me win?
Oh, sure.
Then I'll do it. I'm always willing to make an honest dollar.
Good. Oh, by the way, my husband will probably wear a tuxedo tonight. You won't mind, will you?
Oh, not at all. Matter of fact, we can make that a feature of the fight. I'll tear off his coat, rip open his shirt, and pull a hair on his chest.
Oh, no, I wouldn't do that. The crowd might get too impatient waiting for you to find it.
Well, okay.
Well, I guess everything is arranged. Shall we shake hands to seal a bargain?
Okay.
Oh, well, what happened? Did I hurt you?
Nah, just force a habit, lady.
Well, we'll see you tonight. Goodbye, Mr. Monster.
Gee, Gracie, as we came into the dressing room, did you get a look at that crowd? Every seat in Convention Hall is filled.
Yes, Judge, your concert is a complete sellout.
Just think, all those people are here to see me in the flesh.
And before the evening's over, they will.
Say, I noticed there's a ring set up out there instead of a stage.
I arranged that.
Well, why?
Well, on a stage, people could only see your face.
Yes.
And you have personality on all four sides.
Well, thanks. I hope they like me tonight.
Oh, they're bound to. After all, you're the greatest singer who ever lived.
Oh, now, Gracie, please don't say I'm the greatest singer who ever lived.
Name two greater.
Well, there's Caruso.
That's one.
There's, Can I include women?
Certainly.
There's, You know something, Gracie?
What?
I'm not even sure Caruso was greater.
Hi, lady. Is this your husband?
Oh, yes, this is my husband.
I'm pleased to meet you. Put her there.
Did I hurt you? I guess I don't know my own strength.
Well, give him a good show tonight. See you in the ring. Hair puller.
Hair puller? Gracie, why did he call me that?
Well, he has you confused with a famous German opera singer, Hair Puller.
That fellow seems to know you. Who is he?
I'm glad you asked that question, George.
Well, who is he?
Who's who?
The fellow who stuck his head in here. Who is he?
I'm glad you asked that question, George.
You said that before.
Well, I'm gladder now because I've thought of an answer.
Well?
He's your bodyguard.
Bodyguard?
Well, sure, you know how the girls mob Frank Sinatra. Well, naturally, they'll be after you, too, so I hired that man to protect you.
But Sinatra doesn't have a bodyguard.
He would if he had one to guard. Now, hurry, dear. It's about time for your concert.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are speaking to you direct from the ringside of Convention Hall, where we are about to broadcast a crunch-by-crunch account of the wrestling match between the masked monster, who never lets his face be seen, and George Burns, who's careless that way. While we're waiting for them to come out of their dressing rooms, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Bill Goodwin, who is somewhere in the audience interviewing the spectators. Come in, Bill Goodwin.
I have a lady in the balcony, Doctor.
What does the lady say?
She says no, so let's get on with the broadcast. Well, while we're waiting for the men to enter the ring, I have a special thrill for you wrestling fans. Here at the microphone with me is the Bulgarian Bone Bender, the world's wrestling champion of Arkansas and Eastern Idaho. I'm going to ask him to say a few words, and here he is.
Vorashnik.
And you're so right. The Bulgarian bone vendor just said, quote, Maxwell House coffee is appetizing, rich, full-bodied, and mellow. Coffee at its full-flavored best. Good to the last drop.
Vorashnik.
And he just added that more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. Thank you, Bulgarian bone bender. Goodbye.
Vorashnik.
And now, now, wait a minute. I think the monster is climbing into the ring. Yes, there is the masked monster. 327 pounds of muscle. And now here comes George Burns. 122 pounds of, well, whatever it is that holds him together. Let's listen to the ovation the crowd gives him.
Hooray!
Well, folks, in just a moment now, the fight will... Wait a minute. Here's a strange development. They're wheeling a small piano up beside the ring. I can't imagine what it's for unless it's to wheel Burns out on. Well, we'll switch you now to our microphone directly over the ring so that you can hear the contestants.
Now, look, Burns. I don't care if you butt me, kick me, scratch me, bite me, or rub rosin in my eyes. But no dirty stuff.
What are you talking about?
Come on. Let's get started.
Get your hands off me. Okay, Meredith. Give me the key.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself.
Foul! No dirty stuff.
Get away from it.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself.
Oh!
Ain't misbehaving all... Ain't misbehaving... Ain't misbehaving...
Now, look here, fat boy. I've taken all I'm going to take from you. Come here.
Oh, George, I'm so proud of you. You threw him right out of the ring.
Well, he was interrupting my singing. Fine bodyguard you picked out.
Oh, look, now I can tell you. He wasn't a bodyguard at all. He's the heavyweight wrestling champion of the world.
The chair? The chair? The chair?
Uh-huh, the champion.
Yeah, the chair. And I threw him out of the ring?
Yes, darling. Oh, I'm married to the strongest man in the world.
Gee.
Can I feel your muscles?
Sure. Go ahead. Oh, not so hard.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin.
Until next Thursday, then, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 brand of coffee, always good to the last drop.
That was quite a concert, Gracie. Do you think the people like my singing?
Oh, they loved it, dear. Thousands of them are still waiting outside to get your autograph.
Gee.
And they want you to autograph the darndest things. Clubs, ropes, tar, feathers, baseball bats.
Let's sneak out the back way.
Oh, goody, goody Jello pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's, only more so.
You ain't kidding, that's right. And just as Jello's 6 delicious locked-in flavors can't be beaten, so the proof of Jello pudding's in the eating.
The Jello twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just a taste of Jello pudding or of Jello and you know it's the one and only Jello.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Clevelanders have spoken. Fox 8 News is number one. Cleveland's own Fox 8 News. Number one in the morning. Number one at noon. Number one at 6. Number one in the late news. Cleveland's own Fox 8 News. The number one news in Northeast Ohio. Fox 8 News.
Which is near Detroit. All passengers on board believed dead. We'll have live coverage from the scene. And find out why a proposed tower has some folks in Stark County raving mad.
Plus, she once was lost, now she's found. Hagar is happy because Helga is back in town. Then, to find out how you can be part of the All-Star Action Weekend, keep it right here on Channel 3 News at 11.
Wendy's 99-cent crispy chicken nuggets are very hard to resist.
Where are my nuggets? Oh, I think Dave took them.
Where's my nugget? Dave. Wendy's crispy chicken nuggets, 5 juicy pieces of all white meat. Just one of the 10 delicious choices on Wendy's 99-cent super value menu.
Who ate my nuggets?
Dave Palmer. Told ya.
I think it is a fair agreement. I think it is a reasonable agreement.
At this point, that this was
You
not
say they don't even know Janine that well. In fact, they don't
Joking with the tellers the way he usually did.
I was ready to go off. And you know, most folks remember the beginning and the end of their...
injured is up to 110.
And win, go, on.
Traditionally, voter turnout among African Americans is
No, it
low.
wasn't about the... I'm journalist,
And welcome, buddy. Thanks for joining us.
You're watching NBC.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now, the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of High Pressure.
Extra, extra! Betty Crocker cereal tray now offers official Green Hornet ring. Get yours now!
Yes, it's yours now, and it's the 8th wonder of the world, a secret night signaling ring with a secret money compartment, a ring that bears the official seal of the Green Hornet. Hear all about it later in this program. Britt Reed's father, after retiring from active management of the Daily Sentinel, went west to take life easy. He had as a confidential personal secretary a young lady who was competent as well as attractive. Her name was Linda Travis.
What in thunder's the matter with that boy? What's the matter with him, Miss Travis? Britt has a good head. Why can't he take over the reins of the Daily Sentinel the way I want him to? Look at these circulation figures. Just look at them. For the first time in 30 years, the Sentinel has lost top place in circulation. Britt isn't putting the punch, the aggression into it. What's the matter with him? Well, answer me.
You really want an answer, Mr.
Of course
Reed?
I do.
You may not like it.
Come, Miss Travis. You've been handling my affairs for a long time. Speak up.
Well, I may be mistaken, but it seems to me... Of course, I can only judge by the correspondence between you and your son. But I think he's been pampered. Well, sometimes I wonder if he's not just a spoiled child.
Child?
Oh, I know. He's big and strong, and he was an athlete in college. But from where I sit, it looks as if he's just throwing away the greatest opportunity that a man ever had. And if that is the case, it's not fair. You've been too good to him, too generous. I'd like to tell him a few things about
Linda! Miss Travis, I don't see
I'm sorry, sir. I shouldn't have expressed myself so freely, and as I said, I might be mistaken.
I wonder.
For your sake, I hope I am. I'd give my eye teeth for a chance at a newspaper career, and your son has it handed to him on a gold platter.
You say you want a newspaper career?
More than anything else in the world.
Would you like to go east and work for the Sentinel?
Mr. Reed...
Do you think you could get a job without my help?
Well,
Yes, I think you could. You might continue in my employ, continue to draw a salary, while you find out whether or not you're right about my son. We'll talk that over as soon as I've written him a letter about this circulation report.
You not like breakfast, Mr. Britt?
Cato, this letter from Dad has done things to my appetite. He's really steamed up about our circulation.
Oh, has fallen off?
Yes, the Clarion's gone ahead of the Daily Sentinel. You know, Cato, I think I've been wrong.
Wrong, Mr. Britt?
Yes. I've purposely carried out the role of a clubman and a playboy. I didn't want people to take me seriously.
Oh, but Mr. Britt, you have not been playboy. You've been very serious.
I've been putting on an act. I was afraid that if I took a serious attitude, someone might put two and two together and associate me with the Green Hornet.
Oh, but Mr. Britt, I don't...
The Sentinel's had all the scoops on the Green Hornet.
Oh, that's true.
From now on, Cato, I'll have to take that chance. This letter from Dad puts things in a different light. I've got to stop acting like a playboy and be myself. Gunnigan, Miss Case, Axford, Lowry, all of them. They're beating their brains out trying to put the Sentinel over. They all think I'm letting them down. They're loyal because of Dad, not because they like me.
Oh, I think you are wrong, Mr. Britt.
Well, confound it, Cato, they may like me, but they don't respect me. And starting today, things are going to be different. The Daily Sentinel is mine, and I'm going to run it. As soon as I get to the office, I'm going to give Miss Case a few letters, and by noon, the gang at the office will know they have a new boss.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Reed. Aren't you earlier than usual?
No, Miss Case. I'm 1 hour late.
I beg your pardon?
Any calls?
Well, the secretary of the Civic Club called to remind you of a committee meeting.
Phone and tell him I can't attend the meeting today. Then write a letter to the effect that I'll have to resign from the golf committee. Express the usual regrets. Pressure of business.
Pressure of business?
Send another letter to the country club explaining that I'll be unable to take part in the bridge tournament.
Yes, sir.
And the yacht club. I can't go on the cruise. You know the name of that secretary?
Mr. Reed, are you going away?
No. I'm going to work. Send a memo to the heads of all departments. There'll be a staff meeting in the conference room at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We're going to decide what's happened to our circulation and what we're going to do about it.
Gunnigan, the veteran city editor, was skeptical when Britt Reed's secretary passed the word about the young publisher's resignation from many club activities.
What's it all about, Miss Case? Has he had a sudden burst of energy or something?
Maybe he's been taking vitamins.
Now, look, Gunnigan, he's not fooling. Maybe he's at last found himself.
I'd sure like to believe it, but I've got to be shown. I tell you, Casey, Britt's old man was one of the hardest-hitting men of the publishing business. He was a natural. If I thought Britt had half the punch, I'd be with him all the way.
Gunnigan, he has.
I wonder. Here, Casey. Take this story into him and see how he wants it handled. We'll see how much punch the boy's got.
Well, what's that?
Steve Broderick has walked out on the tunnel they're building beneath the river, and he won't give any explanation.
Is that all you know about it?
I was just thinking about the way Reed's father would go after it. Oh, boy, there was a newspaper man. He'd get the same hunch that I've got. And believe me, sister, he'd find a way to get his teeth into the dirty work that's going on beneath the river.
It's that new tunnel, Mr. Reed, the one they're building under the river.
I know about the tunnel, Miss Case, but why did Broderick quit the job?
Well, that's what everyone is asking. But Broderick won't talk. I've gotten a little information about Broderick, though. He's been boss of the Sandhogs.
Yes, I know. He used to be a sandhog himself. He knows what it's like to work underground in high pressure. He knows the dangers, the risk. And there's plenty of risk under the best of conditions.
Yes, I've heard that men who work in high pressure have to be very careful, even when they're off duty.
Yeah, they have to wear tags giving the address of the nearest compression chamber and a warning to take them there and not to a hospital if found unconscious.
Well, what if a sandhog or a high-pressure man were to be taken to a hospital?
Well, unless the doctors knew that the man had been exposed to high pressure, they'd treat him for a heart attack, and that'd be fatal.
What would be the proper treatment?
Compression chamber. Just like the one that's used when men come out of the high-pressure section in the tunnel. But, getting back to Broderick, that man can tell things.
He can tell things?
Yes. That tunnel is another one of Gorman's jobs.
The Gorman Construction Company?
Right. And everything that Gorman has done has been shady. The other day at the Civic Club, a couple of engineers were talking about the tunnel.
What did they say about it?
Gorman got the contract because his bid was low. But he can't do the job at his price and make a profit.
But he is doing it.
And he can't be doing it according to specifications.
Well, there must be inspectors.
Inspectors. Money will buy them. Costs less to buy inspectors than it does to buy top-grade material.
You think that's why Broderick quit?
That's what I want to find out.
But if that's the case, Mr. Reed, well, why doesn't Broderick talk?
It'd do him no good if he couldn't prove anything.
Are you sure he couldn't prove anything?
What chance would an ordinary guy like Broderick have against Gorman and the city inspectors?
I see what you mean.
Uh-huh. Miss Case, I'm going to have a look at that tunnel.
You?
Yes. I'll talk to some of the sandhogs, see what they have to say. Try to get a line on things.
Eddie! Shutter and snakes, the whole place is in a spin. And Gunnigan is cracking the whip.
Well, Gunnigan isn't the only one.
What's all that talk about, you Reed?
It's very simple, Axford. I'm taking over.
Holy crow.
And you're just in time.
For what?
You and I are going to have a talk with some of the sandhogs on the new tunnel job.
You mean you and me?
Uh-huh.
You don't mean we're to go down into the tunnel?
If they'll let us.
You mean down under the river?
Right.
Where the sandhogs work under pressure?
Right.
But Reed, it's dangerous. Sometimes those things cave in.
I know it. That's why you and I are going.
Huh?
Dad might be sore if I risked the lives of some good reporters.
Now, listen to this, Mr. Reed. Warning. This man is a high-pressure worker. If found unconscious, do not take to a hospital. Rush him to compression chamber at Pier 47. Now, here's a badge for you, Mr. Reed, and here's one for you. I don't feel so good, Reed.
Nonsense, Axford. This will be an experience.
Now, each of you had better wear those badges for a few days after you come up from below.
Thanks, Red.
Remember, you're going below at your own risk.
I'll remember. And by the way, isn't that Broderick?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
I thought he'd resigned from this job.
Well, he hangs around. You can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Come on, Axford. We'll talk to him before we go below.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's talk all day.
Broderick. I'd like to talk to you. My name's Reed, the Daily Sentinel.
Reed, eh?
And this is Mike Axford.
Sure as glad I am to meet you, Broderick.
Yeah, wearing badges.
We're planning to go down under the river and see how things are coming along.
Excuse me, will you? I've got something to do.
Hey, just a minute. Any reason why we shouldn't go below?
It's up to you. I don't work here anymore.
How come?
Look, Reed, I've got nothing to say.
Has Gorman bought your silence?
Another crock like that now. skip it.
You know things, Broderick. I wonder what it would take to make you tell him.
Hey, Reed. Look, over by the tunnel. Something has happened.
What's all that?
I knew it. I knew it had happened.
What's happened? Come on, Axel.
Hey, Red! Red, is this it?
She's collapsed. 9 boys are down below and they're all trapped.
You mean to say the tunnel caved in?
Yeah, it had to happen. That murdering crook. 9 men gone. It's Gorman. It's Gorman, I tell you. Murder. And he'll get away with it.
Just a minute, Broderick.
Let go of my arm.
You just made a crack about Gorman. What do you mean by that?
I didn't mean anything.
You called Gorman a murdering crook.
No.
What do you know about it?
I spoke without thinking. Now let me go.
Maybe you spoke without thinking, but there was something behind that remark. What was it?
Look, mister, I'm not talking, see? The next time I open my mouth, it'll be when I talk to Gorman himself. Till then, I've got nothing to say.
Street pepper. Tunnel collapse kills 9 sandhogs. Here you are, mister. Read eyewitness account of tunnel tragedy. Here you are, lady. Sentinel X Street pepper.
Well, Reed, you got a story.
Story, my eye, Gunnigan. We have the beginning of a story. I want the rest of it. I want proof that Gorman used inferior material in that tunnel, and I'm not fooling.
We'll continue our story in just a moment.
Now hear this. Now hear this.
Right now, for the one and only time this week, right now, while they last, the Betty Crocker cereal tray offers you an official Green Hornet ring, and it is amazing. It's a secret night signaling ring.
You can use it to send secret messages to your friends at night. The darker the night, the better it works.
The way it works is terrific. It uses no batteries, no wires, no bulbs of any kind. Yet shimmering light waves shine from the secret signal radiator in a mysterious, clearly visible, bluish-white glow.
The signal radiator of this ring is something sensationally new. It's powerful new luminous plastic. Over this amazing secret signal radiator is a swinging shutter, so you can make up a code of your own to send secret messages. For instance, one long flash followed by one short flash might mean, danger, don't move.
We honestly believe this is one of the most remarkable rings ever offered on any radio program. It's not a copy or an imitation. It's exactly like the ring worn by the Green Hornet and Cato in the Green Hornet stories.
It even has the official seal of the Green Hornet embossed on top. By pressing this seal against paper or other soft material, you can leave the famous identification mark of the Green Hornet himself.
What a ring! It's made of smooth, shining metal. Not real gold, of course, but it's beautifully golden in color. And it has an adjustable band to fit any boy's or girl's finger.
And listen to this smashing surprise. As far as we know, this is the very first ring of its kind in all history to have a secret money compartment.
Believe it or not, a secret money compartment, big enough to hold a nickel or a dime. Or, if you wish, you can use this secret money compartment for hiding secret messages, codes, or passwords, or even small pictures.
Get yours right away while they last. Get this official Green Hornet ring. Remember, it's a secret night signaling ring. It has the official seal of the Green Hornet on top. And it has a concealed secret money compartment.
Here's how you get this wonderful ring. Just get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. That's the swell assortment of cereals that gives you 10 individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks, all in one handy carton.
Cut out the words Model City, just the words Model City, which you'll see on the Betty Crocker cereal tray, and send at once. Enclose only 15 cents in coin. No stamps, please. That's only 15 cents and your name and address.
And send today to the Green Hornet, Box 230, Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's the Green Hornet, Box 230, Box 230, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Now back to our story. The best reporters in the business spent several days trying to establish the fact that the Gorman Construction Company had used inferior materials to build a tunnel that had collapsed and killed 9 men. Then Britt Reed held a meeting in his office.
We've been hammering for facts about the tunnel collapse. We've carried editorials and made charges of laxity on the part of the city investigators. Now, you know just as well as I do that the whole tunnel project fairly reeks with graft and corruption. Gorman is a crook. Worse than that, he's a murderer. He's killed 9 men.
Well, Reed, speaking for the reporters, we're up against a brick wall.
How about the city inspectors?
I've talked to them and gotten nowhere. Gorman owns them.
Oh, what about Gorman?
He's confined to his home. Weak heart, so his doctor says.
Weak heart, my eye. His heart's all right when he wants to play tournament golf or ride one of his horses.
The doctor has the last word. You know that, boss.
Axford, you've been talking to Broderick.
And getting nowhere, Reed.
He knows things.
He's still acting like a clam. We carried his statement that he wouldn't talk to anyone but Gorman.
But why?
Well, your guess is as good as mine.
Reed, he spends all his time around the tunnel entrance, pacing up and down, just marking time till he can get to Gorman.
Well, he has a fat chance. And thanks to our own newspaper, Gorman knows about Broderick.
Well, keep trying, men. See if one of you can't come up with a new angle of approach. That's all.
Anything for me, Mr. Reed?
No, Miss Case. Just see that I'm not disturbed. I want to think things over.
Yes, sir.
Britt Reed spent some time in concentrated thought. He was still thinking when he reached his apartment that evening, and then he reached a decision and called for Cato, his valet, the only person who knew that he was the Green Hornet.
I've got to go out, Cato. It's the only way.
Tonight, Mr. Britt?
Right now. And I've got to play the game airtight. Where's that ring you made for me?
Hornet ring? I'll get it.
I'm going to need it, Cato. I have a plan that may crack Gorman. Get the ring, the mask, and the gun.
Broderick paced slowly up and down near the scene of the disaster. He acted like a man in a daze, as if he expected the dead men to come out of the tunnel. He was waiting, marking time day after day, night after night. His was an anger that could wait, and he was waiting and thinking. He didn't see the sleek black car that stopped in the shadows. He wasn't aware of the dark figure who came up behind him until he heard a voice pronounce his name.
Broderick. Huh? Keep it quiet.
Masked. Wait, you're the... I get it. The Hornet, eh? I suppose you're in cahoots with Gorman.
Is that what you think?
My fault for talking too much. Shouldn't have said I was waiting for Gorman. Suppose he read it in the paper and sent you to rub me out.
Get into my car.
Like fun, I'm sorry.
Had to gas you, Broderick. You're heavy for a man your size.
Hurry. Workers, come this way.
Get him into the car. All right, that'll do. Now step on it, Cato. You know where to go.
All the cops said you took Broderick away. I saw the mask. I tell you, it was a Green Hornet.
Gorman was in bed and asleep. He didn't stir as a dark figure carrying an unconscious burden reached a balcony and moved to the open window. The Green Hornet placed Broderick on the floor, then gave him an injection with a hypodermic needle. Still, Gorman didn't stir. The masked man crossed the room and locked the bedroom door as Broderick opened his eyes.
Oh, where am I?
All right, I'll turn on the light.
Broderick sat up and looked around. It was then that Gorman wakened.
I say, what's this?
Keep it quiet, Gorman.
Masked. Why, you're the Green Hornet.
Right.
Gorman. Hey, what kind of a gag is this?
It's no gag, Broderick. You wanted to talk to Gorman face to face. Well, there he is.
Broderick, you!
Yeah, Gorman, it's me.
This might come in handy, Broderick. It's a murder confession. Perhaps you can persuade Gorman to sign it.
Confession?
Are you mad?
Gorman, you dirty...
1 minute, Broderick. In this paper, there are spaces provided for Gorman to fill in the names of the inspectors he bribed. How much he paid them, where he cheapened the tunnel with poor materials, and everything else he's done. Now, it's up to you.
Up to me. All right, that's all I want to know.
No, wait. Listen to me.
Gorman, I didn't shoot my mouth off because I couldn't prove anything. 9 men are dead because of you. Some of them were my best pals, and you killed them, see? You killed them.
No.
The law couldn't get you. There was no use of me talking and counting on justice from the law. I'll deal with you myself.
Wait, listen. Hornet, whoever you are, help me. This man is mad.
You bet I'm mad.
Get away from me. Broderick, don't kill me. Please, listen.
Listen, for what?
Let him sign a confession if he wants to.
What good will that do? It won't hold up in court.
If he fills in the names of the men he bribed, the law will carry on from there.
You heard what he said, Gorman. I don't know why I should do it. I've been waiting days and days to get at you.
I can't sign such a paper. I can't fill in those names.
All right, then we'll do it my way.
Reed stood at the window, tense and poised, while Gorman's wife and servant pounded on the bedroom door. Brett watched Broderick fighting with the man on the bed.
Are you going to give us those names? Are you going to sign that paper?
Brett also watched the dark garden beyond the balcony, and then he saw a phosphorescent glow as Cato signaled with the Hornet ring. The glow moved slowly in a large circle, and the Hornet knew what it meant.
The police have come. Got to get out of here.
He knew it was time to leave, and yet he lingered. Gorman wasn't ready to give up.
What about it, Gorman? It's your last chance.
My arm. Let go. I'll sign. I'll give you those names.
Call them off, Gorman. The names of the inspectors. Stand back, Broderick.
Bigelow is one of them.
And another?
Jackson and Martin. I paid them, too. I bribed them.
Sign here. Stay with him, Broderick. See that he signs it.
You bet I will.
I'll sign. I don't want to die.
Here's the pen, you rat. Go and sign.
As the police forced their way into the room, the Hornet was through the window and over the balcony, streaking across the lawn.
Oh, Mr. Britt, you not see a ring?
I saw it, Cato, but I had to stay until I knew that Gorman would sign and that Broderick wouldn't kill him.
I called police. They come. I signaled.
They were practically in the room when I left. Here, take this stuff and give me my other top coat.
Yes. Here it is.
Good enough. I'll get going. Put the Black Beauty away.
Would you not come with me?
I should say not. I'm going back into that house by the front door and get the story.
Well, what do you think of the new setup, Gunnigan?
Well, I'm full of curiosity. I'd sure like to see young Reed get his father's grip on things, but I've got to be shown.
Well, we're not getting to first base on the Garmin thing.
Yeah, I know it. Not even a new lead for the next edition.
Hey, what's going on over there?
I don't know.
Bring that rewrite to my office when you get it ready.
It's Reed.
But so it is.
Gunnigan, you better call down and have him hold page 1. We have a new head, maybe a couple of pictures.
New head? Pictures?
Baker's in the morgue seeing what he can find.
Pictures of who?
A few of the city inspectors.
Inspectors?
Yes, the inspectors that Gorman bribed.
But do you know their names?
Of course, their names are in the confession. Police are picking them up right now.
Give me the composing room.
Lowry's at headquarters. He'll get the story from that angle.
Composing? You better hold page 1. Something's popping, but I'm not sure just what. Hang on the line.
Gorman has confessed. I just came from his home.
Holy mackerel, but how? How come? What brought it about?
I decided to try to see Gorman myself. I went to his house, and it was in an uproar. Broderick had gotten into Gorman's room by going up a trellis to a balcony. Someone called the police. They broke into the room just as Gorman signed a full confession naming everyone with whom he conspired.
You said Broderick was there.
Broderick persuaded Gorman to sign the confession.
Hey, Joe, are you still on the line? Well, sign off. I'll send down a new 8-column banner. And make room for a 2-column drop. Britt Reed's brought in a story, and it's a Lulu.
Hank's doing a rewrite, Gunnigan. He'll have it in your hands in a few minutes.
Hey, there's another thing, Reed. How did Broderick happen to call on Gorman after waiting all this time?
You've got your lead, Gunnigan. Rush it through while I do a follow-up featuring Broderick's story.
Broderick's story? What's that?
According to Broderick, he was taken to Gorman's house by the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet?
Wow.
I'm going to my office and work over the Hornet.
Gunnigan, if Reed keeps on like this, I'd be willing to say he's got a spark of his father.
He's got a spark, all right. And if it bursts into flame, oh, boy, you'll see fireworks around this office.
Pepper, Gorman admits conspiracy. Confession names city inspectors. Read all about it. Green Hornet involved. Green Hornet still at large. Sentinel Extra Pepper!
Now remember, send today for your official Green Hornet ring. Send only 15 cents in coin, no stamps, your name and address, and the words Model City, cut from the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Mail your letter at once to the Green Hornet, Box 230, Minneapolis, Minnesota. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Wow, look at that drum major strut. He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, the ready-to-eat breakfast cereal made from oats. Good old-fashioned nourishing oats. Talk about flavor. Why, Cheerios toasted oat flavor is super. And say, even the shape of Cheerios is extra special. It's shaped like little letter O's. Yes, O stands for oats. That's what Cheerios is made from. Nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Serve Cheerios for better breakfasts. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
I knew it was an important thing to do, but I didn't want the whole world to know I was taking an HIV test. With Confide, you can test yourself at home. You put 3 drops of blood on a card and send it to Confide. They use the same exact test doctors and hospitals use. When you call for your result, you don't use your name, just a code number. Yeah, I was a little nervous, but there are professional counselors who can help you. I feel a lot better now that I know.
Introducing the first HIV test you can take at home. Confide. It's time to know.
They say you can never be too thin unless you've got thinning hair. So my New Year's resolution is to regrow mine with Rogaine. Because now you can get this new Rogaine starter kit, a 4-month supply for half price. So don't just stand there. Get growing.
Have you tried the Colgate Deep Clean? Something most teeth have never felt. Something you can feel with Colgate baking soda and peroxide with tartar control. You'll agree, this Deep Clean is truly monumental. Colgate, feel the Deep Clean.
When a terrorist threat strikes fear into the heart of America, only one man has what it takes to strike back. Jackie Chan fights for America for the first time in his biggest action movie ever. Jackie Chan's First Strike, rated PG-13, starts Friday.
Let's see TV! NBC! Tuesday, on an all-new Mad About You, Jamie's getting ready for motherhood.
If you had any sense, you'd march in there and rip it out of his stubby little hands.
How you doing?
Then hang on. It's a Crazy Tuesday News Radio.
Okay.
And an all-new Fraser's caught with a convict's wife.
Oh, dear God, he'll kill us!
Then special guest star Mackenzie Phillips reveals Richard's secret love for Caroline.
Putting it all together, meet me at Remo's. Oh, my God, Richard.
New comedy, NBC Tuesday.
Ford Ranger is so useful it can even do your laundry for you. First, make sure your clothes are dirty enough.
Excellent!
Add detergent. Filter line with water. Wash. Put on spin cycle. And hang your clothes out to dry. Ford Ranger, America's best-selling compact pickup, starting at just $10,880.
Definitely makes the white whiter.
Well, Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hello, Silver!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, the masked rider of the plains did more than bring law and order to a lawless frontier. He fought for progress and civilization and encouraged the flow of immigration from the east. He was a friend to every honest man and woman who settled in the new territory, and it was his knowledge of the country, his strength and courage which made possible the winning of the West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for the Haskins Ranch. There's going to be trouble. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! The lopsided rattletrap buckboard, jolting along over the rutted trail that led to the famous Haskins Ranch, held a motley group, one that had inspired the unconcealed amusement of all who had passed it. The driver was the oddest figure of all, evidently unaccustomed to his task. He clutched the reins as though afraid his old nag meant to run away. He wore a hard bowler hat that rested upon his ears. His skin-tight clothes were frayed and obviously of Eastern origin. He looked as though all of the misfortunes of all of the world had at some time come his way. And yet, when he spoke to his companions, a young girl and a tired woman with a child upon her lap, his voice was bright and cheerful.
Comfortable, Mirandy? Making out all right?
Oh, it's a terrible dusty. Hush, Susan, hush. Poor young'un. It's wonderful how uncomplaining she's been.
Want me to hold baby for a while, Ma?
No, Ruth. She's safer with me.
Ain't got much farther anyhow. See them buildings ahead? Them's Paul's. Yes, sirree. There's my brother's place. Mighty handsome, ain't it?
It looks real nice.
Is that where we're going to live, Pa?
Sure are. Think you like it, Ruthie?
Yes, I do.
I do kind of wish you'd written to him first, though, Josh. Doesn't seem quite right dropping in on him without no warning.
Worried we won't be welcome?
No, but never heard from Paul in so long.
Well, there's the house. Real big, huh?
Oh, my, yes.
Oh, Pa, is that an engine by the porch? Is it a real engine?
Bless me if it ain't.
Do you think it's safe, Josh? They do say that...
Scared? No need to be, I guess. Paul would never let an engine get that close to the house if he was dangerous, I wouldn't think. Well, by gravy.
Josh, what is it?
That's Paul the engine's talking to. Sure it is. I know him any place. Paul! Hello there, Paul!
He doesn't seem to know you.
He will. He just ain't recognized me yet. Watch him when he sees who it is. Hello, Paul! Who there? Who?
Hello. That's all I gotta say, Injun. I don't sell grub to redskins. Now get off my place. What do you people want?
Oh, by golly, Mirandy, he ain't recognized us yet. Here, give me the baby. You can jump down by yourself, Ruthie.
Doggone it, Susie, you keep still. Your Uncle Paul's likely to think you don't take to him.
I said, what do you people want?
You don't know us even yet?
I know you.
Then what
You're
do you...
Josh. But you haven't answered my question.
But say, ain't you glad to see us? You mad about something?
Why should I be glad to see you?
Gosh, I'm your brother. Why shouldn't you be glad?
Oh, Josh, I knew we shouldn't have made this trip without writing first.
Don't he like us, Pa?
Why, of course he does, Ruthie. There's just some mistake. Maybe he
There's
don't...
no mistake. I can guess what you come here for.
But, Paul...
Flat busted, ain't you?
Well, it did cost us quite a bit to come out here. The cars are right expensive. And then I bought this here buckboard and horse in town so as you wouldn't have to send for us.
Just as I expected. You never did have any sense where it come to money, Josh. What happened back east? Get fired again?
No such thing. Don't you dare talk to Josh that way, Paul Haskins. He wasn't fired. Man he was working for didn't pay hardly anything.
So Josh just up and quit, eh? No need to tell me. I knew my brother long before you did, ma'am. He was worthless then, and I reckon he ain't changed none.
Josh ain't worthless. He's the finest man I ever knew. Because he hasn't got the brass of some others I could name don't mean
Mirandy. We didn't mean to live off you, Paul. We just thought on a big ranch like this, we'd be able to earn our way.
You? How?
Well, I couldn't say just how.
Why, of course you couldn't. You want to hear the truth?
Huh?
You heard I've done well, sure. So you come out here to trade on the fact that we're brothers to get a free living.
Paul, that ain't
Shut
showing...
up. For once in your life, Josh, you're going to listen to the facts whether you like them or not. When our folks were living, they supported you. After they died, it didn't take you a year to lose the farm they left you. Since then, you ain't held a job over 6 months. You think I never knew it? You think our friends never wrote me about you? I could name every job you ever got and lost. And I knew that sooner or later you'd try coming to me. Only I never thought you'd be idiot enough to come west without first letting me know.
Folks ain't all born alike, Paul. Some are made to do well, like you. And some are failures, like me. And I don't know what folks writ you. But if they said I wasn't always trying my best, then they lied about me. I always did. Even if my best wasn't good enough. No one can say I didn't try.
Well, I won't have you here. How much did the trip cost you?
About $300.
All right. I'll give you another $100 for the horse and buckboard. It'll be $400. Figure that'll get you back?
You offering us money to get home?
I can't have folks saying I let my own kin starve. Come in the house. I'll make out a check.
You won't.
Huh?
Do any such thing and I'll slap it down your throat as big as you are. You think we want charity?
That's what you come here for, wasn't it?
It wasn't. If you'd felt towards us like a brother should, then I'd taken your help and been grateful for it. But now I wouldn't take a penny of yours. I'd feel ashamed.
What'll you do?
What do you care? We'll make out.
Yeah, it's your funeral.
Get in the house. Leave us be. Leave us be before I forget we're brothers and hit you.
Now, that'd be something to see. Well, you get off my place before the hands get a look at you and laugh themselves silly. And if you wonder why they'll laugh, just take a look at yourself.
Josh.
No, Mirandy. Don't you go feeling sorry for me. I couldn't stand it. Paul's right, honey. I'm a failure, and folks do laugh to look at me. And why you've stuck to me all these years, I don't know.
Get him up, Strong! Get him up!
Josh, who had been so cheerful on the way to his brother's ranch, loaded his family into the buckboard and drove away in a far different frame of mind. He and his wife and their 2 children were strangers in a strange land, a land where there was no place for them. In Josh's pocket were $10, all that remained after the expenses of their journey had been paid. On Josh's face was a look of utter defeat.
Nothing for us to do but drive back to town, Mirandy. Maybe the fellow that sold us his horse and buckboard will buy him back again.
And after that, Josh?
Honey, I don't know. All I can say for sure is that we'll have to stay in town for a while. We won't have money enough to get out. Ain't the slightest idea where we're going to sleep.
Who's that coming, Ma? See?
What? I declare.
That one fella's masked.
The other... Ain't he the engine we saw at your brother's place?
It is. It is.
It's a hold-up as sure as I'm alive. Oh there, oh.
Josh, don't try to fight him.
They don't scare me. Get away, you fellas. Get away. I'm warning you. Don't you try to rob us. I'll tell you...
Hold up. Hold, Silver. Hold, boy. Hold that.
Oh, what a pretty white horse.
You like him?
Oh, he's awful pretty.
Don't talk to the man, Ruth.
Mister, robbing us won't be worth your time. And if you try it...
Evidently, you didn't believe me when I said this wasn't a holdup. I meant it. I want to help you.
But we
You ain't soft-soaping us none, mister. I won't
Tonto
have...
told me what happened at your brother's ranch, Josh. He told me of your wife and children. Mentioned that you couldn't have much money.
That's why I said robbing us would just be a waste of time.
Right. If I were an outlaw, I'd hunt up better prospects.
Then leave us be.
You don't care what happens to your family?
Huh?
Can you find work here? Do you know anything about horses or cattle or anything else that would give you a job here in the West?
I can learn.
Then you have enough money to hold you over until you do?
Well...
I wonder if you realize what you're up against. And don't let my mask mislead you, Josh. Forget your pride. You'll need all the assistance you can get.
How can a crook help us?
Josh, please, he might be honest. He might really be sorry for us.
Sorry for us? That's just what I don't want.
I'm not sorry for you. I'm more sorry for your brother. And if you remain in the West for long, Josh, you'll find that the people out here help one another as a matter of course. It's not charity. It's just recognition of the fact that people in a new country must band together.
What was that about being sorry for Paul?
I meant just that. And for several reasons. One being that I'd feel sorry for anyone with his selfish point of view.
He sure needs someone to be sorry for him, all right. With a house like a castle and thousands of head of cattle, a couple thousand acres of land. Yes, sir, he sure does.
He has all those things. But what good will it be to him dead?
Huh?
Dead?
Josh, you're a stranger here. Things are happening on this range which you know nothing about. I can tell you this. Your brother couldn't be closer to death if he were standing on a scaffold with a rope around his neck.
Say, I never had no idea.
Does that interest you?
Well, of course it does.
You want to hear more?
Paul's my brother, ain't he?
Then trust me. I have friends nearby who'll be glad to give your family lodging. Let me lead you there, and I'll give you the rest of the story.
I don't know,
Mirandy,
Josh.
I know best. Masked man, lead the way. We're following.
Right. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Yeah.
Come
Get
on.
up there.
That night, in the living room of the ranch house, Paul Haskins stood at the window, gazing out into the darkness beyond. His foreman, Steve Grady, watched his employer without speaking until the latter broke the silence.
Steve,
Yeah?
when you know a man's no good, when you know that as long as he lives, he won't be worth a plug nickel to anybody, you figure that hombre deserves to be coddled just the same as if he was some use in the world?
Got your brother on your conscience, eh?
Hey, what's he to me? Didn't I make my own way without no help from him nor anybody else? I don't owe anybody anything.
It ain't just your brother's been worrying you, boss.
No?
Shucks, tain't no use pretending with me. Look, Mr. Haskins, why don't you let me post some guards? Why take chances like you're doing? What's the sense of it?
You want everybody around here to think I'm as scared of a jailbird?
Well, this particular jailbird's got friends that'll kill for him.
Let him try it.
Well, you're sure inviting them to. You know, Jimson's been seen around here since he got out of jail, don't you?
Well, what of it?
He ain't just right in the head, you know. I reckon sitting there in jail all the time, figuring on ways to get even with you for catching him smuggling, sort of shoved him off balance.
I'm not afraid of him or any man alive. What was that?
Just the wind. I've been expecting it. It's going to blow up a storm.
Yeah.
Now, like I was saying...
That noise.
Only a shutter slamming, boss.
You sure?
Why, of course. Doggone if you ain't nervous. If I was you, I'd forget it and... Hey, listen to that.
Thunder.
Boss, she's going to be a humdinger. I better see if maybe the stock's all right.
Who knocked over the lamp?
Only the wind, boss. Where do you keep the matches? I'll just...
Steve! The window.
What?
A face. I see the face there.
Hey!
I'll fix you, Jimson. You won't kill me. Take that!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. A moment after Haskins had fired at the face in the window, someone started pounding at the door.
Who's that?
I'll see, boss. But for gosh sakes, put that gun away. You're imagining things.
Hey in there! Come in! Open up!
Who's there?
It's me, Kane.
Hey, good gosh, what's going on in here? Who was that just shot at me?
That you looking in the window, Kane?
Why, sure. I seen the light go out all of a sudden, heard somebody yell, and wondered what in blazes was happening. Was it you shot at me?
I thought it was...
Uh-huh. Needn't tell me. Thought it was Jimson, huh? Well, next time make certain. You could have killed me.
All I can say is that I'm sorry, Kane. I guess this thing's been getting me more upset than I'd figured out.
Sure, I savvy. Forget about it.
Ain't you quite a ways from home, Kane? What brought you over this way?
News for you, Mr. Haskins. You got a brother, haven't you?
I have.
Well, he's in a bad way. He slipped and broke a leg. He asked me to get you.
What's that?
Sure. He and his family are holed up in the old Kelsey shack up Spring Canyon. He'd like you to come see him if you would, Mr. Haskins.
Spring Canyon? That ain't near your place, Kane.
No, but you can see up at quite a ways from where I am. I seen a light in the shack and got curious. I knew nobody been living there for quite a spell. So when I rode over to see what was what, I learned it was them and heard what had happened.
Josh really wants to see me?
Well, that's what he said. You coming?
Yes.
You going out in this storm, boss?
I don't...
Shucks, don't worry about that. It ain't gonna last. It's just one of them summer storms. There's clear sky in the east already.
Of course I'm going. Just a second, I get my hat and coat, Kane. I'll be right with you.
Boss.
Well?
Look, boss, you better be careful.
Careful?
Well, there's something about this I don't like. Kane there was pretty thick with Jimson, you know, before he was sent up.
Nonsense.
Well, you know he was as well as I do. This could be just a trick to get you out of the house.
I'm going.
Then let me go along. I'd feel much better about it if
Steve, I've already made a fool out of myself once tonight. That ain't going to happen again. Besides, you're making a fuss over nothing. How could Kane know about Josh unless he'd met him?
Why, boss, by this time it's probably all over the county about your having a brother and him being here. News like that travels faster than a prairie fire. Him knowing about Josh don't prove a thing.
Just the same, I'm going.
Yes, but hurry, Mr. Haskins.
I'll be right with you. Steve, stay here in the house till I get back. Maybe I'll have to send you into town for a doctor.
Right.
Ready?
Yes.
See? What to tell you? Storm's dragging its tail over the next county right now.
We'll go to the corrals. I'll have to saddle up.
I'm coming. Steve.
Well?
If you're worrying about your boss, don't. You got my word. Nothing can happen to him. Nothing at all.
Steve's suspicions were well-founded. Several miles away, two men had taken shelter from the storm beneath the overhang of a cliff. One was the Lone Ranger, the other Josh Haskins. Josh, who showed no sign of an injury.
Friend, I don't know as I've thanked you yet for seeing to Miranda and the young'uns.
Mustang Mag's an old friend of mine. I knew she'd be glad to take them in.
She sure acted it. My, the way she took on over Ruth and Susie. Done me more good than it done them. I was getting so low it didn't seem to me like anybody anywhere had any use for us.
Never think that, Josh, because it's never true.
I guess you're right. Say, how long do we have to stay here?
This is where I told Teller we'd meet him. We know that there's some connection between this man Kane I mentioned and Jimson. Several times we've seen them from a distance talking together. I have an idea that Jimson will use Kane to help him get at your brother.
Well, Paul wasn't exactly what you'd call friendly today. But after all, he is my brother. If something should happen to him, and I knew I could have helped prevent it, but didn't, I don't reckon I'd have a heap of use for myself.
Nothing will happen to your brother. Tonto has instructions. The moment Kane makes a move, he's to report to us.
Uh-huh. Say, this couldn't be Tonto, could it?
It likely is. Now, wait.
Let him up, Stone. Let him up.
That sounds like him.
It is, Tonto. Tai Kimosabe!
Huh? What's that mean?
Kimosabe means good friend.
Injun lingo, huh?
Right.
Oh, Scout. Oh, fella. Oh, you come quick.
Something's happened?
Them go Spring Canyon.
Kane?
Him brother go too. You hurry.
Josh, we ride. If Kane's taking your brother to Spring Canyon, there's trouble. Into the saddle with you.
We ride double?
Yep, we do. You can pick up that trail, Kemosabe.
Me trail him.
Then let's go.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
Silver! Away!
In the meantime, Paul Haskins rode up Spring Canyon beside Kane, his guide. He knew the risk he was running. The double motive urged him on. His pride would not permit him to show fear, and his conscience told him that earlier that day he had treated his brother with unnecessary harshness. Finally, he saw the lighted windows of the shack ahead.
Did you talk with Josh for long, Kane?
Huh?
What I mean is, did he have much to say about me?
I know. Nothing in particular. Nothing out of the way, anyhow. Why?
Oh, I just wondered.
Shucks, you couldn't expect a fella with a busted leg to spend time gossiping. What he seemed to want most was to see me get going after you.
Was the leg pained him much?
Quite considerable.
Just whereabouts was it broke?
Just above the knee. Yeah, that was it. Looked right bad.
I kind of wish that...
Huh?
Oh, nothing.
Well, we're just about there. Don't know what you can do for him that I couldn't. This is the way he was bound to have it.
He'd naturally want his brother with him.
We better pull up here. Whoa.
Whoa. I don't see anyone through the window.
Yeah, they must be over by the bunk. Come on. Walk right ahead in.
I think you'd better go in first, Kane.
Huh? What for?
Any reason why you shouldn't?
No, but what's the difference?
Just as I was beginning to suspect.
What's that?
Up with your hands. It was a trick. There's nobody here.
Oh.
What the?
Up with your hands, Haskins. I got this here gun right square between your shoulder blades.
Oh, you dirty...
Now drop that gun and reach. Reach before I blast you. Yeah, that's better. Now you can turn around.
Jimson.
Sure. Who'd you think it was?
Where'd you come from? Where was you hiding?
Outside the court. Where I've been since I heard your horses. Good work, Kane. You done a slick job.
It wasn't nothing to it. He come along like I was leading him on a halter.
Jimson, what's this for? What'd you want of me?
So you're asking what I want of you, huh?
I want to know.
I suppose you forgot what I promised you when you had me jailed. I suppose you think 5 years behind bars don't mean nothing to a man.
You deserve 10 times what you got.
Kane, tie him up. There's rope on the floor beside you. Tie him good.
You bet.
I'm paying you back tonight, Haskins. I'm paying you back for every second of them 5 years and for plenty to boot.
Hold still.
What are you going to do?
What I've been planning to do since you caught me.
You won't get
There's
away.
blasting powder underneath this shack, Haskins. Powder enough to blow you to glory and back. When we've lit the fuse and the spark hits that powder, there won't be enough left of you to bother burying. Kane, hurry up with that.
Yeah, I'm finished. That'll hold him.
Come on, Silver, come on. What's that?
Huh?
Listen.
Come on, Silver. Horses. Where's the fuse?
Outside. We got time to light it. Come on.
Quick.
Wait, hold on. Wait, don't.
No. Hurry, old fellow, hurry. I hear him. Thanks, yours, eh, Haskins? Well, they can't stop us from setting the fuse afire. And when it's lit, they won't know where to look for it. It's your turn now, Haskins. How do you like it?
Don't. Hold on. Wait.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up. Hurry, old fellow. Stretch out those great legs of yours, boy. Come on, Silver. Come on.
There's a cabin.
Someone just left it. Come on, Tonto. After those fellows.
I'll go get him. Hey.
What is it?
I thought I seen somebody. Looked like Paul through the window.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, there. Oh. That is your brother.
Tied up.
Come on.
Stay back. Don't. Stay back.
Paul.
Get back, Runkford. Don't come in here. The place is going to blow up any second. Where's the fuse? Outside. You won't be able to find it. There ain't time to look. Just run for it.
You go to blazes. I'm staying by Paul.
Get out. Get out as fast as you can. There ain't no use all of us being blown up. Get out while you got a chance. We'll cut those ropes.
I got a knife right here.
Don't be fools. Don't waste your time on me. Quick, run for it, I tell you. His feet.
I'm getting them.
Oh, hold your hands still. There.
You're free.
Now run, both of you.
Head for cover.
She'll be letting loose any second. Come on, Silver. Get going, boy.
Watch out.
Down. Cover your faces.
The force of the explosion rocked the ground beneath the Lone Ranger, Josh, and Paul. Then a great shower of debris fell around them. But when it was over...
Give me your hand, Josh. I'll help you to your feet. There. Hurt any?
Just a scratch or two from some flying boards. How'd you come out, Paul?
I'm all right, I guess. Who's that? Is that Jimson back again?
He's coming back, Haskins, and Kane also. But as Tonto's prisoners. Look there.
By gravy, if Tonto didn't round them polecats up.
You rein up there!
Don't shoot, Redskin!
Have any trouble with them, Kemosabe?
Me shoot. Them not one fight.
Blasted Redskin. I'd like to get my hands around your neck just once.
That's enough. You're likely to get a taste of your own medicine.
A rope's what the both of them will get.
Well, friend, we done what we set out to do. I reckon I'd be better getting back to Mustang Mag's. Mirandy will be waiting.
Josh.
Huh?
You're in too big a hurry to get back to your wife to... Let me tell you what a fool I've been.
Oh, now, Paul, there ain't no need of your saying anything. I told you today I knew I'd done wrong by coming out here without getting your permission first. And as for the things you said about me, well, they was true enough. You'd have to look a long ways to find a more useless fellow than me, I reckon.
Useless? You?
I don't think that
Why, you little runt. One more slanderous remark like that out of you about yourself and I'll lambaste you.
Huh?
And you'll stay with me for good, or I'll add a licking on top of it.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
The critics are on board. Turbulence is Twister at 36,000 feet.
He's crazy!
Over-the-top action. Fasten your seatbelts for the thrill ride of the year. Say your prayers. Turbulence, rated R, starts Friday.
They say you can never be too thin, unless you've got thinning hair. So my New Year's resolution is to regrow mine with Rogaine. Because now you can get this new Rogaine starter kit, a 4-month supply for half price. So don't just stand there. Get growing.
Next, an all-new Suddenly Susan has Bob Dole.
Thank goodness Elizabeth's kept her day job.
And a nose for comedy.
I think that drink had an umbrella in it a minute ago.
Oh, come on, it's what's on the inside that counts.
And don't you forget it.
Then it's a bonus Third Rock and Frasier. Must-see TV tonight.
Stop everything. Hold it right there. Before you go one step further, break for steak at Applebee's. And don't miss one juicy tender bite of Applebee's sizzling house sirloins or Cajun marinated Bourbon Street steak. There's spicy steak burritos, crispy steak nachos, steak everywhere you want it. So whatever you're doing, wherever you're going, stop and break for steak at Applebee's.
America's favorite neighbor, Applebee's.
I don't shower before work. I I email over oatmeal. I take conference calls in my pajamas. Just take a look at the area that I'm highlighting. There. That works. I document conference, I page, I fax, I work out. I get tons done. I still don't shower. I pray we never, ever get video conferencing.
You get the best of everything at Finest Friendly Markets. Higher quality, lower prices, and friendly service. We're working harder to make your shopping easier. We're even making checkout quicker. When it comes to friendly service and big savings, Finest is tops. Finest Friendly Markets. We're the friendly people who save you money every day. Save you money every day.
On the best of everything, Finest.
Let's check what's coming in the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of the Star Times. Dear Box 13, please come as quick as you can because I think there's something wrong. Nobody will listen to me because they think I don't know what I'm talking about. But I know there's something wrong and I think it's bad. My name is Marty Kennedy, and I live at 203 Webster Street in Collingwood. Come to the address and walk past whistling Yankee Doodle.
My name is Marty Kennedy, and I live at 203 Webster Street in Collingwood. Come to the address and walk past whistling Yankee Doodle so I will know you. Sure, it was only a letter from a kid. But that kid knew what he was talking about.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Archimedes and the Roman.
But, Mr. Holliday, there are lots of other letters. Are you going to pay any attention to this one?
From Marty Kennedy? Yeah, I think so, Susie.
But it'll be a wild goose chase. You'll go all the way to Collingwood and then find out there's nothing wrong.
Which might be a welcome change for me. Yes, I think I'll go, Susie. After all, there might be something in this.
But, Mr. Holliday, look at the handwriting. It belongs to a kid.
So?
So, it'll be a wild goose chase.
Okay. Charge it off as a little vacation. Besides, sometimes kids have problems, Susie. Big ones. So maybe I ought to give Marty Kennedy a hand. So long, Susie. Collingwood was an easy 250-mile drive. It was a little town that sat at the foot of the mountain range. It was early afternoon when I got there and found 203 Webster Street. I left my car at the corner and walked past the address.
Box 13?
Mm-hmm. Marty Kennedy?
Yeah. Look, keep going down the street and I'll meet you around the corner. Don't let on like we know each other, huh?
Gotcha, Marty. See you around the corner. The tow-headed kid made it look like good old cloak and dagger stuff. He trailed me to the corner of the street, and once we were out of sight of his home...
This is okay. Nobody can see us now.
Okay, Marty. What's on your mind?
You got some got something that'll show me who you are?
I think I can arrange that. Here's your letter to me.
Okay. You, private eye?
No, I'm not a private detective.
You a policeman, then?
No, I'm afraid not. I'm a writer.
Oh.
Doesn't that sound romantic enough to you?
Romantic?
I mean, isn't it mysterious enough?
Yeah, I guess so. But we gotta go someplace where we can talk. We don't want to be overheard.
Oh, certainly not. Where do you suggest we go?
Well, I guess the rest of the kids ain't in the clubhouse. We can go there.
Clubhouse? What kind?
Just a shack we built. Can you climb a tree?
Do I have to?
Well, the shack's in a tree, but nobody'll hear us there.
Okay, Marty, lead the way, and I'll go climb a tree.
Say, you did pretty good. It ain't easy to climb this tree.
Just don't ask me to hang by a tail, that's all. Now that we're sitting on top of the world, what do we talk about?
You don't don't think I'm serious, do you?
Oh, definitely. Incidentally, my name's Dan Holliday.
Okay, Mr. Holliday.
You make it Dan. As long as we're up a tree together, we've got to be friends.
Yeah. Well, I want to know what's happened to Ted.
Huh? Who's Ted?
Well, here, look out this here window. See where I'm pointing?
Yes, toward the mountains.
Mm-hmm. Well, see that shiny dome on the top of the biggest peak?
Yeah. What about it?
That's the Williams Observatory. They look at stars up there. They're astronomers.
Oh, yes. I've heard about it. Well, what of it?
Ted's the assistant up there. He helps Professor Irving.
All right, and then what?
Every week, Ted comes down for groceries and things. And when he does, he gives me a lesson.
Lesson? In what?
Astronomy. I like it.
Oh, that's a good deal. But your friend Ted didn't show up this week. Is that what worries you?
How'd you know?
Oh, I put two and two together.
Oh. Well, when he can't make it, he signals me.
And how does he do that?
See that tower sticking up on the peak?
Mm-hmm, I see it.
He flashes me by mirror, but so far this week he didn't.
Well, maybe he's been busy.
That's what Mom and Pop said, but I didn't think you'd say it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Marty. Okay, let's go at it from a different angle. Suppose he isn't busy. In that case, what would keep him from coming down, or at least flashing you the signal?
Well, I don't know. I wanted to go up, but Mom and Pop wouldn't let me. And then I saw your ad in the paper, so I wrote to you.
In other words, you want me to take a run up to the observatory and find out what's wrong. Is that it?
That's it.
You couldn't have asked someone else? I mean, a forest stranger? Someone who goes up there?
Gee, no.
No, that wouldn't have been mysterious enough, would it?
You making fun of me?
Oh, no, not at all, Marty. Now, what's your friend's full name? Ted what?
Ted Whitman.
And are he and Professor Irving the only men up there?
Uh-huh.
All right, Marty, I'll tell you what. I'll take a run up there and see what's what.
Be sure and let me know, will you?
Absolutely.
And, you won't say a word to anybody? This is just between us, huh?
Just the two of us.
Promise?
On my honor.
Swell. Because if Mom and Pop knew I'd bothered anybody, I'd get the dickens.
Oh, in that case, mum's the word. Okay, Marty, let's get out of this tree before a high wind comes up. I left Marty Kennedy and drove toward the hills. High on the tallest peak, the silver dome of the observatory turned to crimson in the sunset. I laughed at myself at what I was doing, but I kept going until I reached the summit. An iron gate blocked the way to the narrow connecting road that led to the observatory itself. I got out to open it when...
Sorry, mister. No visitors allowed.
Oh, hello there.
Hello. Don't open the gate. Leave it closed.
I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone was around.
Did you lose your way?
No, as a matter of fact, I intended to come here.
Oh, why?
I'm looking for someone.
Yeah, who?
Ted Whitman.
What do you want with him?
I wanted to see him.
All right, I'm Ted Whitman.
Oh, okay, then I guess we can talk here.
What about?
A friend of yours.
Who?
A kid named Marty Kennedy.
Oh, sure, Marty. How is he?
Oh, he's fine. But he's a little worried about you.
Oh, I'm okay. There's nothing wrong. Thanks, anyway.
He wondered why you didn't signal him when you didn't get down this week.
Signal? Oh, I didn't have time.
I see.
Well, is that all you came up to tell me?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. It's pretty dark on the road at night. If you don't know the turns, you can get into trouble. So if you leave now, you can make it back down in time.
Oh, thanks. Any message for Marty?
Tell him I'll see him next week.
All right.
Well, is there anything else, mister?
No, I guess that's all. Sorry to bother you.
Well, that's okay. Careful turning your car around. It's pretty steep right there.
Yeah, I noticed. Well, so long.
How long?
Who was that?
Nobody.
I thought I heard steps.
You didn't. Now, look, mister, it's getting dark. You better turn around.
Who's that? Who is it?
It's somebody to see me, Professor. You better get back to the cottage.
Please, we've got
Shut
to...
up.
What's the matter up here?
Nothing. I told you to turn your car around. Get back down the mountain.
No, please, don't go. Don't.
Hey, what's the idea of hitting that old man?
Okay, you asked for it, mister. Now, come on in with your hands in the air.
What's the idea?
Come on in. Mister, you had your chance to get out of this. Now it's too late.
Do all astronomers carry guns?
He's not...
Shut up. All right, you, whoever you are, help the old guy up. The two of you walk in front of me. Come on.
You heard badly, Professor.
No. But he is.
He? Who?
Shut up. Hey, wait a minute. You, what's your name?
Holiday.
Okay. Get back to your car and lift the hood. Go on. Take out the distributor cap. Hurry it up. Throw it over here on the ground. Now, come back in. Pick up that big boulder on your way. That one.
This one?
Yeah, that one. Don't think of anything to do with it except what I tell you.
I know what I'd like to do with it.
Yeah, but you won't try because I'll get both of you. Now smash that distributor.
Why not just take my car keys?
Because lots of people carry extra sets. Smash that distributor.
That suit you?
Yeah. Now, like I said, both of you walk in front of me to the cottage. And one bad move, and I'll put a bullet right in the back of your head.
We walked to the cottage. Professor Irving hung on my arm. He tried to tell me something. But each time he started to, Whitman shut him up. Then we got to the cottage and stepped inside.
Billy! Billy!
Yeah, what do you want? Hey, who's that?
Company.
Who is he? What's he want up here? I thought you said nobody
Will you
come
quit
up...
yapping? Holiday, sit down. You too, Professor.
Take it easy, Professor. That's it.
Please, let me phone for a doctor, please.
Sure, when I'm ready.
Look, this ain't good. Why'd this guy come up here?
He's looking for Whitman.
Well, then if he's looking for him, somebody else is liable to do the same
Will
thing.
you take it easy? Holiday, why did you come looking for Whitman?
So you're not Ted Whitman?
That's right. Now answer my question.
I told you a friend of his was worried about him. Asked me to see if he was all right.
You see, Frank, I told you.
Will you stop blabbering?
We gotta get out of here, Frank. We just got...
Shut up. One more peep out of you, and I'll lock you up in that iron dome outside.
I'm scared.
Now talk, Holiday. How many other people besides you know about this?
Look, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean by this?
Anybody else looking for Whitman?
I wouldn't know.
You know, maybe you'll talk better after a little persuasion.
I wouldn't try anything, Frank.
Talk, I said!
Tell him, Mr. Holliday. Tell him or he'll kill you. He will. He's letting Ted die. Ted needs a doctor. He's shot.
Will you be quiet? Okay, Holiday. Talk.
I had to talk. I told Frank about the letter from Marty Kennedy. He knew I was telling the truth, and he seemed satisfied. But I still didn't know what the game was, or who Frank was, or what he was doing there. Then, later that evening...
Billy,
What?
turn on the radio. It's just time for the news.
Boy, you know what it's gonna say.
Turn it on.
I don't like it up here.
For the last time, will you please get a doctor for Ted? He'll die. I did the best I could, but he needs a doctor.
Too bad, isn't it?
Let me see. Maybe I can do something for him. You can't let a man die in cold blood.
Quiet.
Tonight, the daring single-handed jewelry store robbery holds the spotlight. The clerk who resisted the robber died this morning. The car in which the killer escaped was found abandoned about 5 miles north of Collingwood, and...
And now you know, don't you, Holiday?
Yeah. Now I know.
It's funny, huh?
Yeah, it is. How do you think you're going to get away from here?
In Billy's car. She met me after the job I pulled. My car's abandoned. I stay up here where no one will think of looking for me.
And after the roads are cleared? After the police think you've left the state, what then?
What I said, I get away. Clean.
Mm-hmm. And what about us?
What do you think?
Want me to tell you?
Well, go ahead.
You'll have to kill us, too, won't you? You've already got one murder on your slate. A couple of more won't make any difference. Not as long as you can save your own dirty hide.
You talk big and brave, but it doesn't worry me. Now I'll tell you something, Holiday.
Yeah, what else?
You hit the nail right on the head. I gotta kill you and the professor because I don't want anybody left to tip the cops when I leave here. And Holiday, just as soon as the radio tells us the roads are clear, that's when you get it.
And now back to Archimedes and the Roman, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Frank meant what he said. He'd kill us when he felt it was safe for him to leave. He watched Professor Irving and me every minute. Finally, I talked him into letting me take a look at Ted Whitman. Professor Irving was with me.
Is he going to die?
He's in bad shape. The wound needs cleaning and redressing. More than anything else, he needs a hospital and a doctor's care.
Is there anything we can do?
Listen, Marty Kennedy. You know him?
Yes.
He told me Ted signaled him from the observatory here. How was it done?
With a mirror, Morse code.
Look, Marty will be watching for a signal.
But you can't get up there to signal. That beast won't let you.
Yes, I know, so I won't even try to do it.
But it's the only way. No one ever comes up here.
No visitors?
No, this is just an observation station. Our work is routine, photographic spectroanalysis. Nothing to interest the casual visitor.
Doesn't anyone in town think of anything when you don't get in?
No. We often lose contact for several weeks at a time.
But how about supplies?
We got them last week. They'll think nothing of it if we don't show up for another 5 or 6 days.
That's great, just great.
But you said you weren't going to make an attempt to signal.
That's right. If Marty doesn't hear from me, maybe he'll talk. Maybe someone will be interested enough to come up here.
I see. That might work. Yes, that might work.
It might work, Professor. Well, I asked you a question.
Let him alone. He's an old man. Let him alone.
What are you two whispering about? Come on, spill it.
Nothing. We were talking about Ted.
You're a liar. What did he mean when he said it might work?
Nothing.
Okay, you want me to let him alone, don't you, Holiday?
What are you going to do?
Work on him a little bit. Oh!
Why, you filthy...
Now, Holiday, will you tell me, or do I get it out of the old man?
Let him alone. I'll tell you. Once again, I had to tell the truth. Frank would have recognized the lie. He was a trapped rat, and his instinct made him sharp. The next morning, he made me go to the sun tower and signal. And what I was to say, he'd written down. And he had a book of Morse code handy. I didn't have a chance to trick him.
Lidayhere.
I've been busy. Holiday here.
Good. Now we'll see if the kid answers.
Look, why don't you give the professor a break? Tie him up, do anything, but don't kill him.
I take no chances with anybody.
Well, take me with you, but give the old man a break.
You both get it. I take no chances. I'm looking the electric chair right in his face, and I don't like it. Hey, look, the kid's flashing back. Take it down when I give it to you. Dot, 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 dot. Dot. Dot, dash, dot, dot. Dot, dash, dot, dot. Dash, dash, dash. Dash. Dash, dot, dash, dash. That's a Y, and that's the last letter. Okay, let's see what we got. Hello, Ted and Mr. Holiday. This is Marty. Glad to know you are all right. I'll be here again tomorrow waiting to talk to you, Marty. Hey, this is perfect.
Frank, what good is it? We're sitting up here while the cops are looking for us.
I'm using brains, Billy. As long as the kid thinks everything is all right up here, he won't worry. He'll talk. He'll say he heard from Whitman, see?
Very clever, Frank. Congratulations.
Thank you. Now, more than ever, no one's going to look up here. You're going to signal every day until I get ready to leave. See, Holiday, all it takes is brains.
Yes, that's all. You know, Frank, you remind me of someone.
Yeah, who?
A Roman soldier.
He's nuts, Frank.
No. I want to hear what he's going to say. Go on, Holiday.
Maybe you don't know the story, but I'm sure Professor Irving does. About Archimedes and the Roman.
Yes, I know it.
Okay, Holiday. Tell us the story.
All right. Archimedes was a Greek, a great scientist and a mathematician. He lived in Syracuse, on the island of Sicily. In the year 212 B.C., the Romans besieged the city and sacked it.
What kind of a story is this?
Very much like the one we're going through now.
Go ahead. Finish it, Holiday.
Okay. Well, the invading Romans looted the city, and one of them, looking for spoils, entered a garden. There he saw an old man sitting alone, drawing circles in the sand with a stick. The Roman spoke to the old man, Archimedes. But the old man thought of nothing but his circles and his science. The Roman ran him through with his sword.
So, what of it?
Well, no one remembers the soldier's name, but Archimedes has never been forgotten.
What are you trying to do? Give me the willies?
No, he's trying to scare me, but he doesn't.
You're still going through it, huh? You're going to kill a man who lives for nothing but science.
I take no chances.
He hasn't harmed you or anyone else.
I won't beg him for my life, Mr. Holiday.
It wouldn't do you any good. Now get in your room, both of you. Maybe tomorrow will be the day we put a tag on the story.
But it wasn't. Radio reports by shortwave said the police were still looking in that area. I was forced to signal Marty that everything was all right. Then, 2 days later...
This is the day, Holiday. It's too bad the old guy's name isn't Archimedes.
You still don't want to give him a break, huh?
Stop yapping about it.
Ted's worse. We've got to do something.
You won't have to worry about it anymore, Archimedes.
Oh, I see.
I'm sorry, Professor Irving. Maybe if I hadn't have come up here, you wouldn't have...
It would have been the same, Holiday. Billy? Billy?
Yeah? What's the matter?
Get the things packed. We're pulling out tonight.
Honest?
Yeah, honest.
But, is it all right? I mean, the cops, they're off the trail?
Yeah. I picked their calls up on the shortwave. Everything is just ducky, baby.
Brother, I'll be glad to get out of this place. Maybe it's doing these guys a favor. What'd they have up here, anyway?
A whole life. A whole life deep in the immensity of space. Dan, I'm sorry you have to be in on this. Me, I'm an old man, so...
It's all right, Professor.
Here we are. 4 little people in the limitless well of the universe. 4 tiny lives.
It does seem odd, doesn't it? All the billions upon billions of miles out there, and we're just a speck.
For crying out loud, that talk gives me the creeps. Frank, make him shut up.
Yeah, shut up.
Oh, scared a little, Frank? Tonight, when you leave here, look up into the sky. Just remember how tiny you really are. Swallowed up in the immense stretches that are so huge that 1 billion miles is only a speck. The Roman soldier, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
What about Ted Whitman?
He'll die anyway. He shouldn't have gotten in my way when I first came up here.
Just push anybody out of the way, kill him if you have to.
I take no chances. I use my head.
Oh, stop arguing with him, Frank. I'm getting nervous. We ought to get out of here right now.
We'll get out tonight when it's dark. Okay, Holiday, let's go to the tower and signal that kid.
Why should I? You're going to kill us anyway. Why should I give you a break? If I don't signal, Marty will get suspicious.
You'll signal.
Can you make...
Yeah, I can.
Go ahead, beat me, then I'll be in great shape to signal.
Look, either you do it or old Archimedes here takes it for you.
Do it, Dan.
But if we're going to die, why give this rat a break?
For Marty's sake.
For Marty's sake?
Yes, I don't want the boy to miss what's going to happen tonight.
What are you talking about?
Be careful, Frank. Don't let him trick you.
I'll use my brains. Now, what are you talking about? You, Archimedes.
What do you mean, Professor?
Ted. Ted taught Marty astronomy. The boy has a wonderful natural inclination for it. There are too few of us like Marty. I want him to see the comet tonight. He won't look for it if I don't tell him, if you don't signal him about it.
Well, how do you like that?
Something you wouldn't understand, Frank.
Okay, so I don't understand it. Who wants to?
All right. Write down what you want me to signal, Professor. I'll do it.
Thank you. It'll be short.
How do you like that? He's going to get killed, and he wants to tell a kid about a comet.
You know, I'd die much happier if I had just one good crack at you.
Yeah, sure you would. I'll stick my chin out and let you take a punch at it.
Here's the message.
Thanks.
Let me see that. Come on, hand it over.
Sure. Read it.
Yeah.
Anything wrong with it?
Just tells the kid to look for a comet.
Don't send it, Frank. There's something wrong.
I run this show. You think these two can pull a fast one on me? There's no code in this. I looked.
No, there's no code.
Frank, sometimes the first letter of each word spells another word.
I know. I looked. Can you make anything out of L, F, H, C, T?
No, I guess not.
Okay. Come on, Holiday. Let's go.
I signaled Marty. He answered. I prayed that the kid would understand. Then we went back to the cottage. The afternoon passed, and it was early evening, and in the cottage.
It's about time we went, ain't it, Frank?
No, not quite. The sun's not all the way down yet.
But the longer we stay, the worse it's going to be.
Will you stop yapping? We've been here all day. Nothing's happened.
That's right. Nothing's happened. I wonder if Marty's looking for the comet.
I guess he is.
I bet there ain't no comet.
But you're wrong. There are over 900 comets recorded, and 5 or 10 more are discovered every year.
Save it, Archimedes. You're not teaching a class now. And you, Billy, take it easy. It's been over 7 hours since we flashed the message.
All the same, we better go.
Yeah, the sun's down now. It'll be dark enough. Okay, Holiday, Archimedes, on your feet.
The last time, take me along with you. Tie the professor up, but don't kill him.
I take no chances. On your feet, both of you. Don't you try that again, or you'll go out the hard way, little by little. Now move. Get in the next room and face the wall.
Right in the back, huh?
Sure, unless you want to see what you're getting. Okay. Hey, what's that?
Sounded like a car.
Douse the light fast.
Something unforeseen, Frank?
Frank, who is it?
Don't worry. Can't be anybody that knows anything, even if it is.
Frank. I can see by moonlight. They're rangers. They've got guns.
And they can use them.
There's a kid with them.
Marty Kennedy.
That kid. Okay, he asked for it. I take no chances.
Don't shoot that kid.
Shut up.
Frank, look out!
All right, drop it. Drop the gun.
Well, Frank, this time Archimedes wins.
You dirty...
I've been waiting to do that for 2 days.
Gee, Mr. Holliday, Professor, where's Ted?
He'll be all right, Marty. As soon as we can get him to a doctor. But you're a smart boy.
I thought you'd guess it, Marty.
Oh, gee, I knew something was wrong, but it took me a long time to make anybody else believe it. Oh, shucks, I knew Ted or anybody else up here wouldn't send me such a silly message.
And is Ted Whitman going to be all right, Mr. Holliday?
Sure, he'll be all right.
But what was the message that made Marty think something was wrong?
To watch for a comet that night?
Well, if there are over 900 comets and 5 or 10 new ones discovered every year, what was silly about it?
This was a particular comet, Susie. A very particular one.
Well, gee, tell me, what was it?
Remember the first letters of each word? L, F, H, C, T?
Yeah?
Look for Halley's Comet tonight.
Well?
Halley's Comet has a big orbit. It takes 75 years for it to get around. And it isn't due until 1985. Good night, Susie.
Listen in again next week when, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with this week's original story by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, and the part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Paramount picture.
And be a part of Cleveland's All-Star Action Weekend at 11.
I got you to choose 3 different kinds of shrimp, my favorite kind. 30 of them. I mean, it's terrific.
30 shrimp for under $10.
Now at Red Lobster, it's our mix and match 30 shrimp dinner, just $9.99.
It's the best quality you can get.
You get 30 shrimp in whatever combination you choose, like tangy lemon pepper, delicious beer battered, and succulent shrimp scampi.
Oh, the shrimp doesn't get any better.
With salad and cheddar biscuits, mix and match 30 shrimp, just $9.99 at Red Lobster.
Unbelievable. You gotta go.
It's the best thing to happen to breakfast in a generation. Introducing new Kellogg's Honey Crunch Corn Flakes.
Sweet life is calling, I'm falling for something more. It's a kick, it's a crunch taste of honey and a heart of gold.
Sweet honey and nuts baked to an incredible crunch. And under it all, the simple goodness of Kellogg's Corn Flakes, the heart of gold.
Something new that never grows old.
New Kellogg's Honey Crunch Corn Flakes.
Got the taste of honey and a heart of gold.